Chapter 776. He needed to use the spatial gate to travel from Human's White Horse constellation to Suni's Goose Pagoda constellation. Though the spatial compass could also send Xia Fei over, it was actually illegal for someone to gain entry to another species' territory without permission. Xia Fei had no wish of causing such trouble, so taking the available public channel worked just as well. Wolf Shenyi accompanied Xia Fei to the city center's spatial gate, only to find that a long queue had already formed. Compared to last time, this was already a lot less. After all, humans had been soundly defeated by the Sunis during the Dragon Ascension tournament. Many of the major clans felt ashamed over their poor performance, so they decided to just forego the trip to Goose Pagoda entirely. Dozens of spatial gates were erected at the location, all in the exact same style, constantly sending people to their respective destinations. Aside from a handful of gates that indicated they were heading elsewhere, each and every one of their destinations was indicated to be Goose Pagoda. All right. This is where I leave you. Take care of yourself when you get there, as you are on your own. They just won against us in a contest, so those Sunis are all teeming with pride, Shenyi said. Xia Fei was a newly minted member of White Horse Constellation, so Wolf Shenyi felt that he had a responsibility to help the former run errands, leading the way so as to show off his bold side. Goose Pagoda was a major settlement of the Sunis in the Lore Realm. This constellation looked differently if viewed from a certain angle, sometimes appearing like a pagoda and at other times looking like a flock of geese flying past, hence its name. Xia Fei was dumbfounded after passing through the spatial gate, for the heads of the crowd before him were numerous. They came in all shapes and sizes, clearly made up of different sapient life forms that Xia Fei had never seen before. As for the Sunis, they were not too different from humans except for two traits. 1. Their heads were oval-shaped, slender, and round at the end. 2. Their ears were like two spring rolls stuck to the sides of their heads. Aside from these two, every other aspect of their features looked completely similar to humans. A group of Sunis warriors impatiently ushered the guests forward. Each visitor took out their invitations or headed over to the office to apply for permits, subjecting themselves to layers of inspections. Invitations were of course referring to the invitation cards the various major clans received, while permits were a little like visas, which would only be issued with the Sunis' approval. Furthermore, attempting to barge in without such credentials through the use of a spatial compass would be a clear violation of the rules. Xia Fei had neither, so all he could do was pull out his demonic wing token. Unexpectedly, the moment he revealed it, some eagle-eyed individual yelled, "Look over there! A demonic wing token! Skywings are here!" Zing! An embarrassing scene unfolded. All of a sudden, the crowd parted out a path, allowing Xia Fei to pass. Everyone looked on at him like he was a demon incarnate, and even the expression of the inspecting Suni warriors changed. Xia Fei was helpless. The misunderstanding people had toward the Skywing clan was too deep, especially after the incident with the Moonwards, which was painted in an even more sensational light by the commoners, and all sorts of rumors and hearsay were spread widely throughout the streets and alleys. Xia Fei could not be bothered to explain this to everyone, though. He swaggered past the checkpoint as a fat Sunis came forward with a wide smile, looking as if he was trying to stop Xia Fei, but he simply relied on his crafty approach and casually slipped past into the crowd, disappearing without a trace in just a few moments. The fatty was sweating profusely, but still failed to catch up. Speaking of which, crafty approach was an important skill to navigate in such crowded settings. Xia Fei looked as if he were moving unhurriedly, but it was only a matter of seconds before he left people in his dust. The Sunis had specifically widened the streets for this trade fair, so no matter what species these guests belonged to, as long as they could follow the signs, they would be able to find the location of the venue quickly. Of course, individuals of different statuses would be treated differently as well. VIPs had designated ushers to receive them, while the commoners could only walk or spend significant fees to rent hovercars as transportation. A distance of a dozen or so kilometers was a piece of cake to Xia Fei, and gradually, he began to see his surroundings appear more and more like a trade fair. Some who could not even wait to reach the venue had directly set up shop by the side of the street, displaying the goods that they were putting up for trade. Xia Fei casually browsed through the selections and saw that there was nothing worthwhile, which he did not think much of anyway. The deeper into the fair he got, the more crowded it became. The old demon lord excitedly quipped, "Hee hee. The trade fairs of the god race aren't too shabby. Looks like the people from the two races are quite similar, holding a free trade fair every once in a while. Too bad there's little commerce between the two races, so the specialties of each side have to go through their respective black markets and the prices end up being jacked up for no reason. There were plenty to see, and even more people were around. Xia Fei imbued his eyes with a bit of Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition to increase his range of vision. This way, he could tell if something was decent without even getting anywhere near it. Of course, the purpose of doing this was to search for Oldwood's precious daughter, Ellen. Ultimately, the person behind Ellen could very well possess the law of time, and this was a law that Xia Fei was very intrigued by. Xia Fei had memorized the list that Huo Yutong gave him, and Xia Fei would purchase them the moment he came across the suitable materials. Actually, the cost of creating the advanced grade Celestial Zero Hammer was not too great to Xia Fei, for he still had quite a bit of savings in his bank account, enough to sustain these purchases. The key was the 9 solid gold flying cicada pupae, with each one costing over 10,000 grade 5 origin crystals. Moreover, that was the price a long time ago. There was no telling how much this would have increased by now. In the course of an entire morning, Xia Fei bought several of the materials needed for the Celestial Zero Hammer and had sold off some of the items useless to him. However, he had not seen Ellen or the other 2 mysterious men anywhere. The trade fair would go on for an entire week, so Xia Fei was not feeling too anxious over this. Today's haul isn't too bad. We're only missing 2 items now, Flying Swan Cold Steel and the solid gold Flying Cicada pupae. Oro examined Xia Fei's haul and solemnly stated. The Flying Swan Cold Steel ought to be used for the fixed interface of the Celestial Zero Hammer. You shouldn't have too hard a time getting hold of that if you shop around a bit more this afternoon. The most troublesome for you to collect should be the solid gold Flying Cicada pupae, which you haven't encountered even a single one so far. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he sat under a tree to rest before continuing his shopping. There were plenty of people, and plenty of shops and stalls to visit. Xia Fei would have trouble shopping them all even if he used his fast movement speed. As such, Xia Fei changed his approach and began strolling through the street. Oro curiously wondered, when would you be done with this place at this slow pace you're going? Xia Fei smiled as he unhurriedly explained, given how big the venue is, you can't go about it without a goal in mind. Look, the 2 individuals in front of us have superb eyes, and one is even wearing a Fig Corporation war armor. It's apparent that they must be some descendant of a major clan of renowned status. I've been observing these 2 for a very long time, and they barely spare even the slightest glance at these roadside stalls. The aloof and distant expression fixed on their faces tells me that they have quite the eyesight, and neither walks with the slightest hesitation in their steps. This goes to show that they know their way around such trade fairs, so I won't fare any worse following them around. Xia Fei's tactic sounded very simple, as it was just following a connoisseur. The places a connoisseur would visit should be decent, otherwise, aimlessly wandering in such an endless trade fair would just be a waste of time. It was just that identifying who was the real connoisseur among this sea of people was a real test of someone's observational skills. The 2 in front of him were clearly not humans. The fact that half of their heads were meaty mounds of flesh made this apparent. Xia Fei decided to follow these 2, who led him to a shop after taking various twists and turns through the streets. This unfrequented shop went by the name of Gale Rains, the one with the least foot traffic in a street with many other shops. All he saw was the warriors yelling and cursing animatedly before storming off. What a joke! This is clearly a scammer's front. Asking for 1,000,000 grade 4 origin crystal for a lousy forked sigh. The owner of this shop must have gone senile. Even a fool wouldn't buy it. The 2 men with the fleshy mounds on their heads chuckled, their mouths curling into odd smiles, entering the shop without another word. There must surely be something abnormal if things went wrong. Xia Fei swiftly followed the 2 and stepped into Gale Rains. He was curious to find out just how big a scam this shop really was. The 4 walls of the shop had opened up, with only a little elderly servant manning the shop. He looked on, indifferent and absolutely standoffish. There were even prices placed next to the hundreds of strange trinkets and gadgets on display. With a quick glance, Xia Fei realized that the 1,000,000 origin crystal price was actually the starting price for everything in the shop. It was not even rare to find items that were priced in the tens of millions here. On closer inspection, they were all clearly fake or imitation goods. Forget a million, even if they were tossed out on the streets, no one would care to pick them up. If this shop really only sold such goods, it was no wonder that it got called a scammer's shop. In fact, it was the ultimate scammer's paradise. Frowning, Xia Fei was becoming even more skeptical. No wonder there was hardly anyone visiting this shop. Even a fool would not care to browse the items, given the prices and the quality of the goods here. Half curtains hung on the left and right end of the shop. Those two connoisseurs did not even hang around outside and parted the curtain to the left before heading in. They appeared to be very familiar with the place, and just as Xia Fei was about to do the same, he got stopped by that little servant. "What are you doing? Can't you read the sign?" That servant arrogantly stepped in front of Xia Fei, swatting a plaque hanging on the side of the wall with his ponytail. "Members only. Non-members aren't permitted beyond this point. Can't you read?" Xia Fei had a belly of fire boiling inside him. He knew that there was something strange inside, but he had no way of just venting his frustration. As such, he could only coldly ask, "And how do I become a member?" The servant rolled his eyes at Xia Fei as he loudly announced, "Just buy anything outside here. If you can't afford it, you'd better." Smack! Before he could even finish his sentence, this little elderly servant realized that Xia Fei had picked him up. The servant tried to struggle, but a glance of Xia Fei's murderous glare and he instantly lost all strength to resist. Xia Fei was someone who had taken countless lives, and the moment he got mad, an insignificant being like this servant would have no way of resisting him. All the old man felt was his legs turning jelly, and then he began shivering uncontrollably. "Now that you've mentioned it, there's indeed something I have my eye on that I wish to buy," Xia Fei said sinisterly. "Oh, distinguished guest, tell me what you want and this lowly one will get it for you, easy as pie." The servant knew that he had provoked someone formidable, so he very quickly changed his tone of address. "I'm buying your life." Xia Fei enunciated each word carefully, scaring the servant pale, who was now breaking out in a cold sweat. That was when someone came forward from behind the shop. This person did not look too old, and there was a craftiness to his gaze. With an odious smile, Xia Fei could tell from a glance that he was most likely the owner, if not the shopkeeper for this shop. "His life, you say? Perfect. As long as you dare to make a purchase, I'll have no problem making the sale. 10,000 grade 4 crystals. This cad." Whoosh! Sense waiting for him to say another word, Xia Fei directly sliced the servant into half with a quick swipe of his blade and caused fresh blood to splatter all over. "Deal," Xia Fei turned around and coldly stated. "Are you selling your life? Yours truly intends to buy out this place today." Chapter 777, Welcome to the Underworld. "Are you selling your life?" Xia Fei turned around and coldly stated. The young boss's two eyes widened, a look of incredulity on his face. It must be said that this was the Sunni's territory, and the shop was nothing simple in Goose Pagoda constellation. However, Xia Fei had killed someone without sparing a second thought. The act itself had left him with quite a terrifying impression of the young man there and then. Whiz! Several heavy men appeared from behind the young man, and they looked like they should be Sunni's warriors. Seeing the bloody corpse on the ground, these men instantly exploded on the scene. "What happened? Young master, what happened to Xiaosan?" The young man gritted his teeth, a fierce killing intent flashing across his two eyes as he muttered, "Some unruly man who doesn't know what's good for him is trying to smash up my gale reins. Kill him." "Understood. Roger." The faces of these burly warriors turned menacing. This was a very strange shop. Though it was openly doing business, the shop itself had many unsavory characters. There were even plenty of thugs, and that only made Xia Fei feel even more disgusted. Whiz! Several warriors dashed right over to Xia Fei, pulling out their weapons from their sleeves in an attempt to take Xia Fei's life. However, he very abnormally lit a cigarette without any fuss, for Xia Fei had very quickly discovered that these people who showed their faces to him were just all bark and no bite. In truth, even if they banded together, they could not even threaten his pinky. All they had was their fierce looks and that was it. None of them knew just how Xia Fei moved. All he did was pull out a battered Zippo lighter to light a cheap cigarette, and the moment the flame flickered, pretty and bloody roses bloomed around him, erupting right out from the necks of these warriors. With surgical accuracy, attacking somewhere an inch below the left side of the neck was not only fatal, but it was also where plenty of arteries and blood vessels were hidden. Xia Fei's knife just so happened to break through them and caused the fountains of blood to pour out. Before any of these men could react, they had already breathed their last. Xia Fei was even too lazy to use the blood crystal, as there was hardly any energy to be absorbed from such lowly warriors and using the demonic dagger would just be tainting it. What? The young boss looked like a duck that had been stepped on the neck, letting out a strangled cry that would horrify any passers-by. Snap! Xia Fei had done all this in the time it took him to light his cigarette. He calmly stowed away his lighter as he blew a ring of smoke at the pale boss, saying, "You'd better have the strength to kill me, or else I'll be the one killing you." Xia Fei had spent many years roughing it out on the streets when he was still a youth. He could already tell from a glance that this shop was not ordinary, it was a den of gangsters. He had plenty of experience dealing with hooligans like these, and the bunch here appeared to be calling each other fellow brothers. Actually, there was no reasoning out of this. This was a contest of strength, and no words of decency needed to be exchanged. Directly threatening them would be more effective. Very strangely, this young boss who did not look a day over his mid-20s showed no timidity. This Suniza's unique ears wriggled, his expression turning into that of glee. "Ha ha ha ha!" The young shop owner let out raucous laughter as he spoke in a shrill tone. "You plan to ruin my gale reins." Xia Fei became vigilant because of two reasons. First, this young Suniza's reaction was very atypical. If they were just a gang of hooligans, they would already be falling on their knees and asking for their lives to be spared. Second, he was speaking way calmly and slowly, as if he were trying to send a signal to others in the shop. With a slight nod, Xia Fei revealed a slight smile. Kaboom! Peacock blue extended from his left arm. There were a total of 5 large grass blades, fragmenting the marble floor as they upended it while the bluegrass grew, appearing neither hurried nor slow. Gale Rains was a 3-story building. Peacock blue was like a giant hand as it easily swept the place away. The floors fissured and the walls cracked. The glass display broke instantly. Seeing that Gale Rains was about to collapse, dozens of figures came charging out from behind. These people were different from the insignificant scoundrels from before. A look at their physical agility showed that they were no riffraff, and each and every one of them at least had law sovereign cultivation. In fact, there were 2 law emperors among them. A small shop actually had 2 great law emperors as henchmen? Xia Fei was a little surprised, finding this somewhat unimaginable. Without uttering a word and with a grim expression, these men dove into fray. It was Xia Fei who had wreaked havoc in Gale Rains, but these experts joining in the fight at this time would most likely cause this small building to topple down. Boom! It turned out that there was another street behind Gale Rains that connected to a large building. A handful of people there came rushing out of the street from this inner house's courtyard, and the physical agility they demonstrated showed that they had decent cultivation. Shink! Xia Fei's moved swiftly, casually stabbing his blood crystal into the chest of a warrior, turning the latter into a desiccated corpse instantly as his energy got happily devoured by both Xia Fei and the blood crystal. These warriors were greatly shocked by this display of dominance. Not only did the man die from a single stab, he even got drained dry. No one had ever seen such an ominous technique before. Several of these people ground their teeth but did not dare to get anywhere near Xia Fei, opting to keep their distance as they began circling him. Xia Fei got more excited the longer he fought, his 2 eyes turning bloodshot. He felt unparalleled satisfaction from absorbing energy. In fact, recently, Xia Fei had become somewhat addicted to it. After all, the energy he gained from warriors was different from what he got out of origin crystals. There was no way for him to differentiate which was better. To Xia Fei, the energy from origin crystal was a lot easier to absorb, while what he gained from the blood crystal posed a sort of resistance. However, every time after Xia Fei subdued this volatile energy, the pleasure he got from the act was incomparable to passively absorbing the origin crystals. This was practically a massacre. Though Xia Fei had yet to reach the tier of Law Overlord, his combat strength was at the level of 1. Crafty approach. The narrow street was not suitable for large-scale group battles, but it was the perfect terrain for Xia Fei to exhibit crafty approach to the fullest. A Law Emperor raised his 2 hands and gathered Law of Matter force, but before he could even unleash it, Xia Fei's blood crystal had already found its way right into his chest, shattering his armor. Speed. Inexorable speed. The moment Xia Fei attacked at the speed of 100,000 m/s, the power he could muster would often leave others gaping in awe. There was not even a need for him to use his top speed against these people. In the blink of an eye, 9 law sovereigns and a law emperor had died by Xia Fei's dagger. The faces of the people on the street were all stricken with fear. Everything had happened so fast in this battle that all they did was blink twice, and more than a dozen lives had been reaped by Xia Fei. Whiz! Even more warriors came pouring out from the back of Gale Rains, totaling up to 100. Aside from Sunnis, warriors from different species appeared. There were even some humans among them. Furthermore, one of these humans was actually a familiar face, Clean Knife. Indeed, it was Clean Knife. Those very delicate features of his, with the silver knife in his hand and the ever-present placid smile on his face, were unmistakable. Upon seeing Xia Fei, Clean Knife's smile turned awkward and then he helplessly shrugged. Truly, enemies often crossed paths with each other. It was as if Xia Fei and he were fated, always bumping into each other for no rhyme or reason. Those Sunnis warriors all came charging to their deaths, only to be shredded like salad by Xia Fei. Meanwhile, warriors from the other species stood around with folded arms, looking like they were there to watch the commotion from the sidelines. The young boss of Gale Rains was a bit at a loss over what to do. His eyes went looking around, searching for help, but aside from his own underlings, none of the other warriors from the other species seemed willing to provoke Xia Fei. All of them turned their faces away and pretended to not acknowledge his presence. They were like a group who refused to take the bill, and that caused Xia Fei to become very puzzled, wondering just where he had come across such a group of people before. This was when Clean Knife whispered into the ear of a red-faced stout man beside him, who then nodded while looking at Xia Fei with several degrees of surprise. All he saw was Clean Knife and that red-faced man raising a finger after they finished their conversation, pointing toward an ancient tree in the distance, looking like they wanted Xia Fei to head on over. Xia Fei was momentarily taken aback by this, wondering to himself, what does he want now? Far away from the street of Gale Rains, Xia Fei did a quick check of his spatial ring to see the spoils he had gotten from this entire incident. Of course, gaining energy from killing people was not bad, but Xia Fei was not about to miss out on the items he could obtain off their corpses. It was just too bad that Xia Fei had been unable to enter the back area of Gale Rains, so he could not find out just what sort of place it was. After a while, Clean Knife really appeared under that withered ancient tree to meet with Xia Fei. Xia Fei observed from afar, only approaching after ensuring that there was no one following him. He pressed the blood crystal against Clean Knife's back, who only smiled and did not show any signs of resistance. Long time no see. Xia Fei nodded. Indeed. Long time no see. Clean Knife smirked as he examined Xia Fei. You truly attract all sorts of trouble everywhere you go. Know what that place is? Gale Rains. Clean Knife softly answered, not that simple. You turned the entire place upside down, yet not a single Sunnis warrior in charge of maintaining order appeared. No, what's the reason? Xia Fei only realized that it was indeed a miss when Clean Knife mentioned the point. He had just killed dozens of men, yet nobody from the peacekeeping committee had shown up. This was highly abnormal. That's because that isn't Gale Rains but Gale Rain Society, the largest underworld organization of the Sunnis, which controls the underbelly of Goose Pagoda constellation. Even if someone dies on their grounds, no one from the official law bodies will show their face here. Gale Rain Society's rebuilding has already begun the very second that you left. As for those corpses, even the desiccated ones, they'll all be cleaned out. Everyone who bore witness to that fight will be strictly gagged thereafter, and no one will dare say a word about it. Trust me. The Gale Rain Society has that kind of power, Clean Knife explained with a tinge of delight. Xia Fei never could have imagined that the place he tried to enter forcibly was actually territory of the Sunnis' world of organized crime. That explained just how extremely weird Gale Rains was and how cocky that little servant sounded. It turned out that they were all being backed. The affairs of the underworld of course have their own ways of resolution. At present, their men are all searching for you, so we'd best leave this place, or there's sure to be trouble if they find us, Clean Knife simply answered. Xia Fei gave a crooked smile. Why did you appear at Gale Rain Society? Because I'm representing mankind's Grand Cloud Association, replied Clean Knife without missing a beat. Xia Fei was shocked. Even he had heard of the Grand Cloud Association, it was mankind's largest underworld organization. They had once put forth a bounty on his head and hunted him down, though that naturally resolved itself after Xia Fei became part of the Skywing clan. After all, even the Grand Cloud Association did not dare to make enemies with the Skywings. In White Horse Constellation, if the 9 great clans and Dragon Ascension Martial Hall were what controlled the day, then the Grand Cloud Association dominated the night. They were ruthless and had their fingers in everything. They were a force that no one would easily overlook. In this universe, the dark and light always coexisted, just like how there was no way to separate day from night. The Lore Realm was not an exception. Let me welcome you to the underworld, Clean Life told Xia Fei with a slight smile. Chapter 778, An Underworld Gathering. Though he still had doubts in his heart, Xia Fei had chosen to believe Clean Knife's words for now. The two arrived in a narrow alley and quietly hid. Clean Knife was still playing with that intricately crafted, throat-slitting small knife of his, leaning against a corner wall with that ever-present smile on his face. Xia Fei asked, "When did you join the Grand Cloud Association?" Clean Knife sighed. "I felt out of my element staying in my clan and eventually realized that I'm still more suited to be a hitman. I happened to bump into Keenan of the Grand Cloud Association, that red-faced stout man I was standing next to earlier, while I was having that internal struggle. He's the third executive of the Grand Cloud Association, and I'm shadowing him to deal with some matters here in Goose Pagoda Constellation. To think we'd bump into you here. It's funny, too. So many years have passed, and after all that has happened, I'm back to being a hitman, while you now belong to the renowned Skywing clan. Guess this is just how fate works. I personally don't believe in fate, but I can't help but admit that fate is sometimes very weird." Xia Fei did not have a good impression of the Grand Cloud Association, so he merely gave a cold snort. Clean Knife shrugged helplessly. "You're most likely still mad over the Grand Cloud Association hunting you down. Actually, this has got nothing to do with the Grand Cloud Association itself. Someone put a price on your head, so the association of course placed a bounty on you. These are the rules of the underworld, taking someone's fortune in exchange for eliminating their target. This will never change." Xia Fei was not too interested in the underworld, asking as he lit a cigarette, "Tell me about Gale Rain Society, then." Clean Knife nodded. He knew that Xia Fei was someone who did not easily trust another, and the fact that he could stay his hand from killing him was already a very inconceivable matter. "The Lore Realm has an underbelly, that much you should know. Humans have the Grand Cloud Association, while Sunnis have the Gale Rain Society. The Mari has Deep Waters Society, and so on and so forth. Though we are all from various species, these organizations still have connections to one another. Occasionally, they'll even help one another, for the right price of course." Xia Fei asked, "So many warriors refused to act earlier, was that because they're not from the same organization?" "Precisely. We're here in Goose Pagoda Constellation as guests, so there's no reason for us to help resolve any trouble the Gale Rain Society got themselves into. That's a good thing, too, or you'd have an issue with those hundreds of men swarming at you no matter how powerful you may have become now." Clean Knife chuckled. Xia Fei remained expressionless. Clean Knife coughed lightly. The cheap cigarette smoke smell coming off Xia Fei was very pungent, and that made him uncomfortable. Every trade fair, not only will the people in the light move, those in the dark will do, too. Today's Gale Rain's turn to host the Underworld Trade Fair, and the various criminal organizations gathered together to engage in dealings. You're not someone of the underworld, yet you tried to force your way into a criminal den. Of course, you'd end up getting stopped. It's just that most would just turn and walk away after being stopped, yet you, on the other hand, openly challenged the largest organization in Goose Pagoda Constellation." Clean Knife laughed as he spoke. The cause and effect of the incident before was made evident. Xia Fei had followed two individuals and stumbled upon a gathering of criminals. He then killed men from this underworld, which ended up in quite a major misunderstanding. Rolling his eyes, Xia Fei asked, "There should be some good stuff in the underworld trading, right?" Clean Knife shook his head. "I just joined the Grand Cloud Association last month, how would I know these things?" Xia Fei right now urgently needed to search for both the solid gold flying cicada pupae and Miss Ellen Woods. An underworld meet was very tempting to him. "The third executive is really keen to meet you. He's waiting by that tavern over there," Clean Knife queried. "What does he want with me?" Xia Fei asked, dubious. "He's most likely going to apologize and attempt to build a working relationship with you. At the end of the day, the Grand Cloud Association operates in White Horse Constellation, and no one there dares to provoke the Skywings." Clean Knife shrugged. "I'm only a messenger. Whether you wish to meet him or not is entirely up to you." Xia Fei put on a disguise and followed Clean Knife to the tavern, entering the establishment only after examining the place for several seconds from a good distance. "You're still as cautious as ever, insisting on inspecting the place with your own eyes to identify all the possible routes in and out," Clean Knife said with a smile. Xia Fei was unfazed. "There's an old saying in my home planet, caution keeps a boat sailing for thousands of years." Clean Knife muttered to himself, "You're a Skywing now. Trust me, even if the third executive's balls grew 100 times bigger, he'd still not dare make a move against you." Xia Fei ignored him. Caution was a principle he consistently adhered to, and that would not change just because his status had risen. Xia Fei kept to his own principle of life, which had allowed him to live this long. In a room on the second floor, Xia Fei met face-to-face Grand Cloud Association's third executive, Kenan. He was a red-faced stout man who spoke in a gruff voice. His eyes shone with a hint of cunning and slyness. Kenan acted very familiar with Xia Fei, insisting that the latter sit at the head of the table as he personally poured him a cup of tea, looking absolutely respectful. He was very clever, not at all mentioning the matter of the Grand Cloud Association once putting a bounty on Xia Fei's head. All he mentioned was his great admiration for the Skywing clan and how serious they conducted themselves. Xia Fei did not plan to delve too deeply into the matter, either. His past experiences had made him understand that an underbelly of dark dealings would always exist in every society, and if it was not the Grand Cloud Association in charge, then there would be some other organization in operation. Besides, there were some things just handier for the underworld to deal in, and given how he was about to live in White Horse Constellation from here on out, there was no reason for him to go up against this serpent in the underbrush. Of course, the Grand Cloud Association was no threat to Xia Fei right now. This was the crucial fact that Xia Fei valued most. It was just like Clean Knife, who was also not a threat to him now. Besides, Xia Fei was quite a fan of the cynicism toward life Clean Knife held, so he decided to let him off. After a few rounds of drinking and feasting, Xia Fei asked bluntly, "Third exec, I heard that Gale Rain Society is hosting the underworld gathering for the various species in the Lore Realm this time and that they're doing business." Kenan nodded his head repeatedly. "That's precisely the case and also why Little Knife and I are here this time. Still, we in the underworld follow quite different rules, and the dealings will only begin tonight." He was calling Clean Knife warmly as Little Knife all for Xia Fei's sake. Ever since the Grand Cloud Association learned that Xia Fei had Skywing blood running in his veins, they had become anxious over this fact and had been searching for a chance to set the record straight. After all, the tragedy that had befallen the Moonward clan was there for all to see, so there was no way the Grand Cloud Association could just disregard this matter. Unfortunately, between the Grand Cloud Association and Skywing clan, the former was a criminal organization while the latter was the demon-sealing fiendish blade. Neither crossed paths at all, and there was no way for both to get close to each other, which was why they had given up. Now that Clean Knife had managed to invite Xia Fei over and seeing that Xia Fei had no intention of pursuing the matter, the third executive, Kenan, was naturally elated. Clean Knife, who had more or less gotten the Grand Cloud Association their foot in the door, would surely thrive in the underworld from here onward. Clean Knife chuckled bitterly at the side. The reason he had gotten to know Xia Fei was he got hired to take the latter's life. They were originally enemies, yet he would now have to owe Xia Fei a favor. Just what kind of joke was this? Sometimes, the relationship between people was an interesting thing. Accidental mortal enemies who actually ended up becoming close acquaintances, neither Xia Fei nor Clean Knife could have ever predicted that this was what their future had in store for them. "I'd like to get in and have a look," Xia Fei requested very breezily. Kenan was taken aback as he exclaimed, "Young Master Fei! Don't scare me like that. An hour ago, you were wrecking the storefront of Gale Rain Society, and now you want to join in on the trade fair they're hosting? I'm afraid that that's quite inappropriate." Xia Fei smiled. "If it were anything easy, would I be looking for the third exec's help?" Kenan broke into a cold sweat when he heard this line, wiping perspiration off his forehead with a handkerchief. Xia Fei saw that he was looking troubled, so he made to leave. "Getting up," he said, "since the third exec finds this difficult, let us say our goodbyes right here." "Hold it." Kenan hurriedly got up, grabbing onto Xia Fei to stop him from leaving. "Please remain seated, young Master Fei. While it's true that the request you've just made is quite complicated, my old self hasn't rejected it outright, right?" Seeing an opening, Xia Fei promptly sat down again and lit himself a cigarette. Through gritted teeth, Kenan grunted, "Since young Master Fei wishes to watch our underworld's trade fair, old Kenan will head out and accompany you on this trip. Still, this is the Sunni's Goose Pagoda constellation, not the human territory, so I'd like to ask young Master Fei to be more tactful. If there's anything you have your eye on, please tell me first, let old Kenan help you get hold of it. Take it as an introductory gift from me to you." Cough. The old demon lord could not hold back his laughter and rolled in his coffin the moment he heard what Kenan had said. Every item that Xia Fei used was a priceless artifact, and anything he had his eye on was by no means cheap. Just the solid gold flying cicada pupa alone, which he had urgently been searching for, could only be bought at an astronomical price. Keenan's careless claim was too exaggerated this time, and he would most likely end up broke as a result of this. More importantly was Xia Fei's personality. Most people would be a little embarrassed to really expect someone to foot the bill after hearing such a line, but Xia Fei was anything but self-conscious. He was a crafty businessman deep down inside, so he was more than willing to rip a good one off anyone no matter how deep of a cut it would be. Xia Fei disguised himself as someone beside Keenan, following him down the streets as they headed to Gale Rains once more. Once they got near the building, he noticed that Gale Rains had indeed been rebuilt, a new 2-story building was erected, and the people flowed as per normal along the street it was on. There was no way to tell that a massacre had happened before, just that the new building was not as exquisite as the one earlier. Following the destruction Xia Fei had caused, Gale Rains had clearly increased their security in place. Several experts were standing at the entrance and inside the shop, scaring anyone passing by to take a detour and give the place a wide berth. Keenan was a regular and a representative of mankind's Grand Cloud Association. Everyone parted the curtains respectfully, letting him and his entourage through. Never would any of them have imagined that Xia Fei managed to mix into Keenan's pack. Logically speaking, no one would be so bold to do so, either. Passing through Gale Rains found Xia Fei's group in a narrow corridor next. The deeper they went, the more their surroundings widened. Gale Rain Society was the largest underworld organization in the Goose Pagoda constellation. The power it wielded was clearly substantial, seeing as it owned such a large garden in the bustling capital city, where every square foot of land was worth its weight in gold. Quite a lot of people, almost over 1,000, were also around. Some were seated in rooms drinking tea, while others were standing outside. Keenan nodded to Xia Fei and began greeting the people in the crowd, so Xia Fei and Clean Knife casually explored the garden. No matter where he went, Clean Knife was right behind him, most likely at Keenan's behest, to prevent Xia Fei from causing any further trouble. Xia Fei's habit of getting into trouble wherever he went had already spread far and wide, and the third executive, who was taking a huge risk bringing him into the underworld's trade fair, was not in the least bit at ease. After locating a secluded corner, Xia Fei and Clean Knife stood and leaned against the wall. There was still daylight, so the trade meet had yet to begin officially. The only thing happening was the various executives mingling with each other, fostering relationships. When it was nearly evening, the number of people present went past 3,000, until they were nearly running out of space in the garden for these guests to stand. This was when a group entered from outside. The person taking the lead was a hook-nosed elder, a chubby man with a wide grin on his face was following him. Behind the two were several young people, with a lady among them whom Xia Fei found very familiar. Fancy finding someone through sheer luck after searching far and wide, Xia Fei smiled as he mumbled under his breath. Chapter 779, A Bespectacled Mongoose. When it was nearly evening, among the guests were 3 familiar faces, and they were none other than Miss Ellen and the 2 young men Xia Fei had once spotted out on the ancient battlefield. They were following 2 elderly individuals, one tall and one chubby. Aside from Clean Knife, Xia Fei had Keenan's nephew, Keho, with him. Barely over his 30s, Keho was a veteran of the underworld. Having debuted in the scene when he was just 12, he had spent 18 years since in the underworld. Unfortunately, his cultivation was nothing worth mentioning and he was just a level 2 law sovereign. Jerking his head in the direction of the 2 old men, Xia Fei asked, "Who are those people? They look like fellow humans." Though Miss Ellen's face was covered in a green shawl, Xia Fei was still able to recognize her at a single glance. There were some things that could not be hidden, such as their temperament or the way they walked, including the time between every step. Xia Fei had keen eyesight thanks to ocular cognition, which meant that he could very easily differentiate people. Keho shook his head. "That's where you're wrong. Those 2 aren't human. The Shas merely look like us, but their bodies are actually covered in gruesome scales. Rumor has it that it's because their ancestors were aquatic creatures, they even have fins under their armpits." Xia Fei did not express too much of a surprise upon learning this. There were plenty of species, of different forms and types, all across the lore realm. Some fishmen were nothing too shocking to speak of. After a pause, Xia Fei continued to ask. "What kind of people are they? I see most in the crowd avoiding these Shas, unwilling to speak to them too much." Keho stuck his tongue out. "Who wants to interact with people from the old god cult? If you ask me, nothing about the old god cult can be considered part of the underworld. Also, that tall individual with a hooked nose is the old god cult's leader. No one knows his name, the only thing known about him is that he calls himself Su Ming, while that fat man next to him goes by the name of Su Yuan. Su Ming has a law overlord cultivation, whereas Su Yuan is a great law emperor. Both cultivate the law of space. From Kehoe's words, Xia Fei finally understood that the old god cult was originally a small religious group among the Shas, but it had expanded its influence in recent years, recruiting plenty of young boys and girls. Though the people of the underworld were full of themselves, they also knew their own limits when doing things. However, the old god cult did things unflinchingly, which was why the criminal organizations did not like them and only grudgingly bear with them. That was also why the appearance of these cultists caused the criminals from the underworld to knit their eyebrows. In addition, Xia Fei learned from Kehoe that there were several religions in the lower realm, gathering disciples under all kinds of names. Most of their purpose was to gain wealth, but of course there were also those that focused on self-cultivation, similar to the Skywing's Law Emperor Xia Tian, who was forced to pick up meditation because of his overly violent personality. The longer Xia Fei spent in the lower realm, the more he felt that it was no different from a normal society. Even things like an underworld, religion all existed here. The only difference being that the people's cultivation here was higher, and they possessed greater strength. As night descended, nearly 4,000 to 5,000 people all gathered in the garden. Suddenly, the rumbling of the crowd quieted significantly as they all entered the venue for the trade fair. After all, the backyard of Gale Rains was limited in its capacity to hold people. There was just no way for people to fit comfortably in it all at once. Xia Fei filed into a room with Keenan and the others, only to find people drifting toward a shrunken spatial gate inside. Everyone was holding onto some pretty good stuff. In order to maintain secrecy, only the host would know the destination, and all we had to do was pass through the gate and we would arrive at the venue, Keenan explained to Xia Fei somewhat excitedly. Because Xia Fei had disguised himself as an underling, their conversation would have to be done secretly so as to avoid arousing suspicion from others. Whoosh! The world beyond the gate was wondrous, except for the huge crystal glass encasements, which were arranged in a circle. There was nothing inside. Keenan led Xia Fei over to the periphery of these crystal encasements and pressed a finger on one to open it. Whatever is up for trade shall be placed inside, so anyone can view it. Write down clearly the pricing as well as the item expected for the exchange, and whoever likes what they see can leave their names down, Keenan explained. This was not really a new style of trading. Xia Fei had seen this done before, so right now, his thoughts were all centered on Miss Ellen and Su Ming. Very soon, more and more items for trade filled the crystal encasements around them, and due to this being a secret gathering, plenty of items, which would not normally see the light of day, appeared here. Items coming from the people of the underworld were mainly of dubious origins. They would most definitely cause a stir if they were put up for sale on the market, so it was a lot safer for them to trade these things among people of their kind. Xia Fei wandered around the exhibition hall as if he had nothing to do. This hall on board a gigantic warship. It seemed that the lower realm was really fond of large warships. From their outer appearances, this ship was no different from what the Yu family owned. It had fake skies, with the only difference between the ships being that this one was several times smaller in size. This trade will last for 3 days. If there's anything young Master Fei takes a fancy to, my old self will do my best to help you procure it. Keenan fawned. Xia Fei was glad to let Keenan break his bank, and he did not find it embarrassing at all. After all, the Grand Cloud Association had once put a bounty on him and had him hunted down. Since they were showing such sincerity, Xia Fei was of course more than happy to help them. It was just that nothing had been put up on offer, which he had his sight on. Xia Fei's present weapons were blood crystal and peacock blue, his armor was the monohorn fiend, and his exclusive pet was the holy beast Shatterstar. Most goods for sale hardly even registered in his eyes. As for the medicinal ingredients needed for pharmacology and the solid gold flying cicada puppies needed for the celestial zero hammer, Xia Fei had yet to see any such items, so he was feeling somewhat disappointed. Su Ming and his companions appeared very normal, while Miss Ellen seemed to be a little entranced, humming that strange tune of hers absent-mindedly. Xia Fei had very good foundation in the field of medicine. After several attempts to get close to Ellen on the sly, he noticed that the lady's mental state was at an abnormal range. It was almost as if the girl was being suppressed to the fullest. She appeared to be under the influence of some sort of drug, causing her to be completely detached to the world around her and be fully immersed in tune that she was humming. Xia Fei maintained his composure, wondering if this was one of the possible ways for the old god cult to control their followers. Any cult first needed to delude their followers before dominating their hearts and minds so that they could achieve the goal of instilling their will in them. In Xia Fei's view, the old god cult's method was not particularly erudite, and in fact, he came up with several ways to return Ellen's rationality after a few minutes of thinking. No one left in the middle of this 3-day-long underworld trade fair. After all, there were plenty of items to see that no one could view fast enough. It would spell trouble if information about the venue's location leaked, for it would end up drawing vultures looking to profit off this convergence of criminals. Since no one was allowed to leave, Xia Fei decided to really carefully inspect all these items up for trade. It was clear that Gale Rain's backyard was not the only entrance to this venue, as there were people who came in via other spatial gates. The number of people aboard this warship broke the 20,000 mark, so it was as if every member of the Lore Realm's underworld was in attendance to this event. There were also countless crystal encasements around. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and strolled along, browsing the items on display. Keenan very gingerly accompanied Xia Fei, hoping that he could gift Xia Fei something as soon as possible, allowing both parties to forge a better relationship that was based upon mutual courtesy, all to avoid the Skywings looking for payback at a later date. Alas, it was too bad that Xia Fei did not look like he was interested in any of the for sale items, so Keenan could only wait in anticipation. Xia Fei suddenly came to a halt and stared at a mask inside a crystal encasement. Keenan froze as he followed Xia Fei's gaze, only to find a mongoose mask. Made from bronze and looking rusty, it looked very old. Accompanying this item was a slip of paper, stating that it was an ancient mask called the blindfolded mongoose. There was no further description aside from that. "Young Master Fei, do you like this mask?" Keenan very carefully asked. To him, there was nothing alluring about this lousy bronze mask aside from it being a little strange. Xia Fei smiled but was actually absolutely astonished inside. His keen senses were sending him an extremely dangerous message to get as far away from this mask as possible. "Do you sense anything?" Xia Fei asked Oro. "Sense anything?" Oro chuckled, unperturbed. "Nothing more than an icy chilliness from the mask. Actually, it's very normal. Antique items like this are often dug out from graves. Over time, a sinister aura will seep into such things, but nothing special beyond that." Awareness was a very strange thing. Xia Fei had been forewarned time and again, and it was through such instincts that he had kept himself safe until now. Xia Fei had always trusted this intuition of his, and though Oro said that there was nothing exceptional about this mask, Xia Fei still thought that it was a dangerous item. It gave him this inexplicably ominous feeling. Shrugging, Xia Fei pointed at the mask and said, "Look here. This mask is called the blindfolded mongoose, and there are two strange things in lieu of its eyes. Its nose is upturned, full of wrinkles. Tell me, what do you make of this?" Keenan, who had no idea what Xia Fei was insinuating, answered, "A bespectacled mongoose." Xia Fei chuckled. "I think that it looks like a detector. Most armor are equipped with eye protective capabilities. In situations with blinding lights or dim lighting, this will work to protect the user's eyes. Meanwhile, this long snout looks like an oxygen mask, with a tube connected to an air filtration device behind it." Keenan applauded as he happily praised him. "Young Master Fei truly has an amazing imagination. All I see is a mongoose that suffered from pink eye, resulting in its eyes becoming bulging, needing to wear an eye mask when sleeping to avoid being disturbed." Xia Fei did not care to explain himself. "Since it's just an ancient gadget, we can only guess just what sort of function it serves." After he said that, Xia Fei continued along his way without turning back once, leaving Keenan rooted to the spot. Since Xia Fei showed some interest in the mask, Keenan decided that he would buy it out and give it to Xia Fei as a gift. He looked at the price tag and began shaking his head, however. The lousy mask actually cost 1 million grade 4 origin crystals to be bought. This was a price he simply could not accept. Besides, what if Xia Fei had flippantly mentioned the mask and was not really fond of it? Would he not have wasted a fortune for naught? The reason why Keenan could become the third executive of Grand Cloud Association was closely linked to his miserly ways. Though he very generously claimed that he intended to purchase Xia Fei an expensive gift, he was actually very stingy. With that thought in mind, Keenan placed a bid that was 100,000 grade 4 origin crystals more than its initial bid and proceeded to sign his name on it. The asking price for the mask was 100,000, and whoever was willing to part with 1 million crystals could immediately take it home with them. Meanwhile, Keenan's 200,000 bid was just that, so if no one made a bid higher than his, he would have obtained the mask for just 200,000 grade 4 origin crystals. Keenan was slightly pleased with himself after doing so. In his eyes, 200,000 was already high enough, no one ought to compete with him over the mask. However, how was he to know that, the moment he left, the group from the old god cult would come over? This was intentional on Xia Fei's part as well, making sure that as he strolled about, he would not be too far away from Ellen. With a look at the mask, cult leader Su Ming was promptly startled and then somberly stated with alarmed eyes, "I want this mask. Buy it out." Chapter 780, The Mask That Devours Law Overlords. Su Ming intended to buy out that bronze mongoose mask? Xia Fei was rather taken aback. To tell the truth, he found this mask very strange and was rather interested in it. However, just because he was interested did not mean that he wanted to take it. The mask made Xia Fei extremely uneasy, provoking a sense of resistance from him. Keenan was in an awkward spot. He had chattered about getting Xia Fei a gift, but the mask, the only thing Xia Fei had shown interest in, had been taken by someone else. What was there to say? Scratching his head, Keenan opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Xia Fei stopped him. Xia Fei had a very grave expression as he stared at Su Ming's party. Keenan thought that Xia Fei was angry, and when he recalled the unreasonable nature of the Skywings, he could not help but shiver. After all, he was the one to lead Xia Fei to the illegal trade fair. If Xia Fei really went mad and started killing, would he not be in awful trouble? A buyout was not the same as bidding. As long as one paid the money, one could take the item. Su Ming swiped and settled the bill, upon which, a member of the Gale Rain Society handed over the bronze mongoose mask. Su Ming weighed the mask in his hands and carefully examined it. Xia Fei suddenly felt extremely uneasy, his heartbeat accelerating and that sense of resistance increasing. There was no stopping it. "It's coming! It's coming!" Xia Fei mentally cried out. Though he did not know what made him feel so threatened and afraid, there was no stopping the trembling of his heart. Su Ming was completely unaware of Xia Fei's weird gaze. He was happy as he looked at the mask, and after some thought, he prepared to put the mask into his spatial ring. Halfway to doing this, Su Ming stopped and then he put the mask on his face as if to try it out. No one was paying attention to this normal scene, only Xia Fei. He used his ocular cognition to keep a close eye on Su Ming. He could clearly see an indescribable impulse flashing in Su Ming's eyes when he picked up the mask, just like two black flames igniting in his eyes. Fiercer and fiercer. Hotter and hotter. This mask presented a fatal allure to him. After considering it for some time, he still decided to try on the mask. "No." Xia Fei unconsciously blurted out, his breathing almost stopping and his heart thumping as if he had gone insane. His eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Xia Fei had no idea why he was so nervous about Su Ming trying on the mask. He was just truly so nervous that he felt like he would explode any time. The sensory abilities of warriors were just that unreasonable. Like the mystical sixth sense, they could predict danger. Xia Fei undoubtedly possessed incredible sensory abilities. Everyone was still immersed in the excitement of the auction, bidding back and forth. Only Xia Fei had predicted danger, extreme danger. Ocular cognition. When the bronze mongoose mask was just 20 centimeters from Su Ming's face, Xia Fei unleashed his strongest ocular cognition in front of everyone, not caring for the consequences. Whoosh! His eyes erupted with light. A second later, Xia Fei beheld a terrifying sight. Black energy. The bronze mongoose mask was thickly enveloped by black energy. As it approached Su Ming's face, the black energy seemed to have a mind of its own and pushed Su Ming's face in. Pushed his face into the mask. No one understood how this could happen. Only Xia Fei could tell that this was because that mask had lured Su Ming in at that very moment. As a law overlord, Su Ming was incredibly perceptive. At the final moment, he desperately tried to break free of this attraction, but it was too late. Pa! There was a heavy thump, and the bronze mongoose mask became like a devil. It stubbornly attached itself to Su Ming's face. Blood! Blood instantly began to flow down Su Ming's face. This blood was all sucked up by the bronze mongoose mask. Awoo! Su Ming let out a heart-rending howl, and everyone looked over in shock, wondering what was happening. "There's no time!" Xia Fei mentally called. Whoosh! The speed law unique to the Skywing clan activated. Xia Fei charged out at a speed of 240,000 meters per second. In the span of 0.01 second, Xia Fei took Keenan, Clean Blade, and Ellen to a corner. As Ellen's combat armor was sufficiently resistant to high speeds, several parts were torn open, revealing the fair white flesh beneath. This was just how fast Xia Fei's instantaneous speed was. Get out of here now. Take this woman. Xia Fei was so agitated that his eyes were streaked with blood, and he spoke in a voice that would accept no objections. Clean Blade was familiar with Xia Fei and knew that this madman had a formidable ability to assess the situation. After a moment of shock, he nodded. His brows furrowed, for he could already tell that anything that made Xia Fei so nervous would not be easy to deal with. While Keenan was confused, he did not dare to defy Xia Fei's orders, for backing Xia Fei was the demon-sealing fiendish blade, the sharpest blade in the Low Realm. Moreover, Xia Fei's powerful aura, which took no objection, caused him to submit to Xia Fei unconsciously. It seemed that if Xia Fei got serious, no one would be able to refuse his order. This seemed to be an aura that Xia Fei had been born with. Keenan dubiously nodded, indicating that he had submitted. However, Ellen was howling like a maddened beast. Xia Fei knew that she was possessed, that the ingredients of the drug she had taken made her mind abnormal. Bang! Xia Fei had a solution for this. He punched Ellen's head, though it seemed that there was a little too much force, for Ellen spat out 2 bloody teeth, after which, she fell unconscious. Keenan and Clean Blade were speechless. Punching without a second thought, did Xia Fei have no appreciation for beauty? Go! Xia Fei roared again, the veins on his forehead bulging. The third executive of the Grand Cloud Association did not dare to ask a question. With a wave of his hand, he opened his spatial compass and immediately left with his subordinates, not even caring that the Underworld Trade Fair did not permit the activation of spatial compasses. In his view, Madman Xia Fei was much more frightening than the rules of the underworld. The warship was already in complete chaos, so the departure of Clean Blade's crew created few ripples. Everyone was stunned and intimidated by cult leader Su Ming's sudden insanity. This resounding howl caused even these murderous and bloodthirsty men of the underworld to shiver in fear. It did not sound like the voice of any sapient being but like the howl of a dying beast, instead. Breath control. Crafty approach. Xia Fei silently entered the breath control state and then used crafty approach to move into an out-of-the-way corner, just like an experienced hunter observing his prey. Su Ming was still howling, his hands desperately scratching at the mask on his face, but the mask was so firm that it was not in his power to even budge it. This bizarre mask did not seem to be just attached to his face but it was more like it had grown on it. His fingernails broke from his prying, yet the bronze mask had not moved a centimeter. Sir, what's wrong? Su Ming's close aide, Su Yuan, came over and shook his senior brother. Plush! Blood rained down. Su Ming was insensible, his hands like a hawk's talons. He tore his junior in half. Su Yuan was a great law emperor. His body was as tough as steel, and only an outrageous tearing force could tear this elite warrior apart. Shock! Extreme shock! Everyone stared in disbelief as a gruesome rain descended. Rumble! Su Ming spread apart his arms, a majestic spatial fissure instantly sundering the sky. The warship had an extremely tough transparent dome, but with one strike, Su Ming tore apart this barrier. Even the energy barrier around the warship was blasted into pieces. No one was ready for this. Within 1 second, everyone was tossed into space. At the same time, green fur began to grow from the back of Su Ming's head, turning him into a green-furred monster. His muscles bulged. His body rose from a height of 1.8 meters to nearly 3 meters. The power of his muscles made them burst through his armor. His naked body proudly stood amid the universe. Those who lacked sufficiently high-ranking combat armor died on the spot, and those without armor that could keep them alive in space also died. 20,000 warriors of the underworld had gathered here, and at least 5,000 had died. All this had happened in less than a second. Xia Fei's body was completely sealed in Monohorn Ogre. Using breath control, he swiftly disappeared into the darkness of space. No matter what kind of monster Su Ming had become, there was no harm in being cautious. That bronze mongoose mask was still rapidly growing, beginning to sink into Su Ming's head as if it wanted to consume him completely. The still living warriors glared at Su Ming with seething fury. Suddenly, the green-furred Su Ming began to move. He started with the nearest surviving warriors around him, using the most primitive of methods to tear them apart. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen warriors had been ripped apart by the bare-handed Su Ming. Everyone suddenly realized that this monster represented a lethal threat. Zay! Someone unleashed a spatial slash. Su Ming made no attempt to dodge and took the blow head-on. The white light shattered. Su Ming was completely unharmed. Oh! Su Ming once more let out a bestial howl. He charged at the crowd floating in space. Once the slaughter began, it was difficult to stop. Xia Fei hid himself on a fragment of the ship and coldly watched. That strange mask must have enhanced Su Ming's body, making his body so tough that it could resist a meteor shower. Oro said in shock. What is that mask? It's so powerful. It managed to devour a law overlord. Xia Fei nodded. I felt fear the moment I saw that mask, which was very rare. It's as if the mask had a life of its own, able to tempt people. Oro replied, that can't be. This mask passed through the hands of more than one person, so why were they unharmed while Su Ming went crazy? Xia Fei replied, perhaps this mask only works on certain people. Over the next few minutes, Xia Fei bore witness to a one-sided massacre, and Su Ming was the one carrying out this massacre. No one was able to hold out against the frenzied Su Ming. He was a law overlord, and now he was bolstered by the bronze mongoose mask. Su Ming had become their worst nightmare. Let's retreat. This fellow is very difficult to deal with. Oro sternly said. Xia Fei was unmoved. He took Furball and patted him on the hand, firmly saying, retreat? Fortune is found within danger. I'm taking the law of time in Su Ming's possession. Chapter 781, A Killing Competition. The law of time, the strongest of the god race's three great laws. There was no competition. Apparently, the law of time had been a point of contention from the moment it had appeared, for this power that could control time was just too heaven-defying. Some people even described it as equaling the laws of matter and space put together. That was just how powerful it was. Now, the lost law of time had a chance of being in the hands of this green-furred monster in front of Xia Fei, so how could Xia Fei not be tempted? As a believer in price theory, Xia Fei suppressed his shock and stayed hidden, taking a risk so that he would have a chance of killing Su Ming in one blow and seizing the law of time. In Xia Fei's eyes, the law of time was so unparalleled that it was worth any price. Rumble. The slaughter continued. Su Ming had been a level 1 law overlord, which was immensely powerful, and now that he was under control of the bronze mongoose mask, he had seemingly gone berserk, becoming even stronger than before. These warriors of the underworld were no match for him and were cut down easily. His fighting methods were cruel and straightforward. He relied on his formidable body to charge into the fray and tear his opponents apart. The mutated Su Ming was no longer a warrior but rather a savage devil with its claws and fangs bared. I can't escape, a warrior mournfully howled as he punched at his spatial compass, so frantic that he was crying. Xia Fei was startled. Taking out his Fig Corporation Precision Edition 100 series compass, he saw that the needle was wildly spinning, the coordinates were jumping around and never stopping. Not good. This region of space has been sealed. Oro urgently called. Perhaps it's because of that strange mask. This region of space has been isolated from the rest of the universe, imprisoning everyone here. A warrior tried to use the law of space to move within a small range. Law of space warriors truly did possess this capability, but the range of movement was very small, and it was impossible to compare it to the free travel offered by a spatial compass. The mutated Su Ming was truly terrifying, and as the distance the warriors could travel was too short, they had to waste a lot of energy in their desperate attempts to escape. Rumble. The spatial tunnel had just opened when a vast torrent of energy gushed out of it, blowing this warrior back 1,000 kilometers. Xia Fei frowned. The situation was getting worse and worse. Not only had spatial compasses lost their function, it was even impossible to use law force to move in a small range. This truly meant that the more than 10,000 underworld warriors were trapped here. I get it now. Oro muttered in shock. Look. Su Ming isn't using any law power to kill people, only his bare hands. This doesn't mean that his law power has disappeared, rather, his law power has been strengthened and is being used to seal this entire space. After a pause, Oro grimly said, I think that the bronze mongoose mask may be some ancient evil device with a life of its own. Its goal is to kill everyone present. Xia Fei said nothing. He was continuing to observe and watch. At critical times like this, it was crucial not to lose one's cool, as seen by how the green-furred Su Ming easily killed those panicking warriors. It's not completely hopeless, Xia Fei said. Oro shook his head. I don't really see any hope here. Su Ming is much stronger than you are. Look at how he's killing those Law Emperor warriors in just 2 or 3 moves. Xia Fei smiled and replied, energy is the basis of everything. While Su Ming is very powerful, his energy isn't infinite. The longer he battles, the weaker he becomes. That's where my hope lies. You're planning to tire him out? Oro anxiously asked. Xia Fei had a very strong sense and control of energy, so he could clearly see how much energy Su Ming was expending. Shaking his head, Xia Fei replied, he can tire himself out while I will take what's mine. Take, Oro was taken aback. Before he could ask what Xia Fei meant, the latter struck under the cover of darkness. Plush! A warrior was desperately trying to escape. Many warship fragments were scattered across space, and he quickly found one that could hide him. Alas, just when he had hidden himself, a blood-red dagger emerged from the darkness and stabbed into his chest. This was Xia Fei's blood crystal. Energy rapidly drained away. This Law Sovereign warrior was instantly slain by Xia Fei and devoured. Pa! Xia Fei swiftly took the man's spatial ring and moved on to his next target. Su Ming was killing, as was Xia Fei. Su Ming was not killing for money, but Xia Fei was specifically killing to seize the possessions of others. Su Ming's killing expended energy, whereas Xia Fei's killing drained energy. What an excellent way to take advantage of a crisis. Oro immediately understood what Xia Fei was doing and laughed. A truly vicious move. Once all 10,000 people are killed, this fellow Su Ming will be panting for breath while you will have seized a large amount of energy. You grow stronger while he gets weaker, so you can kill him in one blow. Xia Fei said nothing, but this was precisely his plan. These underworld warriors were going to die, anyway, so it was better that he killed them rather than Su Ming. This was a killing competition. Su Ming was like a frenzied demonic beast, killing anyone he saw. Xia Fei was like a ghost, killing with a trace and taking their goods. These 10,000 underworld warriors were terribly unfortunate. Not only did they have to withstand the aggressive killings of the green-furred Su Ming, they had to be on guard from Xia Fei's silent ambush. Trying not to die became a challenging task. The massive warship belonging to the Gale Rain Society was already damaged and was drifting listlessly in the Sea of Stars. There was plenty of space inside the ship, and some warriors began to move inside it, hoping to hide from the disaster in there. After killing several dozen warriors, Xia Fei entered the warship. Staying out in space was too dangerous. It would be bad if Su Ming started fighting him early, decreasing his chances of victory. Right now, Xia Fei's mission was to gather enough energy to counterattack at the final moment. Of course, Xia Fei had another idea by entering the warship. This was an underworld trade fair, so there was probably quite a lot of treasures still on the ship. Although most of them probably would not help Xia Fei, they could be exchanged for money, and money was energy. One could never have enough. The transparent dome of the warship had been destroyed, so Xia Fei was able to enter without a hitch. Xia Fei could not help but chuckle. It turned out that he was not the only one trying to take advantage of this crisis. Someone else had already gathered up most of the auction items. Bang! With a punch, this fellow broke the sturdy crystal barrier and took the jadeite dart into his spatial ring. He had several subordinates that he was ordering around. The man had a dark red scar across his eye, the scar even cutting his eyeball in two so that one might mistake him for having 3 eyes. He had a large curly beard, which was fiery red. From talking with Kehoe before, Xia Fei had learned that this man was from the 5-ring society of the redtail species. He was called One-Eyed Guis, and he was a level 1 law overlord practitioner of the law of matter, a top-class figure in the underworld. Hurry! Gather these things faster! Leave nothing behind! One-Eyed Guis loudly ordered, his subordinates panting for breath. After all, his subordinates were not law overlords and needed to go through some effort to break through the crystal barriers. Xia Fei smiled and took 2 steps back, hiding himself in the shadows while staring at Guis. Hurry and strike! If you're too late, they'll take everything, Oro urged. Xia Fei sternly said, no need. Let's have them gather everything for me first. I can't be bothered to go collecting all these things on my own. Several minutes later, One-Eyed Guis heartily laughed as he patted his spatial ring. Almost all of the goods up for auction had now been placed in his ring, so he was extremely satisfied. I'm rich. Once I sell all these, my son's sons, and I will be stinking rich. Ha ha ha. As he boasted, a figure silently appeared like a ghost in front of One-Eyed Guis. It was none other than Xia Fei. Xia Fei reached his hand out and indifferently said, hand it over. Thank you. Guis was shocked and glared at Xia Fei with his one good eye. Seeking death. As Guis scornfully spoke, his arms suddenly swelled, the power of the law of matter gathering on his arms, causing them to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his arms had grown to 100 meters long and attempted to seize Xia Fei. Furball. Peacock blue. Crafty approach. The law of primal chaos. Xia Fei did not dare to be careless when dealing with a law overlord. In a flash, he used all the cards he had available to him. Guiz had never expected this unremarkable character to be hiding so many treasures. A warrior's greatest fear in battle was underestimating another warrior, and Guiz had clearly committed a grave tactical error. Rumble. Peacock blue erupted from the floor, 5 blades of grass catching Guiz off guard and wrapping around him. Meanwhile, Xia Fei and Furball attacked from the sides. Furball attacked with energy, while Xia Fei used the blood crystal and the law of primal chaos. A total of 4,761 items. Oro murmured in shock. Haha. You're rich now. Almost all of the items the Lower Realms underworld took out for this trade fair are now in your hands. 105 high-class items. 791 intermediate-class items. It's just a shame that these items don't have a clean background, so you have to sell them all at a discount, but once you sell all of them off, you can use grade 5 origin crystals without a problem. Xia Fei was also very excited. Closing his spatial ring, Xia Fei swiftly ventured into the warship. After this round of killing, the rainbow ball of energy in his brain region was starting to get restless. Xia Fei knew that the best way to digest this energy as quickly as possible was to advance. Whoosh! The alloy doors automatically opened, and Xia Fei found that he had accidentally wandered into the warship's control room. Heavens! Xia Fei was dumbfounded by the incredible sight before him. Chapter 782, Level 5 Law Emperor. In search of a place to advance, Xia Fei had wandered into the warship's control room, and when he stepped inside, his entire body froze in wonder. There was a dense spider web of intricate electronic systems within. To tell the truth, these systems were very old, appearing neither beautiful nor elegant, but the navigation system was very eye-catching. As someone who had repaired electronics for many years, Xia Fei knew that this system represented a scientific power far more profound than anything he had interacted with before, that it was an extremely complex navigation system. Unable to restrain himself, Xia Fei walked into the control room and up to the navigation system. His fingers rapidly moved as he attempted to crack the password and pull up the system logs. Alas, the rainbow ball in his 7th brain region was pulsing, about to explode at any moment. Xia Fei had no other choice but to stop. Concealing himself among the complex wires, he began his attempt to promote. 6 hours later, the threshold to level 4 Law Emperor broke. Whoosh! Just like before, large amounts of origin energy flooded into the area around Xia Fei, but it was quickly drawn back into his body. This was a sign of a breakthrough. Xia Fei did not stop. He spent 3 more hours solidifying his cultivation, bringing himself to a level that was just barely acceptable for combat. Opening his eyes, Xia Fei exhaled, went up to the navigation system, and quickly went back to typing. Oro nodded his head in satisfaction. The faster you are, the better. You are now familiar with the cultivation and advancement of the Law Emperor level. Until you reach the threshold of level 6, nothing can stop your progress. After all, level 1 and level 6 are major thresholds. You have to take them seriously to break through. The other thresholds are easier, and your talent in absorbing and controlling energy means that you can cut through these thresholds as long as you have enough energy. Xia Fei was still focused on breaking the navigation system's password. Oro curiously asked, "Isn't this just the ARC system? Why are you so interested in it?" "The ARC system?" Xia Fei asked in surprise. "You recognize this navigation system?" Xia Fei had been in one of these giant warships of the Lower Realm before, the Yu clan having even been established on one, but this was his first time in the warship's main control chamber. This navigation system was very intricate, drawing Xia Fei's curiosity. His massive Titan was in the middle of construction, and the Titan blueprints had originated from what was once among the strongest races in the universe, the Yulani. That was a scientific race that had surpassed even the mech race in terms of technology. Xia Fei, who had studied both their technology, had a solid foundation. Even in the Lower Realm, this foundation had served him well, allowing Xia Fei to confront new technology easily. However, this system was different. It was clearly of a scientific level even higher than that of the Yulani. It was the most advanced technology Xia Fei had ever come upon. Oro pursed his lips. The arc system is very common in the Law realm, and this warship isn't even of the highest level. In the Law realm, any of the great clans will have a few of these warships. Your Skywings definitely have one as well, but because of spatial compasses and spatial gates making it extremely easy for people to get around, these warships aren't that important. Though I don't understand technology, I understand one principle. Science is constantly advancing and constantly going obsolete. This is the same for law power. The Law realm has already reached a point where it is eliminating warships. A very long ago, warships also once filled the skies of the Law realm. Bump. After cracking the navigation system, Xia Fei stopped moving his hands and sternly asked, "Are you saying that the development of science can no longer keep up with the advancement of law power, and so it's becoming less and less valuable in the Law realm?" Oro nodded. Most of our ancestors came to this region of space on warships. None of them imagined that law power would develop to its present form after millions of years. The two peak races are full of old monsters who can destroy planets with a wave of their hands. In another few million years, I wouldn't be surprised if there's someone who could destroy a galaxy. Reality has long ago shown that the potential of sapient life is far greater than anyone could imagine. Xia Fei agreed with Oro's words. Before arriving at the Law realm, Xia Fei had not believed that there was anyone who could destroy a star, but it now appeared that he had been too lacking in experience. The power possessed by the truly strong was too frightening. He copied the data on the system to a storage device. Xia Fei had decided to keep it and see if this could be used on the Titan. His eyes chilling, Xia Fei took out the blood crystal and charged out of the control room. Whether it was the power of the bronze mongoose mask or Su Ming's own power, this entire region of space had been sealed and had become a living hell. An unseen killing competition was taking place. Su Ming was out in the open, while Xia Fei was in the shadows, both killing whoever they saw. The difference was that Su Ming got weaker the more people he killed, whereas Xia Fei got stronger the more he killed. Rumble. A chain of bright lights flashed amid the sea of stars. The surviving warriors in space knew that killing the green-furred Su Ming was their only chance at survival, so they had banded together to unleash salvo after salvo. Various kinds of law force appeared, brightly illuminating the pitch-black darkness of space. Alas, Su Ming appeared to have an unbreakable body. These warriors not only failed to injure him but also incurred his frenzied revenge. Killing a man every 10 steps. Su Ming was crazy, and Xia Fei's own crazy killing did not fall behind. You kill one and I kill one. You kill two and I kill two. With Peacock Blue as his support and Furball as the bait, Xia Fei did not care about any sort of morals or rules. He only knew that he needed to be ruthless to deal with Su Ming. He must constantly kill to survive. There was no other path. Many warriors had gathered for this underworld trade fair, but few of them were particularly powerful. After all, the top-class experts had killed numerous people and were not willing to appear outside of special circumstances. Taking the human race's Grand Cloud Association as an example, it had only sent a group led by Law Emperor Kenan. His followers Clean Knife and Kehoe were only law sovereigns. In order to get stronger quickly, Xia Fei needed energy, so he needed to kill experts. Su Ming's way of killing seemed intense and grandiose, but the effects were not that great. Meanwhile, Xia Fei was like a ghost, traveling through the warship and the sea of stars, only selecting sufficiently strong enemies to attack. Prioritizing quality over quantity, not even Xia Fei had imagined that there would come a day when he was so selective about murder. This was a killing competition, and Xia Fei was in a race against time, racing against the green-furred Su Ming. It was blatantly obvious now that Su Ming was like a sword hanging over Xia Fei's head. He either killed Su Ming or died himself. Xia Fei's eyes reddened. Red like blood. Plush. Xia Fei took out the blood crystal and licked his dry lips. The rainbow ball in his 7th brain region was once more getting restless. After taking in too much energy, it needed to be released. 37. You've killed 37 Law Emperor experts. Even a major clan in the Law realm will have only this many Law Emperors. Oro said seriously. Xia Fei ignored Oro and looked into the distance. Law Overlord Su Ming remained powerful, the green-furred monster continuing his massacre. After 3 days, the number of warriors had dwindled. It was finally time for him and Su Ming to fight. Oro followed Xia Fei's gaze and gravely said, Su Ming is very powerful. You're still no match for him. You've chosen a very difficult path for yourself. Start cultivating now. It won't take long for Su Ming to kill the remaining warriors. Xia Fei nodded. Looking away, Xia Fei rushed to find a place to hide himself so that he could advance once more. This was a crazy action. Xia Fei simply did not have the ability to fight against Su Ming directly. He was gambling on his potential. His potential to improve himself crazily in battle. You die or I die. Xia Fei did not leave himself any other path. The decisive battle was imminent, and Xia Fei was feeling greater and greater pressure. Xia Fei was unsure if he could hold off the crazed Su Ming, but he had decided to take the gamble. If he lost, everything would come to an end. If he won, he would get the strongest law of the god race. Bang! Su Ming tore apart the final warrior. His blood-red eyes looked around, searching for an enemy. Alas, all he could see in space were torn-apart bodies. There was no sign of anyone living. Su Ming let out a bestial howl, thumping his hands against his chest, letting out thunderous rumbles. The moment Su Ming killed the final warrior, inside the warship, Xia Fei opened his eyes. He stretched a little and then began to walk out of the warship firmly. He was now a level 5 Law Emperor. In 4 days, he had gotten all the way to level 5. This was an unprecedented speed. Of course, to Xia Fei, the battlefield was a natural place for advancement. Other people were left panting for breath after battle, but Xia Fei could obtain precious energy while killing people. You got the timing just right. You are now a level 5 Law Emperor. This increase in rank will let your fighting power soar. Although I don't know whether it's you or Su Ming who is stronger, both you two's strength should be close now, Oro sternly said. This was a risky bet. Xia Fei had meticulously calculated so that he would have enough time to advance successfully before Su Ming was done with his killing spree. If he had been a few hours late, Su Ming would have run out of opponents before Xia Fei advanced, which was just too dangerous. With confident and resolute steps, Xia Fei emerged from the warship and looked at the green-furred Su Ming in the distance. Ocular cognition. Whoosh! His eyes erupted with light, 2 beacons in the darkness that were staring at Su Ming. Very powerful. Xia Fei muttered. After 4 whole days of slaughter, Su Ming was clearly much weaker, but his body still pulsed with immense energy, indicating that he was still in a peak combat state. There was no doubt that this would be a tough battle. Oh! Furball heard Su Ming's howl and let out his own howl in response. This was how the holy beast Shatterstar was. The enemy was so powerful that not even Xia Fei could guarantee that he would win, but Furball still did not take this foe seriously. In truth, Furball did not care about anyone except for Xia Fei. Whoosh! Su Ming turned around, glanced at his final prey, opened his bloody maw, and howled. Bang! Su Ming lunged forward as if he were striding through the galaxy. Falling leaves of twin decimation. Xia Fei activated the power of the law of primal chaos and thrust out his 2 palms to meet this enemy. The decisive battle. A level 5 Law Emperor versus an insane Law Overlord. Chapter 783, The Second Power of the Law of Primal Chaos. An apex clash was imminent. Xia Fei thrust out his palms. This seemingly unremarkable action was actually his strongest attack. Rumble. An unexpected scene transpired. Su Ming's speed per second had never been that fast, at least not when compared to a high-speed warrior like Xia Fei, but just when he and Xia Fei were about to fight, Su Ming suddenly accelerated. He blinked over to Xia Fei's side. His steely right arm swung out and punched at Xia Fei's chest. Xia Fei reacted rather nimbly. Realizing that there was no dodging this punch, he decided that it would be better if they both came away from this with heavy injuries and thrust out his palms to meet Su Ming's arm. Bang! In a flash of light, the two's powerful energy collided. A deafening boom resounded. Xia Fei felt coldness in his chest as his body flew out like a cannonball. Su Ming was not in a much better state. No one had been able to use law power to hurt him so far, but the law of primal chaos had managed to do that. Xia Fei's falling leaves of twin decimation had blasted apart his right arm. This was a sort of complete shattering, like a porcelain vase crashing into the floor. Su Ming did not seem to care that his arm had been destroyed. As Xia Fei was knocked away, this monster wickedly smiled. Alas, 1 second later, his body began to move on its own, following Xia Fei into that warship floating in space. Looking down, Su Ming discovered that peacock blue had coiled around his leg and was holding onto him tightly. Whoosh! Dazzling flowers of energy bloomed, their petals like the sharpest knives as they sliced open wounds on Su Ming's leg. Alas, after mutation, Su Ming's body had become far too formidable, and peacock blue was unable to cut him down all the way to the bone. Anyone else would have already been crushed into paste. A chance. Furball, who had been biding his time, turned around in midair and charged at Su Ming. Bang! Xia Fei's body crashed into the Gale Rain Society's giant warship. The armor shell broke open, and he flew into the warship's interior like a meteor. Su Ming was right behind, dragged through the air by Xia Fei. Meanwhile, Furball seized this chance to give Su Ming a savage beating, using explosive power to destroy Su Ming's defenses. Rumble! A series of explosions erupted within the warship as if several laser cannons had fired. Fire tore through space. Su Ming rolled around in the flames and then stood up, a venomous look in his eyes. He looked around for Xia Fei, alas, the latter had already gone into hiding. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei leaned against a corner and looked behind him to see how Su Ming was doing. The green-furred monster was howling within the explosion, his voice so loud that it drowned out the explosion. This was the first time in 4 days that anyone had injured Su Ming, and this was all because of Xia Fei. A right arm and a body covered in wounds. Xia Fei and his 2 helpers had dealt Su Ming a savage blow. Xia Fei was rather pale, his left hand holding his chest. A large part of the monohorn ogre armor had caved in, and there was a fiery pain at his chest. The armor on his back had also been badly damaged. He's very strong. Xia Fei grimly said, suppressing his plane. Oro was just as grim. That might not be all. See for yourself. Xia Fei once more looked back. What he saw was that the howling Su Ming was rapidly regenerating the right arm that Xia Fei had destroyed. He can regenerate, too. Xia Fei was shocked. At the same time, the green fur on Su Ming's head also began to grow crazily, turning into a human form in the end. Now, Su Ming was like a small and a big sapient life form stacked one over another. This might be that evil life form in the bronze mongoose mask. He's sensed that you're a threat, so he's finally showed himself. Oro called out. Xia Fei's eyes sharpened. He had long ago noticed the mongoose-like face of that little figure growing from the top of Su Ming's head. It even had 2 amber snake-like eyes. Su Ming's energy was rapidly rising, that wicked being within the mask stimulating Su Ming's maximum potential and causing the energy in his body to surge. The first second was spent in shock, but with the next second, Xia Fei charged out. Xia Fei's mind rapidly turned. He knew that Su Ming was getting stronger and stronger, and with each passing second, he grew that more threatening. There was no time. Xia Fei had to attack with resolve. No matter what sort of price he had to pay, he had to end this battle before Su Ming grew so powerful that he couldn't win. There was no need to doubt Xia Fei's judgment and ability to execute. True warriors didn't need any prompting. They knew when they could play tricks and use hit-and-run tactics, and when they needed to step out and fight. Go all out! Xia Fei shouted. Furball and Peacock Blue didn't have time to think, and when executing their master's orders, there was no need to think. Whoosh! Furball led the charge, his eyes brimming with resolve as he bared his teeth. His body began to grow larger, the result of all of his energy being unleashed. Since Xia Fei had ordered to fight to the death, Furball would carry out this order until he died. This fur began to bristle like steel needles, origin energy enclosing Furball in layer after layer. This was Furball's method of protecting himself and of attacking. He moved very quickly, and the green-furred Su Ming had no time to dodge. Instead, he swung his right arm to grab Furball. Bang! Su Ming was very confident that he could grab this little ball and then crush it like an orange. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that he would be grabbing a hot potato. Oh! Furball's eyes erupted with light. He radiated all of the energy stored in his body as quickly as he could. Rumble! An amazing sight. The little ball pushed up against Su Ming's giant body and pushed him back. The alloy walls behind him blasted apart, but Furball didn't let up and continued to push against Su Ming. Su Ming was very confused. He had never imagined that this little ball would suddenly become like a frenzied bull. He was unable to regain his footing and was pushed back. Furball. Humph! A heavy snort came from Su Ming's nose. Whoosh! His 5 fingernails extended like knives, seemingly intending to destroy the energy barrier around Furball and stab into his body. Su Ming's nails were very sharp, but the energy Furball released was even more frenzied. After eating an innumerable amount of Xia Fei's origin crystals, Furball had far more energy in his little body than before. Like stuffing the sea into a billiard ball, his body was packed with high-density energy. Equally matched. In his all-out assault, Furball exhibited the majesty of a holy beast. He forcefully pushed Su Ming out of the warship. Rumble. With nowhere else to go, Su Ming was pushed out of the warship and into the darkness of space. Peacock Blue had an enormous body which it could not fully utilize in cramped quarters. Once it was in space, it could display the full strength of an immemorial mystical armament. Whoosh! 5 blades of grass insidiously coiled around Su Ming. They were loose at first, like morning glories crawling over a window, but Peacock Blue suddenly exerted its strength, causing them to close tightly around Su Ming. A death grip. Countless energy crystal flowers bloomed, and though they were beautiful, they were flowers of death. Possessing the hardness of diamond. They sliced at Su Ming's green skin, causing him to bleed. Furball and Peacock Blue were going all out, and Xia Fei, as their master, naturally could not just sit on the sidelines. The move that he had been building up power for all this time was finally unleashed. Xia Fei extended his right index finger, pointing it straight at Su Ming's skull. The law of primal chaos rapidly gathered on the fingertip. Spreading law power throughout one's body was very difficult, but it was a pit that all warriors would have to cross eventually. Gathering all this energy to a point was also very difficult, for it required an incredible control over energy. Xia Fei had always been thinking about what he would do if he encountered an enemy with an impervious body, and the conclusion he had reached was aggregation. Gathering all the energy in one spot was certain to create an even sharper attack. Whoosh! He flew out. Xia Fei thrust this dazzling finger at Su Ming, trying to take the latter's life. If one looked closely, one would find that the law force had actually gathered at a point about 10 centimeters in front of Xia Fei's index finger, as if there was an extremely small and sharp knife on his fingertip. It did not seem threatening, but it was actually a powerful attack made from high-density law force. This was the Ocean Anchor Silver Needle, the second self-made technique Xia Fei had developed for the law of primal chaos. Su Ming was under the control of the bronze mongoose mask, and his body itself had no reaction, but Xia Fei could see fear in the eyes of that little green person on top of his head. Watch out! By gathering all your energy in one point, your body becomes unprotected. Oro yelled. However, Xia Fei did not have the time to think about danger. He was well aware that if he did not succeed here, he would have to take on Su Ming's storm of a counterattack. What needed to be forsaken had to be forsaken. Hesitation was the warrior's natural enemy. Xia Fei had unleashed this lethal move, which paid no regard for his life, because he wanted to take his enemy's life with one blow. He would not consider any other problem. A sinister smile appeared on the face of that wicked mongoose on top of Su Ming's head. It did not try to dodge. In fact, it intentionally exposed Su Ming's head to Xia Fei's attack. At the same time, Su Ming's arms wrapped around to give Xia Fei a lethal bear hug. Su Ming was long dead. This was not a battle between Xia Fei and Su Ming, but between Xia Fei and an ancient and wicked life form. Even if only a smidgen was left of Su Ming's body, the mongoose could regenerate it. Thus, while Xia Fei's attack seemed dangerous, it actually could not kill this monster. Xia Fei flashed a crafty smile of his own. Plush! Everything was going according to plan. Xia Fei's finger busted through Su Ming's hard face and into his brain. The evil mongoose was just about to celebrate when suddenly Xia Fei raised his finger, sweeping up the blade of the knife upward. He cleaved that wicked creature on top of Su Ming's head in half. His finger wasn't actually a knife that could only go up and down. His finger had joints, was agile. The wicked mongoose had seen through Xia Fei's move, but it had forgotten about the structure of the human body. There was no time for the monster to feel shocked. With a thump, the blood crystal had been thrust into Su Ming's head. Bang! Xia Fei and Su Ming were wrapped together. The blood crystal was rapidly draining Su Ming of energy, while Su Ming's eyes tightly closed around Xia Fei. A desperate and bitter scene had emerged on the battlefield. Chapter 784, The Blood Crystal Finally Evolves. One sword piercing the moon, commanding the universe. When Xia Fei poured all of his law of primal chaos force into the tiny point on his fingertip, this power that could subvert everything ceased to be savage and brutal, but became extremely sharp instead. Plush! With a nimble lift of his finger, Xia Fei pierced through the defense that the green-furred Su Ming had been so proud of and tore open his head. Xia Fei attacked with the blood crystal with no hesitation. He used the cruelest method to drain Su Ming's powerful life force. No, it was not just Su Ming being devoured. The wicked and ancient being behind the bronze mongoose was also being eaten. Bang! At the same time, Su Ming tightly wrapped his arms around Xia Fei, 10 fingers attempting to penetrate the monohorn ogre's defenses like sharp knives and stab into Xia Fei's body. Xia Fei did not try to dodge. This was a life and death struggle, and neither side could back out. Either Su Ming would break through Xia Fei's defenses or Xia Fei's blood crystal would suck Su Ming dry first. Whoosh! The blood crystal seemed to sense the danger on the battlefield, sensed that Xia Fei was in grave danger, for it started to devour crazily. Devour as if its life was on the line. No matter what sort of evil life form hiding behind the bronze mongoose mask was, the blood crystal would not let it go. His body was tense like a guitar string, about to snap at any moment. Su Ming applied unprecedented pressure on Xia Fei, causing the latter to struggle to breathe as his bones groaned. Xia Fei clenched his teeth and endured. The blood crystal was working hard, and with each second he endured, Su Ming would lose more of his energy. He had to admit that Su Ming was unimaginably powerful. A crack had appeared in the Fig Corporation's top-class Great Law Emperor armor, the Monohorn Ogre. It must be understood that, while this armor was classified as for Great Law Emperors, its defensive capabilities was actually at the Law Overlord level. Even this could not stop Su Ming's attack. This power had already reached an absurd level. Xia Fei started to get dizzy from the lack of oxygen, and his face turned pale. At this perilous moment, the blood crystal suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, painting the sea of stars the color of blood. A bizarre red nebula appeared in the universe. A blade edge. A third blade edge suddenly grew out. The blood crystal had been like an ordinary dagger before this, a double-edged blade where neither edge seemed very sharp. Now, the blood crystal had grown out a third edge, becoming a three-edged saber. The blade grew 1 inch longer. Heavy and inconspicuous. The blood crystal had always appeared rather simple and plain, but this additional third edge and additional length greatly strengthened its devouring power. It became insane. An insanity more insane than insanity. The heavy blade lacked any sort of sharpness, but it could destroy the world. True divine weapons did not need any sorts of bells and whistles. To take the blood crystal for example, if one disregarded its simple appearance, one would discover the wickedness within an evil that was deeply rooted in its essence. Enough to make any expert quake in fear. Oh! A miserable howl resounded through the universe, but it was impossible to say who had made it. Far too much energy had mixed together. This was a messy battle. A gruesome battle. Xia Fei, Furball, Peacock Blue, and the blood crystal were all doing everything they could. Each one more savage than the other. It was undoubtedly an amazing battle. Furball was the vanguard, drawing Su Ming's attention, while Peacock Blue struck from the shadows, strengthening its control over Su Ming, and finally, Xia Fei delivered the killing blow. The law of primal chaos combined with the blood crystal destroyed all so-called impregnable defenses. With flawless cooperation, they unleashed an unending barrage of pre-planned attacks, blasting apart even the sturdiest rock on the shore. At the critical moment, the blood crystal evolved, destroying Su Ming's last hope. Whoosh! Energy rapidly drained away, and the green-furred Su Ming's arms grew weak and dropped down. The battle was decided. This was a universe that favored the stubborn and the insane, and Xia Fei was more stubborn and more insane than Su Ming. Thus, Su Ming died and the madman lived. Xia Fei kicked a pile of bones into powder. Law Overlord Su Ming was dead. The wicked life form in the bronze mongoose mask was also dead. Xia Fei placed his hands on his thighs and panted for breath, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Outsiders would find it very hard to understand just how dangerous this battle had been. The damage done to the Monohorn Ogre would be enough to understand just how much risk Xia Fei had taken. If the blood crystal's absorption rate had been just a second slower, the result would have been completely different. Wonderful! This battle was simply wonderful. Oro's eyes erupted with light as he excitedly spoke. All the conditions were met. If you hadn't decided to take your enemy's life at the risk of your own, the result would have been entirely different. Xia Fei said nothing in response. With Su Ming's death, the ball of energy in his brain region was once more full. More importantly, the vampiric Shiv, the blood crystal, had finally evolved. The blood crystal now had an even greater ability to devour and was certain to be of even greater help to Xia Fei in his path forward. After all, Xia Fei's level was getting higher and higher, but the enemies he was facing would only get stronger and stronger. After a short rest, Xia Fei grabbed Su Ming's spatial ring and returned to the Wind Garden. With Su Ming's death, the seal on this region of space had been undone. Xia Fei was not going to wait at the crime scene for someone to show up. Those underworld groups were probably in a panic over this incident. Besides, Xia Fei had killed many of these people. He would be in a huge mess if someone found him here. Whoosh! Xia Fei shot through the spatial tunnel and emerged to see Xia Wei staring at him in shock. Young Master Fei, what happened to you? The damage to Xia Fei's armor was obvious, and Xia Wei immediately became somewhat upset, believing that Xia Fei had fought against some other person and had clearly gotten the worse end of it. He had no idea that not only had Xia Fei not suffered a loss, he had won big. Putting aside the evolution of the blood crystal, he had come back with a storehouse packed with treasure. Young Master Fei, don't you have the clan's demonic wing token? If you're in trouble, you should call for reinforcements at once. We, Skywings, have always been united and will definitely travel over vast distances to come to your aid. Xia Wei loudly rebuked. Xia Fei stuck his tongue out and repeatedly said that he was fine. Xia Fei truly did not dare to take out the demonic wing token whenever he pleased, as the consequences were just too frightening. If he had broken it today, the Skywings might have gone to war against the entirety of the Law Realm's underworld. These madmen were definitely capable of such a thing. Moreover, the space had been sealed, so evoking the demonic wing token would have been pointless. Xia Fei was someone who often inexplicably got into trouble. If he used the demonic wing token whenever that happened, the Skywings would be too busy doing anything else except coming to his aid. Thus, Xia Fei had long ago decided not to use the demonic wing token unless absolutely necessary. A person had to rely on themselves mostly when living in this vast universe. Xia Fei was well aware of this truth. While Xia Wei was living a peaceful and plain life now, sweeping the courtyard every day, he had once been an infamous butcher, killing anyone he came across and possessing a rather violent temper. Xia Wei paled upon seeing that Xia Fei was injured and began to mutter about taking revenge, and Xia Fei had to go to great lengths persuading him that he was fine. Even then, Wei was unwilling to believe it, but there was nothing to be done. All he could do was remind Xia Fei that he could trust in the clan's power. Actually, Xia Fei did not know the whole story. Wei was not so worried about Xia Fei merely because he was a member of the clan but because Xia Fei had the greatest potential among them all. While no one had explicitly stated this, their grand ancestor in the god race had been secretly observing Xia Fei this whole time. Upon returning to his room, Xia Fei closed the door and took out a light yellow spatial ring. This time, Xia Fei had gathered more than 1,000 spatial rings, but this one was the most important. For this ring might contain the law of time, the strongest law force of the god race. Even Oro was getting a little nervous. As a legendary law power, the law of time was something that even this old demon lord had only heard tales about. He was anxious to see the real thing. Excited, Xia Fei sent his mind into the ring and carefully searched it. Pa! Xia Fei blasted apart a sandalwood table in the room with a slap of his palm. He stood up and paced around the room, seemingly very frustrated. It's not here. Xia Fei muttered. Could Su Ming not have found the law of time on the ancient battlefield? Oro also sighed in disappointment. His mind rapidly whirring, Xia Fei began to analyze all the clues he had carefully. Hua Hei and Hua Bai said that someone had intruded into the ancient battlefield before. That person was an expert on the same level as those two, but Su Ming clearly didn't have this power. The upper echelons of the old god cult may be hiding some other secret. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and frowned. Oro shrugged. Things will get difficult if the god race is involved. After all, you can't interact with such a high plane of existence. Besides, all those part of Su Ming's group are dead, so all of the trails have gone cold. Xia Fei smiled. No, there's still someone who survive. The Grand Cloud Association, the human race's largest underworld organization in White Horse Constellation, known as the Overseer of the Underworld. Xia Fei was received at the back door by Clean Knife. Xia Fei had a different status now, so he would stir up rumors if he was seen going into the Grand Cloud Association. Thus, he had to get in touch with them secretly. Lead the way, Xia Fei coldly said. Clean Knife had wanted to say something, but seeing how impatient Xia Fei seemed, he swallowed his words. For some reason, Clean Knife felt his blood chill when he saw Xia Fei, particularly when the latter was this serious. The pressure was so great that he found it hard to breathe. Swallowing, Clean Knife mentally complained, things aren't the same anymore. Xia Fei is now an existence that I have to look up to. Clean Knife felt much more at ease upon understanding this. Law Emperor, Skywing. Xia Fei had too many glorious titles and existed on a completely different plane from him. Bang! Xia Fei pushed open the door and entered. The third executive of the Grand Cloud Association, Keenan, was uneasily rubbing his hands as he waited for Xia Fei. Several minutes ago, Keenan learned that 15,000 underworld elites had been completely wiped out, so he was counting himself lucky to have survived. However, he was also confused on how Xia Fei was still alive. If everyone was dead, how had Xia Fei survived? Had Xia Fei killed all of them? Where is she? Xia Fei ignored his concerns and bluntly asked, forcing the third steward to swallow all his questions. She's inside and still unconscious. She's not in a good mental state, Keenan hastily said. Xia Fei coldly entered, ignoring everyone else. Clack. The door closed. Around 15 minutes later, Xia Fei strode out. Speaking in a tone that brooked no dissent, he said, 2 things. First, find out who sent the bronze mongoose mask to the underworld trade fair. Second, send me to the headquarters of the old god cult immediately. Chapter 785, A Step Too Slow. 2 things. First, find out who sent the bronze mongoose mask to the underworld trade fair. Second, immediately send me to the headquarters of the old god cult. Xia Fei waved his hand and spoke in a tone that would accept no objection. Keenan and Clean Knife were both taken aback. They hastily asked, to the old god cult? Their headquarters is in the Sha's territory. Xia Fei raised an eyebrow and sternly said, I don't need to know where it is. You just have to give me the coordinates. Keenan swallowed and quickly went out to gather information for Xia Fei. The only people left in the room were Xia Fei and his old acquaintance, Clean Knife. Clean Knife gave up his seat for Xia Fei and then offered him a cup of tea. Xia Fei took the tea but did not drink, instead looking out the window and thinking. Clean Knife pursed his lips and awkwardly stood around. Keenan quickly jogged back into the room and gave Xia Fei a card with the coordinates written on it. This is the location of the old god cult. As for the information on the bronze mongoose mask, we can't get it for now. The Gale Rain Society is on the verge of exploding. Xia Fei nodded. He took the card and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, he took out his spatial compass and disappeared with a whoosh. After watching Xia Fei leave, Keenan wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. He's really a monster of the Skywing clan, a warrior who climbed out of a pile of dead. He's so serious that I almost got a heart attack. Clean Knife could not help but nod his head in agreement with the third executive's words. The casual and unrestrained Xia Fei and the serious Xia Fei were like 2 completely different people. Whoosh! The spatial gate opened, and Xia Fei strode out. This was an island surrounded by steep cliffs on all sides. There was no sound except the splashing of the waves against the craggy rocks. Is that mysterious energy ball in your 7th brain region doing okay? You said that you had absorbed a lot of energy this time, so why aren't you as anxious to release it as before? Oro somewhat worriedly asked. Xia Fei could be said to have obtained a sea of energy from killing Su Ming, but for some reason, he did not feel that threatened this time. He was undoubtedly brimming with energy, but he did not seem as anxious as before. Xia Fei shook his head. It's very strange. The energy ball in my brain region hasn't changed in size, in fact, it seems able to contain many times more energy now, and the energy I've absorbed feels very stable. Oro said in delight. The bronze mongoose was from the ancient era. Perhaps by absorbing that scoundrel's energy caused your energy ball to mutate, or perhaps your control of the brain region grew stronger following your rapid increase in level. In any case, this is wonderful news. You can now store more energy in your brain region. Suddenly, Xia Fei frowned and sniffed the air. There's a stench. The stench of death. Whoosh! Xia Fei vanished as he rushed toward the large temple in the center of the island. Corpses. Xia Fei found many bodies on the way there. From their strange attire, the deceased were probably all believers of the old god cult. They had died roughly 1 day ago. It's bad. Someone has probably been here before us. Xia Fei grimly said. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fei charged through the gates of the old god cult and saw a giant carved-out mountain. The old god cult's headquarters was set at the base of the mountain. The entire mountain had been hollowed out to serve as a place for the devotees of the cult to cultivate. There were many small rooms with various functions set up around it. After looking around, Xia Fei rushed inside. Whoosh! Xia Fei carried the blood crystal in his right hand. With its third edge, the blood crystal was much heavier now, and it felt rather good to hold. A river of blood. Corpses were piled up like small hills in the main hall. It was clear that a massacre had taken place here. There was no life to be found within the old god cult. It had become a city of the dead. Who did this? Oro gravely asked. Xia Fei squatted and inspected a body that had been cleaved in two. Su Ming just died, and the old god cult was wiped out. Regardless of who did it, I smell a conspiracy. Xia Fei had gained an important piece of information from Ellen. There was a divine altar in the old god cult that no one except cult leader Su Ming was allowed to enter. Not even his junior brother, Su Yuan, was permitted inside. This had drawn Xia Fei's suspicion. Since the law of time was not on Su Ming, then the divine altar was the best hiding spot. Alas, Xia Fei had been a step too slow. Someone had already forced their way into the old god cult and killed the tens of thousands of believers. Their goal had most likely been the law of time. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei lunged off the ground. According to Ellen, Xia Fei could find that divine altar at the back of the island by a steep cliff. He saw a domed building made of white jade, looking like the observatories used by ancient astrologers. Countless skylights had been opened, and the heavy alloy doors had been blasted apart. His brows furrowing, Xia Fei got a bad feeling. Crafty approach. Xia Fei flitted into the altar like a ghost and saw that it was completely intact. Besides the door, the altar showed no signs of being damaged, as if no one had been here before. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei's eyes lit up like flashlights as he scanned the area. There were several dozen statues in the altar, all of them depicting a very well-endowed woman, probably the goddess that the old god cult venerated. One of the statues held a short sword with a glossy sheen. It was seemingly frequently polished. Xia Fei walked up to it and gave the sword a light push. The sword was actually pushed back. Clack clack. Two stone statues immediately moved to the side, revealing a hidden room. Xia Fei went inside and found that the room was completely empty, but the orderly marks on the ground indicated that there had been items placed here not too long ago. Someone, however, had moved all of these things, even the lamp on the ceiling, out. They cleaned out this place pretty good. Those intruders probably didn't find what they wanted, but they're also in a hurry, so they decided to empty out the entire room and slowly search through everything once they got back, Oro said with a chuckle. Xia Fei nodded in agreement. From the marks on the ground, he could tell that the items which had been moved were rather heavy. If the intruder had found what they wanted, they wouldn't have needed to go through the effort of cleaning out the room so thoroughly. Let's go. We were a little too late. This place is part of the Sha's territory, it'd be really bad if we were spotted here, Oro helplessly said. He was very depressed that they had not found the law of time. Xia Fei was unmoved. He continued to inspect the secret room with his sharp gaze, seemingly intending to penetrate through every inch of stone. Suddenly, Xia Fei smiled. He went to a corner of the room, squatted, and picked up a wooden shard. This little shard was covered in grooves and had seemingly fallen from a larger piece. What is this? Oro asked in curiosity. Something left behind by the intruder. Oro snorted. A little piece of wood. It's not proof of anything. How can you be so sure that the intruder left it behind? Xia Fei smiled. There are clear marks in this corner indicating that something rather heavy was placed here, but the breaks on this piece of wood are new, less than 24 hours old, and there's a little white on the edges that are also new. This means that when that person was moving something, they accidentally brushed up against something, causing this piece of wood to break off. Do you still need me to explain anything else? Oro was rendered speechless. He had already borne witness to Xia Fei's deductive abilities, and he was probably the only one able to deduce that this piece of wood had been left behind by the intruder from just a few tiny details. After finding this little piece of wood left behind by the intruder, Xia Fei had no plans to stop. He continued to inspect the chamber, patiently looking it over again and again. No matter how good one's analytical ability was, one need to pair it with patience and meticulous observation, and Xia Fei was someone who was very patient and had a sharp pair of eyes. Several minutes later, with a start, Xia Fei rushed up to a wall on the other side. He thrust the blood crystal into the wall and pried out a white stone. He weighed the stone in his hand, a look of delight on his face. Oro asked, "Is there something fishy about this rock?" "Pa." As he spoke, Xia Fei raised his hand and crushed the rock. Inside was a brown metal box, the size of his palm and particularly heavy. This isn't an ordinary stone, but a white wart stone, a stone that can reflect back waveband detection. This stone is of a slightly different shade, so it's clearly been installed later, and it weighs differently in my hand, Xia Fei explained to Oro, which had him feeling frustrated at once. Everything Xia Fei said made sense, so why had he not noticed anything? Suddenly, Xia Fei's eyes turned harsh. Someone's there. He jumped off the ground and punched with both fists, busting his way through the thick ceiling of the secret chamber. At the same time, several vicious law force attacks obliterated the divine altar and the secret chamber. Rumble. In a fierce explosion, the divine altar collapsed. It had been dragged down into the earth. This was the result of a law of space attack working with a law of matter attack. If Xia Fei had not chosen to break out from above, he would have been buried alive by these powerful law forces. With sharp eyes, Xia Fei coldly looked around. He saw two figures who were fleeing in two completely different directions after seeing that their attacks had failed to strike true. Humph! Snorting, Xia Fei shot out like a bolt of lightning in pursuit. Trying to play hide-and-seek with a high-speed warrior was no different from suicide. 240,000 meters per second. Before those two realized what was going on, Xia Fei had already seized both of them. Bang! Enemies did not deserve any courtesy from him. Xia Fei swung his arms together, smashing the two assailants against each other. Their heads began to bleed and bloody spittle flew out of their mouths as their eyes saw stars. Whoosh! The blood crystal was sinisterly thrust into the chest of one, while Xia Fei stomped on the chest of the other. Talk! Who are you? Xia Fei coldly ordered. But the moment he spoke, he realized that something was wrong. White froth was coming out of the mouths of his two assailants, and air was only coming out of their noses, not in. Xia Fei placed his hands on their necks and frowned. Dead. Oro grumbled. You managed to capture the two of them alive, so how did you end up killing them? Now, you've done it. The trail's gone cold. I didn't kill them. Xia Fei ignored Oro and used the blood crystal to pry open one of their mouths. He saw a strange black line on his assailants' tongues. Chapter 786, White Jade Dragon. So they died of poison, Oro said with a sigh. Xia Fei nodded. The moment I caught them, the poison hidden in their teeth activated. What a sinister bunch, not even willing to leave a single survivor. Xia Fei began to search their bodies. One of them had a wooden token that was missing a corner. It completely matched with the small piece of wood that Xia Fei had picked up. The wooden token had several words written on it, Malevolent Squall Bandits. The Malevolent Squall Bandits. This is a famous band of grave robbers in the lore realm. Whether it's the god race or the demon race, traces of this organization can be found. This is because these bandits specialize in digging up ancestral tombs. Everyone in the lore realm hates them to the bones. I didn't think that they'd be the ones who massacred the old god cult. Oro said in shock. To his surprise, Xia Fei casually threw the wooden token into the forest and cared not one bit about it. This is important evidence. Why are you throwing it away? Oro asked in confusion. Xia Fei calmly replied, this is a frame job. Alas, the execution was poorly done, only enough to deceive children. Think about it. These people immediately committed suicide by poison as soon as they were caught, meaning that they're part of an extremely strict organization with very rigorous rules. How could such a careful group of criminals possibly carry anything that would expose their identities, not unless it's intentionally done to let someone who they were. Plus, the Malevolent Squall Bandits are a group of tomb robbers, and tomb robbers only take items, not lives. The old god cult has tens of thousands of people. Can a group of robbers even kill that many people? Oro was rendered speechless. This was not a particularly advanced smokescreen, but he had not noticed it immediately. His face began to feel a little hot. Putting away the two corpses, Xia Fei quietly returned to the White Horse constellation. Xia Wei stared at the two corpses Xia Fei had thrown out in front of him. What had Xia Fei been up to today? He had brought two bodies with him to the Wind Garden, and he had even solemnly placed them in refrigeration boxes. Wei, can you help me with something? Xia Fei asked. Wei lightly nodded. Does Sir need me to handle these two corpses? Xia Fei replied, correct. I need to know who made their armor, where the material came from. Also, open up their stomachs and see where the food inside came from. In short, I hope to obtain first-hand information from these two that can confirm their identities. Wei casually said, Sir, be at ease. We Skywings have experts specializing in this field. I'll deliver the results to you as soon as possible. Then I leave this matter into your hands, Xia Fei said and bowed. Returning to his room, Xia Fei took out the brown alloy box, took a set of tools from his ring, and began to see if this box had any sort of switch. Normally, boxes that were hidden so intricately would have defenses. If outside force was used to open them, they would either destroy themselves or fiercely explode to ensure that no outsider could know of the secret within. Xia Fei had known about this, which was why he had not tried to open the box on the spot. Smiling, Xia Fei really did find two self-protection measures within the box. One was responsible for setting off the explosive, while the other would destroy the item within the box. Xia Fei's fingers moved with confidence and agility. He had learned mechanics before and had a decent foundation, so these two protective measures posed little difficulty to him. A few moments later, pop! The brown alloy box's lid opened. A peach! Xia Fei confusedly reached into the box and pulled out an exquisite plum made of white jade. This material seems rather familiar, Oro said. After a moment of surprise, Xia Fei quickly searched through his spatial ring. He soon took out that energy supply device, the white jade ape. He placed the white jade peach next to the white jade ape and compared the two. Xia Fei and Oro discovered that they really were made of the same material, perhaps even made from the same block of jade. They were both pure white and flawless. The white jade ape was very important to Xia Fei. When cultivating, the white jade ape would refine origin energy and provide it to Xia Fei, helping him advance rapidly. Of course, this sort of assistance would only be during meditation. The Skywing's law of speed required Xia Fei to cultivate while maintaining a high-speed movement, preventing him from using the white jade ape. Meanwhile, during battle, it was not like Xia Fei could take out the ape and extract energy from it while fighting, could he? That would be far too bizarre. At first, Xia Fei had only found the jade ape, but later, he had come upon its base, which improved the function of the white jade ape even more. Now, he had a white jade peach, which seemed to come from the same set as the white jade ape. What sort of form would the ape take once the peach was added on? The white jade ape had one hand raised as if it were trying to steal a peach. In the past, Xia Fei had always placed origin crystals there so that it could drain energy, but could it be that this was not the actual function? Was it a peach that should have been there? Xia Fei softly placed the white jade peach on the ape's hand. The peach was the perfect size and was firmly placed in the hand. It really is a set. Oro blurted out. But then he grew confused, muttering, still, with this peach, where are you supposed to put the origin crystal? Without the ability to purify energy, doesn't it just become a display piece? Xia Fei was also confused and carefully looked it over. He discovered that the ape's middle finger had a very fine dark red line on it, and the peach also had a similar red wave-like pattern. He slowly turned the peach until the two red lines aligned. The moment the lines met, something new happened. Clack! To Xia Fei's surprise, the moment Xia Fei adjusted the peach to the right position, the ape statue split open down the middle. The halves of the white jade ape fell to the sides, revealing a white jade ring within. It turned out that the white jade ape was hollow inside. And something had been stored within it. Xia Fei sighed as he picked out the ring from amidst the shattered jade. I hope that this ring is worth something, or else I just lost out big time, having exchanged the white jade ape for this ring. Oro sternly said, you won't. If this ring was just some ordinary object, the creator of the white jade ape wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to hide it. Xia Fei nodded and carefully inspected the ring in his palm. The ring was made from seemingly the same material as the white jade ape, but it was more watery, like a river was flowing inside the ring, and it felt warm to touch. Suddenly, Xia Fei and Oro discovered that there seemed to be something alive swimming inside the ring. It flitted past, its long body like that of a tadpole. Am I seeing things? There's something alive inside the ring. Oro asked in confusion. Xia Fei replied, I think that you're right. A little thing really did flash past. The two of them curiously stared at the ring, hoping that the little life form would appear again. I get it now. This is a white jade dragon. After observing it multiple times, Oro suddenly shouted. A white jade dragon? Xia Fei asked in surprise. Correct. Oro slapped himself on the head and sternly said, I'm really going senile. I can't believe that I didn't recognize such a famous ring at first sight. After a pause, Oro said in delight, do you think that refining energy was that white jade ape's function? Not at all. According to records, the white jade dragon ring's primary function is to help warriors absorb and digest origin energy. The effect is similar to the white jade ape, but many times stronger. The lore realm uses energy as its foundation, and warriors use energy as their foundation. This white jade dragon is an ultimate class item that all warriors dream about. With it, you can absorb the maximum origin energy essence. It doubles the efficiency of your cultivation, making your fighting power soar. Oro became a chatterbox, seemingly very excited. Xia Fei once more grabbed the ring and asked, "Where did you hear all this from? Is there really a dragon in here?" Oro heartily laughed. "I'm the emperor of the Lionheart clan, the black-armored war god of the demon race. You're looking down on my experience too much. The two peak races have records on all rare and precious treasures, and I've had the privilege of inspecting these databanks. As a warrior, it's necessary for me to be able to recognize such rare treasures. As for that tadpole-like creatures in the ring, it isn't a dragon but a sort of blemish, instead." "A blemish?" Xia Fei asked in shock. "If this is a blemish, then it's too real. It's like there's really something alive in this ring." Oro chuckled. "You don't understand. The inside of the ring really is flowing, and if you use it to absorb origin energy, the speed of the flow will change. The higher the tier of the crystal and the faster the absorption speed, the faster the white jade dragon will revolve." Xia Fei seemed to understand this. The white jade dragon was made from a kind of strange white jade. The jade itself flowed, and so the black blemish inside the ring flowed with it, resembling a little tadpole swimming. With an envious look in his eyes, Oro said, "The white jade dragon is enormously helpful to warriors. With this, you can absorb energy while traveling at high speeds. Adding that cursed dagger of yours, the blood crystal, that can devour the energy of others, you'll have two sources of energy. With the two of them, whether you're absorbing the energy of others or your own origin crystals, you can do so to excellent effects. Plus, you have an excellent control over energy. While your rank may not be very high, when it comes to energy, you have two powerful treasures and excellent technique. No one else can compare to you in this field." Oro felt all kinds of envy. Besides their own efforts, a warrior needed outside help. Right now, Xia Fei was a walking treasury, and even his exclusive pet was a holy beast. Oro had come from a powerful clan, but when he was young, he had never enjoyed such riches as Xia Fei. Therefore, his heart was very unbalanced. In the past, he could still boast about his clan, but now that it had turned out that Xia Fei was a Skywing, Oro's last shred of pride vanished like a puff of smoke. While the Skywing clan was very small in size, it had a strength that no one could underestimate. A good job needed the best tools. Xia Fei, who now had another tool in his arsenal, could be said to have become armed down to his bones. Xia Fei tested out the white jade dragon by trying to absorb an origin crystal. By absorbing the slivers of purified energy through the ring, there would not be the slightest bit of wastage. More importantly, the ring was much more convenient than the white jade ape and could be used whenever he wanted. At this time, a sound came from Xia Fei's communication device. Looking down, he saw that Xia Wei had found out the backgrounds of the two corpses. Excited, Xia Fei carefully reviewed the information that Wei had sent over. Chapter 787, Boundless City. Xia Wei worked with astonishing efficiency. In just 1 hour, he was able to provide Xia Fei with detailed, first-hand information of those two corpses. Turning off the screen, Xia Fei muttered, "Everything points to the South Stars? It seems like the mastermind behind the scene is in the Elephant Tusk constellation." The South Stars were among the many sapient species residing in the lore realm. They had an appearance extremely similar to humans and lived in a white galaxy, the Elephant Tusk constellation. The two corpses were both South Stars, and their equipment had come from the Elephant Tusk constellation. Before dying, they had eaten cheese and braised rock dates. Rock dates were a specialty of the Elephant Tusk constellation, and the South Stars loved to use it in a variety of their snacks. Oro nodded. "I've heard of the South Stars before. They serve as vital investigators in the service of the god race. The warriors of this race are very persistent, and no one can hope to get any information from their mouths. Even torture can't pry open their mouths, they're often sent to carry out secret missions. There aren't a lot of them, but they're considered first-class individuals in the lore realm." Xia Fei said nothing. Even though he knew that the South Stars had wiped out the old god cult, it was not as if he could charge in and openly accuse them, right? No matter how small the South Stars was, it was still a sapient species. Xia Fei needed to clear up the details before taking action. Xia Fei returned to the Grand Cloud Association to await news from Kenan. He sensed that the sudden appearance of the bronze mongoose mask at the trade fair, Su Ming's death, and the purging of the old god cult were all connected. The one who had brought the mask was highly likely the one who had seized everything in the old god cult's divine altar, and the precious law of time might have been among those items. Keenan apologetically said, "Master Fei, it isn't that my old self isn't trying, but the time is truly not right. Everyone who took part in the trade fair is dead, but I am still alive, so the Gale Rain Society is demanding that I go over and explain everything." Xia Fei smiled. "So you're blaming me?" Keenan waved his hands and solemnly replied, "Not at all. Master, you saved me this time, giving me another chance at life. Your business is my business, and as long as I can do it, I will not refuse the task. Unfortunately, the time truly isn't right, and it is far too difficult to show my face. Please be at ease, though. Our first executive has already gone to the Goose Pagoda constellation. In just a few days, the boss will definitely bring back the information you requested." When he mentioned the first executive of the Grand Cloud Association, Keenan's face turned red with excitement. This first executive seemed to be some incredible individual. Xia Fei had long ago heard rumors about this fellow. It was said that the first executive and second executive of the Grand Cloud Association, Duan Fiheng and Feng Zishan, were both law overlords. Duan Fiheng was a level 4 law overlord and Feng Zishan was a level 1 law overlord. Out of them three, the third executive Keenan had the worst cultivation at level 7 Great Law Emperor. With two law overlords, the Grand Cloud Association played host to two powerful leaders, and it could match the strength of the great clans despite it being an underworld organization. Thus, the Grand Cloud Association was a faction that could not be underestimated in the White Horse constellation. Even though it was involved in illicit activities, no one was willing to provoke it. However, why would a law overlord mix with the underworld? This was what Xia Fei did not get. Nodding, Xia Fei said, "Since first executive Duan is going personally, I'll wait a little longer." Xia Fei stood up and said his farewell. He had yet to find the solid gold flying cicada pupae required by Master Artificer Huo Yatong, and Xia Fei was starting to get a little anxious. After all, the matter of the Celestial Zero Hammer was extremely important. As Xia Fei grew stronger and stronger in rank, the weapons he could use were beginning to dwindle. He now rarely had opportunities to use the Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher and October Flying Snow, weapons that had served him very well once before. It was not because Xia Fei preferred the new over the old but because his enemies were getting stronger and stronger, and these weapons would not be able to hurt his enemies all that much. Warriors would never feel bad about having too many secret weapons. Xia Fei also keenly understood this. He would have never survived this long if he had not been hiding so many secrets and trump cards. Keenan blinked and then stopped him. "Master Fei, what do we do about that girl? She's in a bad mental state, often crying and throwing tantrums. Keeping her in the Grand Cloud Association is no solution at all." Xia Fei laughed and slapped his head. "I almost forgot about that." Xia Fei took out a light green liquid and gave it to Keenan. "This is sudden return spirit liquid. Have her take it twice every morning, 1 drop each time. After 3 days, she should have recovered her rationality and completely forgotten her past. At that time, secretly send her to Old Woods of the Law Enforcement Board. Your Grand Cloud Association should have the means to do this, right?" Keenan was startled. He had not pegged Xia Fei to also be a skilled apothecary. For such a small bottle of medicine to be capable of curing Ellen's illness and also wiping out her memories was far too fantastical. Moreover, Xia Fei seemed extremely confident that the medicine would work without needing to perform any sort of tests. Taking the medicine, Keenan replied, "There is no need to concern yourself about such a trifling matter. Leave it to old Keenan. I talked so much about giving you a present. It's unfortunate that all that had to happen." Xia Fei found it rather laughable. Giving him a present? He had already taken all the treasures put up for trade, benefiting from a disaster. If Keenan had not taken him to the underworld trade fair, he would not have had all these things, nor would he have been able to increase his rank so quickly. "I currently need 9 solid gold flying cicada pupae. Since you're so sincere about it, Xia Fei will happily comply." Xia Fei shrugged and extended a hand. Keenan froze. He had just been speaking politely, not expecting that Xia Fei would not fall for it and truly ask for a gift. Keenan was in a difficult spot and wanted nothing more than to give himself a good slap for finding trouble. He knew that Xia Fei had an unreasonable personality, so why had he opened his big, fat mouth? "Master Fei, the solid gold flying cicada pupae are mystical materials used by master artificers. How can our Grand Cloud Association possess such stuff? Still, there's no need to worry. I will send out all my subordinates to gather information for you. If they find some, I'll do everything I can to help you get them. As it was already too late to go back, Keenan thumped his chest and shamelessly promised his help. Suddenly, Keenan seemed to think of something and softly asked, Master Fei, have you ever been to Boundless City? Xia Fei asked, Boundless City? Is this a constellation of the Lore Realm? Which species does it belong to? Keenan replied, Boundless City isn't a constellation and doesn't belong to any particular species. It's the market run by the biggest merchant guild in the Lore Realm, the Boundless Heaven Trading Association. As this market is simply too big, it takes up an entire city, so it is called Boundless City. After leaving the Grand Cloud Association, Xia Fei went straight to Boundless City. It turned out that there was a top-class trading association in the Lore Realm called the Boundless Heaven Trading Association. It operated on a vast scale and had set up markets in numerous locations, serving both the regular public and the underworld and possessing considerable power. To have prospered up to such a level in this realm that did not particularly like commerce, the Boundless Heaven Trading Association could truly be considered a top-class organization. Xia Fei slightly modified his appearance and then used his Precision Edition 100 series spatial compass to go to Boundless City. Xia Fei currently had two spatial compasses. One was the Precision Edition 100 series from the Fig Corporation, while the other was the clan compass given to him by Xia Wei. The former was unregistered, so he could come and go without leaving a trail, and the latter made it easy to communicate with the clan. Whoosh! As Xia Fei walked out of the spatial tunnel, he discovered that Boundless City was not actually that big. It was built atop a mountain and consisted of 7 streets running horizontally and 7 streets running vertically. Considering that this city was just one trading association, it was still very impressive. The streets were crowded. Xia Fei did not encounter much trouble entering the city. There were not any small stores here like those found in White Horse Constellation, there were only large buildings with names like Boundless Heaven Jewelry, Boundless Heaven Drugstore, and Boundless Heaven Travel Agency. All of them carried the name of Boundless Heaven. Each store covered a large area, and their dazzling goods could be seen everywhere. Xia Fei had gotten a lot of nice things from the underworld auction, so he went straight to the Boundless Heaven Trading Association in the very center of the city. The crowds here had thinned out a lot. As the people here were of esteemed and noble status, Xia Fei was unremarkable amid this crowd, especially since he was wearing very plain clothes. After all, the items Xia Fei had were not exactly clean, so changing his appearance and being inconspicuous was necessary. A young woman soon led Xia Fei into an appraisal room, where a shifty-looking fatty was yawning in a chair. It was early in the morning, so he could not be blamed for his lack of energy. Xia Fei sat on the seat across from him. On the table was the appraiser's certificate, indicating that he was a level 1 appraiser from the Boundless Heaven Trading Association, Jin Kunyu. Is there anything I can help you with, sir? Appraiser Jin casually inquired. Xia Fei did not seem like somebody particularly rich, so his attitude naturally was not that welcoming. He was only being polite because of the trade association's rules, or else he might have straight up ignored Xia Fei. Xia Fei replied, I want to sell some things. Jin Kunyu extended a hand. Then please take them out. Xia Fei smiled. This room was only 20 square meters, and if Xia Fei took out everything, the room would probably burst apart. There's no rush, Xia Fei said, lighting a cigarette. I have to say a few things first. 1. I'd like the trade association to guarantee its secrecy on these items. 2. There are a lot of items, and this room isn't big enough. Jin Kunyu pursed his lips and impatiently said, the Boundless Heaven Trading Association has always kept the identity of its clients a secret. Even if the items you are selling can't see the light of day, we'll take them all without a word. Can you relax now? Sir, please let me see what it is that you want to sell. Xia Fei did not like Jin Kunyu's attitude, so he once more emphasized, there's a lot. This room can't fit everything. Sir, it's fine. You may show a portion of the items. If you don't show me anything, I can't give you an appraisal. Jin Kunyu picked his nose with his pinky, an arrogant look on his face. Xia Fei shrugged. All right, you're the one who said it. Xia Fei took off his deerskin backpack and placed it on the table. Inside were 3,000 some spatial rings of various sizes containing all the items from the auction. Whoosh! Xia Fei randomly grabbed one, and a shocking event transpired. A small mountain of various items instantly appeared in the room, tumbling down like a river. Jin Quanyu was sitting right in the middle of the river, and a short sword very impolitely pierced through his outer clothes, almost injuring him. Xia Fei smiled. Pointing at the pile of spatial rings, he asked, "Do you need me to open them all?" Chapter 788, Crooked Solid Gold Flying Cicada Pupa. Jin Quanyu was utterly dumbfounded. Not even in his dream could he have imagined that Xia Fei would take out more than 3,000 spatial rings. If each ring was packed to the brim with items, how much volume would it take up? Xia Fei smiled. Pointing at the pile of spatial rings, he asked, "Do you need me to open them all?" Jin Quanyu hastily waved his hands. "No need. No need. Sir, please wait here a moment. I'll be gone and back fast." Jin Quanyu wiped his sweaty forehead with a handkerchief as he struggled his way out of the room, a panicked look on his face. Strength decided everything. There was nothing false about these words. The moment Xia Fei revealed his stock, he was immediately invited to a VIP room, and Jin Quanyu was switched out for the chief appraiser of the Boundless Heaven Trading Association, Li Ning. Li Ning was a genial-looking old man, who spoke in a tone that was calm but also not too stiff. He took Xia Fei's deerskin backpack, opened it, and sent his consciousness in to inspect the contents. "There's a lot here, and several hundred of them meet the grade. Our Boundless Heaven Trading Association will take everything but probably at a discount." Li Ning put down the ring in his hand and slowly said, a cunning gleam in his eyes. "Are this old man's eyes that sharp?" Xia Fei muttered. Before coming, he had looked through everything and made sure to destroy any items that had any identifying information, precisely so that people would not find out where he had gotten them. However, this was not enough to escape Li Ning's eyes, and he had still managed to find out that there was a problem with these items. Xia Fei smiled. "As you wish, sir. I'll accept the discounted price offered by the Boundless Heaven Trading Association, but I'd like it to paid all at once in cash. Plus, I'd like it only in grade 5 crystals." Li Ning was taken aback at first, but he quickly regained his composure and lightly nodded. "Acceptable. The discounted exchange rate will be 1 to 400. This is the best price that Boundless Heaven Trading Association can offer, and we only offer it to our VIP customers. We can't go any lower." Grade 5 crystals contained 100 times the energy of grade 4 crystals, but the discounted exchange rate was several hundred. This was very normal, as grade 5 crystals needed high-ranking energy masters to convert fully, and in the low realm, energy masters were incredibly rare. Li Ning's exchange rate of 1 to 400 was neither too high nor too low, exactly at the level that Xia Fei could accept. It was apparent that this old man had a clear idea of what went on in the minds of others. Li Ning called someone over to take the spatial rings and then handed Xia Fei a golden card. "Sir, this is Boundless Heaven Trading Association's VIP gold card. If you need anything in the future, I hope that you will grace us with your presence. With this card, you may visit any store under Boundless and receive VIP treatment. It will take some time to clear all the items. While this is happening, you may take a look around at our various stores." After some thought, Xia Fei said, "I've heard that Boundless Heaven is the Lower Realm's biggest trading association. Does your esteemed society have a solid gold flying cicada pupa? If so, I'd like to buy some." Li Ning chuckled and softly said, "Buy some? Solid gold flying cicada pupas are mystical materials used by artificers and are extremely valuable. If you want to buy 1 or 2, I may be able to help you, but if you wish to buy in bulk, I'm afraid that I'll be helpless." Xia Fei was taken aback. So Li Ning was saying that the Boundless Heaven Trading Association did have solid gold flying cicada pupae? This really was the Lower Realm's #1 trading association, operating on a truly impressive scale. Xia Fei had been getting a headache over trying to find a solid gold flying cicada pupa. If he had known this beforehand, he would have come straight to the Boundless Heaven Trading Association. Li Ning turned on a screen, looked up the information, and said, "At present, we have 3 solid gold flying cicada pupae. One of them will be officially put up for bidding tomorrow afternoon at the Boundless Heaven Auction House. If you need it, you may go there and bid for it." Xia Fei asked, "What of the other 2? Li Ning shook his head. "The other 2 are still at our branch locations. We currently have no plans to auction or sell them. The trading association plans to keep them in the inventory for now." Xia Fei was a businessman himself, and he well understood the idea of hunger marketing. The good things had to be sold slowly and made difficult to obtain. If all three were auctioned off at one go, the price would naturally drop, and the merchant would be unable to make the maximum profit. Having one is better than nothing. I'm guessing that Huo Yutong only needs one. He asked for 9, purely to make things hard for you and have you make some money for him. With just one, you should have the right to negotiate with Huo Yuto, Oro said to Xia Fei. After putting away the golden card, Xia Fei went for a stroll on the streets of Boundless City. He prepared to see what was up for auction. Any auction would have an item preview phase, and Xia Fei had yet to see what a solid gold flying cicada pupa really looked like. The Boundless Heaven auction house was located on the right-hand side of the Trading Association headquarters, 2 blocks away. By the time Xia Fei went in, there was already a sea of people. Tomorrow was the official day of the auction, and the people who wanted to participate in the Boundless Heaven Trading Association's monthly auction were all arriving. There were even familiar faces in the crowd, Brother Gigawolf's uncle Wolf Julan of the Law Enforcement Board and Mu Fuping's father Mu Nanshan. It was clear that this auction had some significant pull in the lore realm. Xia Fei disguising himself so that no one recognized him had saved him the hassle of being called. Frowning, Xia Fei muttered, even people from the 9 great clans are here? It seems like the competition at the Boundless Heaven auction will be quite intense. Tomorrow, if I want to get the solid gold flying cicada pupa, I'll have to go through an intense bidding war. Oro replied, that's not for certain. The solid gold flying cicada pupa is a baby that only artificers love. What do warriors need it for? They might have come for something else. Xia Fei neither agreed nor rejected this view, he just began searching through the countless items on display for the solid gold flying cicada pupa. However, the more Xia Fei looked around, the more astonished he became, for he even spotted big hots like Dragon Ascension Marshal Halls Busey and Dotzel and the 9 Fan Clan's 9 Smiles in the crowd. All of these influential figures had all appeared at the Boundless Heaven Trading Association. Xia Fei could not help but start getting fanciful ideas. It was not just the human species. The other sapient life forms had also sent their big hots, all of whom Xia Fei did not recognize. Numerous powerful people had gathered at this auction. Xia Fei mixed into the crowd and sought out the solid gold flying cicada pupa. Finally, in a corner, Xia Fei found it. Through the glass, he saw a golden pea-shaped object. There was no rhyme or reason for its round exterior, but the luster was good, like crystal. High quality. This solid gold flying cicada pupa is definitely high quality. Oro said in surprise. Look there. Its exterior is plump and its color is crystalline. This is a rare high-quality good. It's just a shame that its exterior is too irregular. It will probably create a lot of variables if given to an artificer. Xia Fei asked with curiosity, the exterior will affect the artificing process. Oro sternly explained, I've only heard about this from others. The solid gold flying cicada pupa serves as an important catalyst in the artificing of high-class weapons. The plumper the exterior and the brighter the color, the greater the catalyzing effect, but it can't be of a disorderly shape. The ideal form is that of an oval, but this one is like a pea, having grown long and crooked. Xia Fei asked, what does it matter if it's long and crooked? Oro dejectedly replied, variables. Many variables will appear in the catalyzing process. As for what that actually means, you'll have to ask those artificers yourself. Xia Fei shrugged. Even if this was a long and crooked solid gold flying cicada pupa, Xia Fei had decided to get it. After all, these things were extremely rare, and there was no guarantee that he would find another. Variables? What sort of variables could there be? Xia Fei muttered. After seeing the solid gold flying cicada pupa, he continued to walk around the reception hall. While there were a lot of people, few of them were paying attention to the solid gold flying cicada pupa, much to Xia Fei's relief. There was a large crowd in front of him, gathered around a potion bottle the color of butter and sighing at it. Xia Fei got closer to take a look. He saw that this concoction was called Cloud Swallowing Liquid, and the starting price was 10,000 grade 5 origin crystals. This potion costs this much. Xia Fei exclaimed in surprise. Oro casually said, Cloud Swallowing Liquid isn't your average medicine. It can forcibly open up your 7th brain region. Normally, warriors take optimization fluids from a young age or rely on training to open up their 7th brain regions, but the openness of the 7th brain region isn't a guaranteed thing. If your brain region is sufficiently open, it will have enormous influence on your future cultivation and progress. Cloud-swallowing liquid is made precisely for those warriors who are extremely talented but don't have brain regions that are sufficiently open. If a warrior has a brain region that is 50% open, then after they take this liquid, they will reach around 80%. Of course, someone like you has no need for it. Your brain region has already reached a shocking 100% openness. Xia Fei was startled. He immediately understood the value of this medicine, for it was a medicine that could modify the brain region. Normally, the openness of a warrior's brain region could never change once it was fixed. For example, if a warrior reached 70% openness at the age of 10, then even at 100 or 1000, it would still be 70% open. However, the cloud-swallowing liquid could fundamentally modify the brain region a second time, forcefully opening it. Those warriors who had run into walls because their brain regions were not open enough would pay any price for this medicine. After all, even the smallest increase in cultivation was excruciatingly difficult, and without this medicine, they did not have the slightest hope and would have to remain where they were for the rest of their lives. As he looked around, Xia Fei discovered that there were several other medicines of astonishing prices, all of them starting at prices of more than 10,000 grade 5 origin crystals. This is all very normal. Low-level apothecaries are useless in the lore realm, only capable of treating a few injuries and sicknesses. The lore realm reveres individual strength, and its technology is also very advanced, so normal sicknesses don't require an apothecary. Such services are only required in barbaric regions like the exiled grounds. It's a different matter if an apothecary reaches an advanced level, for that figure becomes a hot commodity, and their medicines, like this one that can modify the openness of the brain region, can sell for astronomical prices. The lore realm has 3 major support professions. Energy masters and artificers are highly valued from the start, but nobody cares about apothecaries until they reach a high level, Oro explained. After looking around the auction, Xia Fei returned to Li Ning's office. It seems like the auction this time has attracted a lot of attention. There are many esteemed individuals are present, Xia Fei commented. Li Ning smiled and mysteriously said, Boundless Heaven Trading Association holds a large-scale auction every month, and this time is the important summer auction, its scale only second to the annual premium items auction. I've already reserved a seat for you for tomorrow night. Trust me, sir, you won't be disappointed. Li Ning handed over the final receipt to Xia Fei. On it was a number followed by many zeros. Chapter 789, Zhou Xiaoman. The number on the receipt was followed by a long string of zeros. Xia Fei counted and found that there were 6. With the number 1 at the front, that meant 1 million. 1 million grade 5 origin crystals. If exchanged into grade 4 crystals at the discounted rate, that was 400 million crystals. It must be understood that this was the annual revenue for a mid-level clan, and it was all in grade 5 crystals. Those smaller clans could not make this kind of exchange even if they wanted to. Xia Fei was rather taken aback. According to his calculations, he should have made around 500,000, but it turned out to be 1 million, which was double his estimate. Haha. Xia Fei, you're rich. Though you can't be considered as rich as a country, you're at least a wealthy man, probably even the richest in the Skywing clan. Oro said with awe. Li Ning saw the confusion in Xia Fei's eyes and sternly said, there were several items in the transaction that our Boundless Heaven Trading Association was very short of, so the prices were somewhat higher than usual. Moreover, considering that this was a batch transaction, it's reasonable for the total sum to be 1 million grade 5 crystals. Our Boundless Heaven has always been a trustworthy operator. In the future, please think of us if you have any other business. Xia Fei calmly passed over his card from Rock Private Bank. Transfer it to my account. The Boundless Heaven Trading Association is so generous that I will certainly choose your esteemed association as my first place to do business in the future. Li Ning nodded. He took Xia Fei's card and personally made the transaction. An anonymous account. Li Ning was a little disappointed after he was done with the transfer. It was Xia Fei's habit to keep himself hidden, and if this account had carried his name, Xia Fei would not have taken it out. Li Ning's hopes of finding out Xia Fei's true identity were shattered. All right, sir. The money has been transferred to your account. I presume that you will take part in the Boundless Heaven Trading Association's summer auction. Li Ning smiled as he returned the card to Xia Fei. Xia Fei nodded. I will be back tomorrow. Xia Fei left Boundless City with an astronomical sum and his spatial ring a little lighter. Although Xia Fei had cleaned out all the extra things there, he had exchanged them for valuable origin crystals. Xia Fei had not lost out in this transaction. Boundless City, the Boundless Heaven Trading Association's headquarters, a large room with an excellent view of the mountains and rivers. The 17-year-old Zhou Xiaoman had her head lowered over a topographical model, depicting a classical campaign from one of the many wars between gods and demons, the ambush at Nafish Peak. Nafish Peak was a massive mountain, and at its summit was a salt lake with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. The high altitude meant that there were no fish in the lake, hence the name. It was an important rallying area of the demon race and had a powerful garrison. Coincidentally, the ones who had led this campaign were the Skywing clan. These vicious, high-speed wolves had broken through the tight defensive line of Nafish Peak, tearing a gap through which the god race warriors had charged in and essentially wiped out the garrison of 30,000 elites. A heavy sword without an edge, a fiendish blade to subdue demons. The Battle of Nafish Peak was only one of the countless war achievements of the Skywing clan. Zhou Xiaoman never got tired of researching this campaign. Besides her admiration for the heaven-defying speed of the Skywings, she felt admiration for their will to fight until they had achieved their goal. Though Zhou Xiaoman was a girl, she liked to keep her hair short and dressed as a man. Alas, her exquisite face wasn't something that could be concealed by her clothes. Anyone with somewhat sharp eyes would be able to tell that it was a girl's body concealed behind those clean and simple clothes. At this time, Zhou Xiaoman looked at the board and smiled. A battle started playing out before her as if it were a movie, and she was soon intoxicated in the details. Bang bang bang! Someone knocked on her door 3 times. Zhou Xiaoman put away the model and opened the door to see that her visitor was Chief Appraiser Li Ning. Has he been sent away? Zhou Xiaoman sat back on her seat and softly asked. Li Ning nodded. He seems to have a rather decent temperament. He was rather surprised at the sum we had given him. Zhou Xiaoman snorted. A bunch of criminals who eat their own kind. This group was daring enough to clean out the Gale Rain Society's auction and kill 20,000 people, meaning that they're all brutal and savage people. We're businessmen, and our greatest worry is finding trouble. We must be cautious when dealing with this kind of people. Li Ning pursed his lips. Zhou Xiaoman was the young miss of Boundless Heaven's Zhou clan. Despite her young age, she was already managing Boundless City and constantly spoke from the perspective of a businesswoman. However, those who knew her understood that Zhou Xiaoman was the most enthusiastic about fighting and killing. Alas, she was a girl, and her 7th brain region had suffered from the rare syndrome of being completely blocked up. She would probably have to spend the rest of her life only imagining battles. As for Xia Fei, the sharp-eyed Li Ning had instantly noticed that these items had been plundered from the Gale Rain Society's auction 2 days ago, so after settling Xia Fei, he had gone to Zhou Xiaoman to discuss what to do. Zhou Xiaoman had immediately decided to take everything and at a rather high price. Xia Fei had no idea that he had already been marked by the Boundless Heaven Zhous as the perpetrator of the Gale Rain Society massacre, or that 200,000 of those 1 million grade 5 crystals was a favor or request that Xia Fei and the faction behind him would not cause any trouble for the Boundless Heaven Trading Association. This was truly rather laughable. Xia Fei, who had always been a loner, had no wicked faction backing him to speak of. While the Skywing clan was quite vicious, they had never been ones to engage in shady business like murder and thievery. Zhou Xiaoman's passion was to research battles and deducing strategies, but she had explicitly inferred Xia Fei to be a representative of some evil faction. From this, one could see that passions were one thing, but accurately deducing things was something else entirely. Zhou Xiaoman had researched countless battles, but she was terrible when it came to deductions. Have you identified him yet? Zhou Xiaoman looked outside the window and asked. Li Ning shook his head. He changed his appearance and used an account with a hidden name. When leaving Boundless City just now, he also used an unregistered compass. We have no means of identifying who he really is. Zhou Xiaoman pursed her lips, apparently dissatisfied by Li Ning's incompetence. According to my deductions, these are ruthless people. Since they dared to turn the infamous Gale Rain Society upside down, they might have made our Boundless Heaven the next target. Zhou Xiaoman slapped the table and stood up. Unacceptable. Father entrusted me with Boundless City, so I must rely on formidable deduction abilities to protect it against the unknown. This is my duty. Li Ning felt a headache coming on. The young miss was obsessed with deductions, as everyone around her knew, but to say that her deductive abilities were formidable would not be quite right. These were not but absurd guesses, but given Zhou Xiaoman's status, none of them pointed this out and just played along. Looking around, Zhou Xiaoman came up with an idea. I heard that he'll be participating in our Boundless Heaven's summer auction tomorrow. Zhou Xiaoman hedged, placing a hand on her waist. Correct. I've already reserved a seat for him. As you ordered, to show our respect for him and also not to make him too conspicuous, I assigned him to one of the box seats on the second floor. Zhou Xiaoman placed a hand on her chin and sternly said, Excellent. Put my seat next to his as well. Through meticulous observation and deduction, I'll determine the true goal of those criminals. If they're really targeting my boundless heaven, humph. It appeared that Zhou Xiaoman was not ready to let Xia Fei go just yet. To tell the truth, while Xia Fei had recently been rather fond of stealing from others and rapidly advancing in cultivation, he had no plans of robbing the Boundless Heaven Trading Association. How had he become a criminal in the mouth of Zhou Xiaoman? Li Ning wanted to argue, but seeing how stubborn Zhou Xiaoman appeared, he swallowed his words. Forget it. Let the young miss have her fun, Li Ning said to himself. Early in the morning of the next day, Xia Fei arrived at Boundless City. He was in the same disguise as yesterday, and paired with breath control, he was incredibly difficult to identify in the crowd. Today was the actual day of Boundless Heaven's summer auction. There were even more luminaries of the White Horse constellation here than the day prior. There are more people present today, many big hots have appeared all at once. Something big might be about to happen, Oro said as he looked around. Xia Fei shrugged. Maybe there's something they want at the auction. In any case, it doesn't have anything to do with us. I just want the solid gold flying cicada pupa. He found a place with no one around and fed Furball a grade 5 origin crystal. Xia Fei was no longer a poor man, so he could freely feed precious grade 5 crystals to Furball. When the time comes, you mustn't do anything stupid. I'll be in trouble if I'm recognized, Xia Fei ordered. With his disguise, he naturally would not be recognized, but Furball was an extremely conspicuous existence. After all, how many people in the lore realm raised holy beasts? Once Furball was discovered, Xia Fei would be in a lot of trouble. After taking out the Boundless Heaven Association's gold card, Xia Fei was led into one of the box seats on the second floor. The Boundless Heaven auction house was a grand structure built like a giant opera house. It could hold 200,000 people, and the box seats on the second floor were excellent seats. While there were somewhat more people, the room, the chairs, and refreshments provided were no different from what the people in the two-seater super VIP rooms enjoyed. Only those of very esteemed status could sit here. Xia Fei found his seat and sat down. The people around him had all brought servants, but Xia Fei was alone. In truth, all 20 people in this room other than Xia Fei, whether servant or guest, had been sent by the Boundless Heaven Trading Association. After all, Zhou Xiaoman was an important figure, and Li Ning was worried that something might happen. From his seat, Xia Fei could see the distant auction platform. He had an excellent view and did not need to rely on the screen like the majority of people. Zhou Xiaoman sat to Xia Fei's right. With her insightful eyes, she observed Xia Fei. Xia Fei pretended not to see this girl who was dressed as a man, ignoring her completely. After observing him for a while, Zhou Xiaoman determined that Xia Fei was very boring. Putting aside his ordinary looks, he was a taciturn person. Zhou Xiaoman had initially been planning to identify Xia Fei through his voice. The guests steadily streamed into the auction house. Zhou Xiaoman looked around and pointed at a person coming in through one of the entrances. She said to an elder next to her, "Grandpa, that person is really interesting. He's got a limp, his left foot traveling 1 inch farther than his right foot, and there's even some green liquid staining his clothes. I deduce that this person sprained his right foot while doing a morning exercise and fell to the ground." The old man whom Zhou Xiaoman had called grandfather showed a very unnatural expression, awkwardly laughing as he praised Zhou Xiaoman's deduction. Xia Fei's heart shivered as he thought to himself, what sort of deduction is this? This man clearly got a hernia surgery, so he's walking very unnaturally. As for that stain of green liquid, that's absinthe. You can see from his brandy nose that he's an alcoholic. He hasn't been able to drink after his surgery, so he's been getting antsy. He secretly had a drink before the auction. Unfortunately, his wife ended up finding out, so she knocked the cup of his hand, spilling it on this body. That woman behind him has a nasty scowl, and her sleeve also has a few green stains, clearly because they're unable to clean all the spills up. Chapter 790, Scram. Xia Fei frowned. This girl's so-called deductions were extremely laughable to him, completely devoid of any supporting evidence. Shifting his butt to one side, Xia Fei increased the distance between him and Zhou Xiaoman by a little. Zhou Xiaoman was in a very awkward spot. The deductions that she was so proud of had failed to draw Xia Fei's attention, only causing him to put on an expression that said he did not want to associate with her. The proud Zhou Xiaoman could not accept the disregard of others, so her face immediately darkened. It would have been fine if Zhou Xiaoman had dropped the matter here, yet she insisted on using her meticulous thought processes and fine observation skills to make bold deductions, which had Xia Fei cringing and shaking his head. A person's endurance had a limit. After Zhou Xiaoman passed judgment on a woman's identity, Xia Fei finally spoke. This woman isn't his real wife. Look at how proud that man is when he introduces her, and the other women are shooting hostile looks at his companion. In normal circumstances, no man will bring out their homebound wife to the public and even brag about them. Plus, there's a faint mark on that man's left hand. It's obvious that he took off his wedding ring right before coming. That woman couldn't be his first wife, for not even an idiot would take off that ring right in front of his wife. There's something off about that lady's expression, too. Although she's wearing high-class clothes, she's unused to them. See how she's constantly tugging at her skirt. She's probably lived a rather poor and simple life before this, never once wearing such flashy yet uncomfortable clothes in the past. Zhou Xiaoman was dumbfounded by what she heard. In just a few seconds, Xia Fei had observed and analyzed these two people so thoroughly that she could not believe what she was hearing. Xia Fei paused a moment before continuing. Look again. The woman's hands are rather coarse, so she's probably done some rough jobs in the past, but the man has a big belly and is dressed extravagantly. This sort of person has no reason to have their wife do housework. There's also no hiding the excitement in the woman's eyes, meaning that she's probably never been to such a high-class event before. The brand new high heels are making her very uncomfortable, and when entering, she almost tripped, yet her first instinct wasn't to support herself on the man next to her but rather to grab a nearby chair. That's because she needs to be obedient to the man next to her and also somewhat fears him. In addition, these two are far from having a close relationship. Behavioral science says that girls in a strange place will instinctively seek protection, but the first thing that lady did was to support herself with a chair. Don't you think that's strange? Zhou Xiaoman opened her mouth to say something. Alas, Xia Fei's astonishing observation and analytical powers did not permit any sort of comments, let alone rebuttals. My conclusion is that they're not husband and wife but rather two people who have only recently started an affair. The man is showing off his newly obtained prey, and the hunger in his eyes means that while he brought her to the auction, he hasn't actually bedded her yet. The lady's behavior proves this. From the way she walks, she should still be a virgin. She must have worked up a lot of resolve to get involved with this married man. Once these two are done with the deed, she'll undoubtedly be abandoned. Zhou Xiaoman blinked and asked, why would she be abandoned? Couldn't they be together? This man can just divorce his wife. Xia Fei shook his head. Impossible. You can tell at a glance that while this man is a womanizer, he's afraid of his wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of taking off his ring. Behind his smug demeanor is a guilty conscience. Look at how furtive he's acting, he's worried that an acquaintance of his wife will see him. You're hoping that this man, who can commit the crime but not take responsibility, will leave his way to run off with a cook? Stop joking around. A cooked goose's beak would harden, and Zhou Xiaoman was like that. Xia Fei clearly had the upper hand, but she still wanted to argue. Why do you say that she's a cook? Zhou Xiaoman puffed up her chest and asked, her actions revealing without a doubt that she was a girl. There are several small cuts on her hand, likely left by a kitchen knife. Her eyes look nervous when she gazes around, and only when she's looking down at a 45-degree angle does her gaze become steady. That's because her job often involves cutting vegetables, and this is the angle she's familiar with. I also know that she works with fresh produce, for the knife that inflicted those wounds on her hand is sharp and small, clearly a flat-sided cuisine knife. Zhou Xiaoman could not manage another word. In truth, Xia Fei had many different ways of proving his deductions, but for the sake of an amateur like Zhou Xiaoman, this explanation was enough. As Xia Fei smiled, his gaze suddenly sharpened and he asked coldly, Miss, who are you that you had all these people fill in this box with me? Zing! Zhou Xiaoman turned ghastly pale. She placed a hand on her chest and began to shiver as she looked around. The bodyguards from the Boundless Heaven Trading Association behind her also became nervous. After all, they took Xia Fei for some bandit who could kill without blinking an eye. It would be a disaster if a fight broke out and someone got hurt. Zhou Xiaoman pursed her lips and prepared to say something more, but Xia Fei extended a hand and stopped her. I didn't expect for the boundless heaven Zhou's to treat a VIP like this. Everyone was immediately stunned. Not only had Xia Fei discovered that Zhou Xiaoman and the guests were all part of the same group, he had even found out their identity. This sort of observation and deductive ability was simply absurd. While this may be the territory of your Zhou clan, I can come and go whenever I please. No one will be able to stop me, Xia Fei said darkly. If Zhou Xiaoman had just come with her people and not said much, Xia Fei would have silently accepted their presence, treating it as if nothing had happened, but Zhou Xiaoman had instead gotten her people to surround Xia Fei and had started chattering about things Xia Fei did not like to hear. This left him rather unhappy, so he decided to give her a small lesson. His gaze chilling, Xia Fei turned his head back to the auction platform and ordered, "Young miss, please take your people and get lost." The large box was now for Xia Fei's personal use. Occasionally, someone would look over and wonder which wealthy clan Xia Fei belonged to that he could occupy the large box seat area of the high-class Boundless Heaven auction house all by himself. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and smoked a little as he waited for the auction to begin. Oro pursed his lips and asked, "Xia Fei, isn't that a little too improper? You know that she's a member of the Zhou clan, but you drove her away. This is her clan's territory. Aren't you worried about causing trouble?" Xia Fei casually replied, "You have to fight for your dignity. Besides, I already have plenty of problems. Adding one more won't do any harm." Oro was rendered speechless. Xia Fei had always been like this. Once his temper got going, he would give anyone who annoyed him a hard time, no matter who they were. This incident had once more proven his personality. Add latest chapters at Freeognovlo only. The auction was about to begin. Xia Fei took out his card from Rock Private Bank and inserted it into the bidding device next to his chair. If he won an item, the amount would be immediately deducted from his account. A curly-haired auctioneer quickly emerged onto the stage. With an excited face and intense tone, he riled up the audience and stirred up their fervor. "Now, up for auction is a bottle of valuable cloud-swallowing liquid." Several emotional sighs resounded throughout the auction house, everyone staring at the milky white fluid, many of them even clenching their fists. Xia Fei continued to smoke his cigarette. Folding his arms, he muttered, "Is one bottle of medicine really worth all the fuss?" Oro replied, "That's easy for you to say. You have a brain region that's 100% open, and you're an apothecary, so you naturally don't put any value on some cloud-swallowing liquid. As for those people who need it, they treat this medicine like God. Without it, even the most talented warrior will have to stop." Oro seemed to be feeling melancholic over all the different fields Xia Fei dabbled in. Other people could specialize and still not get good results, while Xia Fei was somehow able to learn anything he was interested in. Oro could not help but feel that this was unjust. "I'm sure that there's no need to describe at length the functions of the cloud-swallowing liquid, I simply want to tell everyone one thing." The auctioneer had an excellent grasp of the flow of the auction, deliberately pausing here. "This medicine uses floating cloud seed as its foundation, making its effect much greater than usual." Xia Fei was startled. Floating cloud seed was actually the seed of a tree that grew on extremely high-altitude mountains. It was a companion of the clouds, resulting in its name. In Xia Fei's view, using such a precious material on a medicine that could open the brain region was a huge waste. The most the floating cloud seed could do was make the medicine milder and easier to absorb. It was completely at odds with Xia Fei's method of using every herb to its utmost, so he did not approve of this. 10,000. 20,000. 25,000. The price began to soar, and the final bid ended up being 65,000 grade 5 origin crystals. In other words, nearly 30 million grade 4 origin crystals. It's worth this much. Xia Fei was in disbelief. The one who won was flushed with excitement while those who failed hung their heads in sadness. It turned out that the people of the Low Realm were really willing to go to extravagant lengths for a single bottle of medicine, spending so boldly that anyone else would feel inferior. Pursing his lips, Xia Fei began to do some mental calculations. Opening the 7th brain region was not easy, and it could not be done without top-class herbs. Xia Fei did not know the prescription for the cloud-swallowing liquid, but he was confident that he could achieve a similar effect through his own method. The cost price would only be about 4,000 grade 5 crystals, so he would be able to take 10 times that in profit. That's a good way of making money. I'll try it out in the future, Xia Fei mentally noted. Of course, stealing from the Gale Rain Society was still better in Xia Fei's eyes. Not only could he drain others of their energy, he could earn a large number of crystals in the process. However, that was not something that happened every day. Making medicine for money was a more reliable source of revenue. The auction moved very quickly, and more valuable objects came onto stage. The mood grew livelier and livelier, countless eyes stared at the stage and countless hands clenched bidding devices as their owners prepared to spend everything they had. The next item up for auction is one loved by artificers, an ultimate-grade catalyst, the solid gold flying cicada pupa. The curly-haired auctioneer loudly spoke as he thrust out his hand. A bright spotlight flew over and illuminated that golden crystalline P. It's finally here. After a moment of shock, Xia Fei stroked the bidding device with his right hand. The starting price is 10,000 grade 5 origin crystals. Is there anyone willing to pay 10,000 to take away this precious solid gold flying cicada pupa? The auctioneer excitedly howled. Chapter 791, Rainbow Glass Pagoda and Tree of Life. The solid gold flying cicada pupa finally arrived on stage, but the crowd did not seem that interested in this mystical tool used by artificers. The price climbed in increments of 2,000s, and it took a while for it to finally hit 24,000. This solid gold flying cicada pupa has already grown long and crooked. The shape should clearly be an oval, but this one looks more like a P. This will create a lot of problems for an artificer if it's handled poorly. Crooked is crooked, but look at its bright and crystalline luster as well as its plump form. It's worth trying out. Then you go and try. I don't have the guts. After all, artificing requires precious materials as the foundation. If you accidentally break it, there's no getting back the lost capital. Xia Fei listened to a conversation on the first floor and smiled. This attitude was exactly what Xia Fei wanted to see. Everyone was afraid of failure, afraid that the solid gold flying cicada pupa's disorderly appearance would cause some sort of weird product to emerge, but Xia Fei was not afraid. This was because Xia Fei had already made up his mind to add in the reversal power of the law of primal chaos when the Celestial Zero Hammer activated. The last time Xia Fei activated the Celestial Zero Hammer, he obtained the cursed blood crystal, a monstrous thing that could suck blood. Anyone who said that the blood crystal was not strong enough would be laughed at by the gods. It was clear that the blood crystal was a unique and bizarre existence, and not even 1,000 high-quality knives could compare to it. That ability to drain the energy of others was just too heaven-defying. Everything had its price, and Xia Fei had never planned to make a mystical weapon properly. He wanted the best. The most wicked. All of this had a price, and as a believer in price theory, Xia Fei was willing to pay that price. High risk produced high returns. No one knew what the law of primal chaos mixed with this solid gold flying cicada pupa, which was bursting with variables, would create, but there was one thing he was sure of. Whether the result was good or bad, it would undoubtedly be unique. 40,000. Someone has bid 40,000. Is anyone willing to make a higher bid? This is a solid gold flying cicada pupa. The best catalyst for an artificer, the curly-haired auctioneer shouted. He clearly was not happy about 40,000, so his forehead slightly crinkled. After some thought, Xia Fei entered a number into the bidding device. 50,000. The current bid is 50,000. Do I have a higher bid? The curly-haired auctioneer's expression improved. It seemed that 50,000 was his bottom line, and Xia Fei's bid came as a pleasant surprise. Sweeping the venue with ocular cognition, Xia Fei saw two of his three competitors shaking their heads. It was clear that 50,000 was beyond their limit. Xia Fei only had one opponent left, a thin old man sitting close to the stage on the first floor. The goateed old man frowned as he reluctantly fiddled with his bidding device, raising the bid by 5,000 to 55,000 grade 5 origin crystals. Xia Fei smiled. Within 1 second, he raised the bid by 10,000. He had raised the bid twice now, each time by 10,000 grade 5 crystals, and without the slightest hesitation. This sort of bold and decisive attitude destroyed the old man's confidence in the bidding war. With a sigh, he put his bidding device back into the slot next to his chair. 65,000 grade 5 origin crystals. Sold. The auctioneer tapped the gavel in his hand. The matter of the solid gold flying cicada pupa was settled. Xia Fei had smoothly taken possession of it. Spending so much money on a long and crooked solid gold flying cicada pupa. This person's crazy. I can't do anything if someone is willing to get crazy. I really want to see that artificer's face after he fails. I'm sure it will be wonderful. Those people who had failed to get the solid gold flying cicada pupa began to mock the winner, but Xia Fei brushed it all off, pretending not to hear. The law of primal chaos's most wondrous attribute was disruption, the ability to turn black to white, right to wrong, and vice versa. According to this theory, since the solid gold flying cicada pupa was crooked, through the disruptive force inherent to the law of primal chaos, it would become its proper form. However, this was only a theory. The most interesting thing about using the law of primal chaos with a celestial zero hammer to craft a weapon was that the result would be unpredictable. No one knew what sort of item Xia Fei would end up making, not even himself. The auction moved very quickly as time flew by. As dusk approached, there was a short break in the auction. The participants had 1 hour to rest and get dinner, after which, a new round of fighting would take place. Xia Fei did not leave even though he had the solid gold flying cicada pupa he had come for. He had noticed something off about the passionate look in the eyes of the crowd. It seemed that most of these people had come with a lot of excitement. The best items were often saved for last, so Xia Fei decided to stay and see what the auction's ultimate item was that could have so many big hots brimming with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that all of you have been waiting to see the final 3 items up for auction at our Boundless Heavens summer auction. As midnight approached, the auctioneer who had been busy all day appeared particularly energetic. Xia Fei knew that the real show was about to begin. The crowd excitedly whispered to one another while Xia Fei focused his mind. Now, for the first of the final 3 items of this summer auction, the Rainbow Glass Pagoda. Hurrah! The crowd applauded. According to the auctioneer's introduction, this Rainbow Glass Pagoda was a top-class defensive tool, similar to the law barrier that the Moonward clan had used to protect the Cherry Garden when the Skywings attacked. Of course, as the Rainbow Glass Pagoda was the third to last item put for auction, it was much more powerful than the law barrier the Moonward clan had used then. The starting price was 50,000, and it was ultimately sold at a price of 550,000. 11 times the initial price. This was proof of just how intense the competition was. It had to be understood that the ending price could be considered the annual revenue of an entire clan, and it had to be settled in grade 5 origin crystals. The high-grade crystals owned by these clans mostly came as gifts from above. After all, the lore realm ultimately led to the 2 supreme races. It was normal for those grand ancestors who lived above to send high-tier crystals to their clans every year to facilitate these clans' development. The one who eventually got the Rainbow Glass Pagoda was a yellow-faced, middle-aged man. When the gavel came down, Xia Fei saw that this man was completely drenched in cold sweat. It was clear that this man had to build up an enormous resolve to get this Rainbow Glass Pagoda. With this item, his clan would have a powerful defense, but his clan would probably have to tighten their belts from here on. Ha! You should have taken this Rainbow Glass Pagoda. After all, you're all alone, so what do you need all that money for? Much better to build up your stockpile of tools, Oro somewhat disappointedly said. Xia Fei firmly replied, good steel needs to be used on weapons. While this Rainbow Glass Pagoda is good, I don't have much of a use for it. This is only the third to last item. When it comes time to make my move, I won't hesitate. The curly-haired auctioneer was very excited. When converted to grade 4 crystals, 550,000 grade 5 crystals was 200 million. This was the highest bid today. After a pause, he loudly said, now, for our second to last item up for auction, presenting the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life. Boundless Heaven Trading Association managed to get its hands on a Tree of Life. Everyone was stunned, apparently not expecting this Tree of Life to appear. What is a Tree of Life? Xia Fei curiously asked. Oro's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sternly replied, a second life for warriors. A Tree of Life can grant warriors another chance to live. If you run into a strong enemy that you can neither beat nor run away from, you can activate the Tree of Life. Once activated, you'll be immediately teleported to the location of the Tree of Life. Meanwhile, the Tree of Life will take your place on the battlefield. The enemy will think that they succeed in killing you when, in fact, it's only a puppet they've killed. Once you escape, you can gather your strength for a counterattack. As he spoke, the floor of the auction stage sank low. When it came back up, there was a green sapling on it. The sapling was neither tall nor thick, it was covered in pink flowers and brimming with a hallowed aura. Even though it was covered by a protective barrier, there was no stopping its transcendent aura. Mysterious and solemn were probably the best adjectives to describe life. The crowd became restless, with some people even shrieking. Oro gravely said, look there. That sapling is the Tree of Life. As long as you establish a contract with it, then once you plant it in a safe area, it will become a substitute for you, protecting your life at a crucial moment. For example, if you plant the tree of life in the wind garden and then you go traveling, the moment you run into any sort of danger, you can return to the wind garden, letting the tree of life die for you while coming out completely unharmed. Your enemy will think they have killed you and go on without fear, clueless to the fact that it's just a tree that died and that you are still lurking somewhere, sharpening your life. Xia Fei was stunned, muttering, "That's really a second life." Oro chuckled. "Of course. That's the tree of life we're talking about. Not only can it give you a new life, it can help you prepare for a counterattack, and it's the most sinister kind of counterattack, the one that takes your enemy completely by surprise." Xia Fei had completely understood it at this point. The tree of life was a treasure that could help him escape at critical moments. As for what happened after he escaped, it was naturally giving his enemy a vicious stab in the back. This mystical tool was truly extraordinary. Xia Fei scanned the floor and saw that many people were still immersed in shock and hesitation. It was clear that no one had expected the tree of life to show up. Those people eager for battle had mostly come for the final item, and the tree of life's appearance had upset all their plans. After all, money did not fall from the sky. If they used their wealth to bid on the tree of life, they would undoubtedly fall behind in the final bidding war. Should they give up on the final item and invest everything in the tree of life, or should they leave it for the final stretch? None of them knew how to proceed. Xia Fei saw opportunity in their hesitation. To be indecisive when the situation called for resolve was to hurt oneself. The final bidding war was certain to be gruesome, and Xia Fei did not have the wealth to feel certain about victory. However, in this unexpected tree of life, Xia Fei saw a gleam of hope. Only by surviving could one have a tomorrow. Xia Fei had no reason to give up on a mystical tool that could give him a second chance at life. Firmly taking his bidding device, Xia Fei lit up a cigarette and took stock of the funds he had available in his account. Chapter 792, It is very easy to spend money. Xia Fei took stock of the funds in his account. After spending 65,000 grade origin crystals on the solid gold flying cicada pupa, he had 935,000 left of the 1 million crystals he had obtained from the transaction this time. His rock private bank account had started with 10,000 grade 5 crystals, and if he also took into account the grade 4 crystals, Xia Fei currently had 980,000 grade 5 crystals. According to the rules, if he won the Tree of Life, Xia Fei would have to pay at least 50% of the final price up front, while the remaining 50% could be transferred to Boundless Heaven Trading Association's account within 3 days. This was a service to Gold Card VIPs. Anyone else would have to pay everything immediately. Besides cash, Xia Fei had some weapons, such as the Darkness Metal Weapon Ode of 100 Spirits and the Psychokinetic Weapon Dragon Scale Hecto Slasher, that he was unwilling to sell. These weapons no longer held the meaning they once did to him, so selling them off would not affect him too much. Together with a few high-value support items, Xia Fei could be considered to have 1.05 million grade 5 crystals. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei decided that he would put his upper limit at 1 million. The starting price for this Tree of Life is 50,000 origin crystals. Is there anyone willing to pay 50,000 grade 5 origin crystals to take away this precious Tree of Life? The auctioneer hollered. 50,000. 60,000. 80,000. The price rapidly soared, and it was not long before it hit 600,000. After all, this was the Tree of Life, a mystical tool that could grant a warrior a second life. The competition was clearly much fiercer than the others. The price stopped at 600,000 for a while. At this price, only those who were dead set on the item would act recklessly. Xia Fei lightly tapped on his bidding device, raising the bid by a full 100,000, to a price of 700,000 grade 5 crystals. Hurrah! The crowd immediately fell into turmoil. No one had yet to raise the price by a full 100,000. This was a display of absolute confidence, or else they would not have raised the price by such an insane amount. Everyone looked around, hoping to find this person who would go at any lengths to get the Tree of Life. Alas, there were too many people around, and they did not find out that Xia Fei was the bidder in the shadows. Madly raising the bid was a sort of psychological trick. When those people who wanted to get the Tree of Life ran into such an intense rival, the vast majority would choose to stand aside. After all, Xia Fei had revealed through his actions that price would never be his first consideration. Someone quickly bid 710,000, alas, the moment this bid appeared, Xia Fei raised the bid by 100,000 more, bringing it to 810,000. Xia Fei bid very quickly, giving no one else any time to hesitate. The moment that other person made a bid, he cut them down at the waist. 850,000. 950,000. Another pause of less than a second. Xia Fei used his powerful momentum to once more provoke all those opponents who fought with him for the Tree of Life. The unseen enemy was the most frightening. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Fei had made big bid after big bid, displaying an overwhelming advantage. Anyone who wanted to keep bidding would first have to check their wallet. It was a good thing that this sort of item had come out to cause mischief. There was still one more item left in the auction, the last item of the night. Everyone wanted it, so almost everyone had decided to give up on the Tree of Life and put everything into the fight for the last item. They did not realize that everyone was looking at the final item, and as this was the last item, the final hope, nobody would back down. The intensity of the bidding competition would probably be far greater than anyone had anticipated. Xia Fei had given up on the last item and was madly bidding on the Tree of Life, precisely to exploit this hopeful mindset. Bang! 950,000 Grade 5 Origin Crystals. Sold. The curly-haired auctioneer slammed his gavel down, and Xia Fei felt like a great load had dropped from his heart. His mad bidding had a limit. If someone had chosen to lock horns with him, Xia Fei would have been forced to give up. After all, that bid had taken almost every penny he owned. Oro said in shock, "You're really impressive there, bidding without blinking an eye." Xia Fei shrugged. This is just a bidding strategy that's supposed to be about overwhelming the other opponents. Besides, in your opinion, is 950,000 for another life cheap or expensive? Oro burst into laughter. Cheap. Absurdly cheap. Nothing can compare to a person's life. These people will definitely be so remorseful that they will want to die. Quite a few people could take out that sum, but in the end, you're the one who got it. Xia Fei said nothing. The situation had been perfect. If everyone had not been hoping to get the last auction item, he would have been unable to exploit this gap. Auctions were not just about money but also the mind. The last item up for auction took Xia Fei completely by surprise. It was an immemorial mystical armament. The immemorial mystical armaments were divided into 5 categories: metal, plant, water, fire, and earth. Of the 5 flames of Lux Gloria, there was the Wolf Butcher Blaze, the Empty Valley Conflagration, the Rending Yang Fire, the Fire of Sorrow, and the Fire of Lynx Sound. The last item was actually the Rending Yang Fire of the 5 flames of Lux Gloria, the Flame of Extreme Yin. A candle-like flame was presented, and the entire auction house immediately became extremely cold, seemingly having been converted into an ice house. Your plant mystical armaments are known for having the greatest vitality, while fire mystical armaments are the most explosive existences. This Rending Yang Fire, on the other hand, belongs to the fire category and has an extreme yin nature. Among the 5 flames of Lux Gloria, it is the flame of cold gloom. Look at how that little flame is brimming with icy cold energy. That's precisely because its foundation consists of cold yin, Oro explained. It's a good thing that you didn't give up on the Tree of Life to try at this Rending Yang Fire. After all, you have wood immemorial mystical armaments. Even if you managed to get the Rending Yang Fire at an astronomical price, it would just be a display piece. Xia Fei nodded. It seemed that he had made the right choice. Immemorial mystical armaments could repel one another. As Xia Fei had chosen the plant type, he could no longer take in the weapons of the other 4 types. Xia Fei already had 3 of the 7 plants of the Cloud Sea. If this had been a plant immemorial mystical armament, Xia Fei would probably have sold everything he had to try and get. Alas, it was fire, so Xia Fei did not care much about it. Just as Xia Fei expected, the Rending Yang Fire was ultimately sold for 3.4 million Grade 5 Origin Crystals. That was 3 years' worth of revenue for the Skywing clan. Every person here had gone all out, pushing the price to world-shaking levels. Sticking out his tongue, Xia Fei looked at his arm and muttered, "1 immemorial mystical armament for 3.4 million? In other words, my arm is worth 10 million Grade 5 crystals." Oro chuckled. "Of course. I'm guessing that your arm is the most valuable thing in the lore realm. It's carrying 3 immemorial mystical armaments. Ha! If I knew that the Rending Yang Fire would go for so much, I would put everything into that Tree of Life. I've really done it now. I brought 1.7 million crystals from the clan, but I didn't manage to acquire, either. Be happy with what you have. I brought every asset of my clan, which amounts to 2.8 million, but I still lost." While the people in the crowd expressed their frustrations, Xia Fei smugly smiled. There was only one Rending Yang Fire, so most of these people had to go back in defeat. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruitnoelo. Once he was done with the paperwork, Xia Fei handed over the cash and got the solid gold flying cicada pupa and the Tree of Life. He moved to a deserted area outside of Boundless City and activated his spatial compass to return. Xia Fei had paid a heavy price for these two mystical tools, leaving him with only 20,000 grade 5 origin crystals and 3.7 million grade 4 crystals in his account. Xia Fei could not help but sigh in wonder at just how easy money was spent. Seems like I'll have to find a new job so that I can end my money problems once and for all, Xia Fei muttered. Oro replied, you should be happy with your lot. You got both the solid gold flying cicada pupa and the Tree of Life for very cheap. If not for that rending yang fire at the end, I wager that the Tree of Life would have gone for no less than 2 million. Xia Fei shrugged and said nothing. Where are you going? Oro realized that Xia Fei was not inputting the Wind Garden's coordinates and curiously asked. Whoosh! Rather than replying, Xia Fei activated the spatial compass and arrived at a barren wasteland. This is the exiled grounds. Why would you come here? Oro looked around in shock and surprise. Unruffled, Xia Fei took out the solid gold flying cicada pupa and Tree of Life from his ring. Raising the blood crystal, he removed 2 button-sized pieces of metal from the packaging around the 2 items. We're being followed. The boundless heaven Joes seem to be very interested in me, Xia Fei sternly said as he put the 2 mystical tools away. Oro was speechless. It turned out that Xia Fei had realized something was fishy when he was receiving the goods, so he had instead lured the enemy to the exiled grounds rather than going back to the Wind Garden. There's something strange in the eyes of the person handing over the goods, and they even agreed to let me use grade 4 crystals in place of grade 5. This is far too abnormal of an action from merchants, Xia Fei softly commented. The perpetrator was naturally Zhou Xiaoman. That girl was furious that Xia Fei had driven her out of the box seats, so she had made up her mind to find out who Xia Fei was. However, she had forgotten about Xia Fei's sharp eyes. How could her clumsy tricks possibly have been able to fool him? Moving his arms around, Xia Fei did some stretches on the wasteland, the power of the law of primal chaos gathering in his arms. Xia Fei had decided to give Zhou Xiaoman a good lesson in exchange for these unfriendly actions. Whoosh! Sure enough, several seconds later, a spatial tunnel opened. The other side was using a spatial compass to pursue. Falling leaves of twin decimation. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Fei attacked the tunnel. The subversive power of the law of primal chaos could even subvert spatial tunnels. Rumble! 2 palms slammed into the just opened tunnel. Before the people inside could come out, Xia Fei sealed it. As for where those people would end up, Xia Fei did not care. These poor fellows following Zhou Xiaoman's orders to pursue Xia Fei died without knowing how they died. Xia Fei did not even give them a chance to fight back. In an office in the Boundless Heaven Trading Association's headquarters which had a breathtaking view, Zhou Xiaoman received the news that her pursuit squad had been wiped out. Where was their last location? Zhou Xiaoman angrily asked. The exiled grounds, Li Ning dejectedly reported. The Boundless Heaven Trading Association had lost 3 law emperors this time, a tragic loss, and this was all solely because of Zhou Xiaoman. Humph! The exiled grounds? I've already deduced that these criminals wouldn't dare to set up shop in the Low Realm. Zhou Xiaoman spoke with a pale complexion. Send people to the exiled grounds to investigate. I want to know who he is and what his goal is. Zhou Xiaoman was still stubbornly clinging onto her awful deductions. She had no idea that Xia Fei had already returned to Wind Garden, taken a comfortable and hot bath, and then gone to find Master Artificer Huo Yatong. Chapter 793, High-Speed Sprint. Follow me, Huo Yatong said with a smile, leading Xia Fei into a forest. After walking on a dark path for a while, they arrived at a cliff. The cliff was tall and smooth, and at the bottom of it was a cave. It was possible to see inside the cave from the outside. It was 20 square meters at most, cramped and humid. With a mysterious smile on his face, Huo Yatong led Xia Fei inside. The moment Xia Fei entered the cave, he felt something strange, a chilly sensation on his body as if he had passed through a spatial gate. Xia Fei gasped in alarm. From the outside, this was clearly a tiny cave, but only when he entered that he realized that this was a hidden dimension of vast proportions. It was at least 10,000 square meters, and it even had a small artificial sun. Huo Yatong proudly said, the outside is just a cover. This place has actually been modified with the law of space. A good friend of mine visited a few days ago and helped me set up the platform for the activation of the Celestial Zero Hammer. The best disguise is no disguise at all. This platform is out in the open, and no one will think that it's concealing such an enormous secret. Xia Fei nodded. As a master artificer, Huo Yatong undoubtedly had many friends. Those warriors of profound cultivation all required his assistance, so they were willing to do favors for him. In the law realm, powerful warriors were revered by others, and masters that could provide highly skilled assistance would be respected by these warriors, being fairly well regarded among them. We have the space, and in this period of time, I've considered the concrete steps for setting up the Celestial Zero Hammer. I just need you to finish gathering all the materials to get started, Huo Yatong said, a cunning light in his eyes. Xia Fei lightly stroked his spatial ring, and materials needed for the Celestial Zero Hammer appeared in front of Huo Yatong. Xia Fei had chosen the best quality of materials he could, spending quite a bit of money. Venerable Master, all the materials are here. It's only the solid gold flying cicada pupae that I found difficult to obtain, only managing to get a single one, Xia Fei gravely said. Just one. Huo Yatong frowned, apparently dissatisfied. He extended his hand and said, take it out and let me take a look. Xia Fei gave the solid gold flying cicada pupa to Huo Yatong. Huo Yatong froze for a few seconds before loudly laughing. This is the solid gold flying cicada pupa you found. Xia Fei nodded. Is there something wrong with it? Huo Yatong shook his head and smiled. This solid gold flying cicada pupa has clearly grown long and crooked. While its luster and plumpness are good, it's still a crooked catalyst. Using it to activate the Celestial Zero Hammer isn't a good idea. Xia Fei casually said, Sir, are you worried about unknown variables during the activation? There's no need to be worried. I plan to be on the activation platform personally. Even if there are any variables, Xia Fei is willing to take all the responsibility. Huo Yatong was taken aback. Activating the Celestial Zero Hammer requires extremely powerful law force. I was planning on having a friend do it. He's a law overlord of the law of matter, and this person cares a lot about promises and won't tell a soul. It's fine for you to do it, but the effect. Huo Yatong's worries were not out of place. When it came to the Celestial Zero Hammer, the stronger the person, the stronger the resultant weapon, but Huo Yatong was underestimating Xia Fei. He had no idea that Xia Fei was planning on using the unique law of primal chaos as the foundation for forging a mystical armament. Last time, Xia Fei had accidentally used the power of the law of primal chaos, and he had ultimately crafted the peerless blood crystal, a cursed blade that could devour all. Xia Fei had never liked to have the same things as others. There was no challenge to it. To him, what mattered was not that the weapon was top class but that it was unique. Risk was needed to meet this goal, to use the most bizarre of laws to create the most bizarre of weapons. Huo Yatong had a doubtful look in his eyes as he gathered up the materials Xia Fei had brought. The two of them returned to his row of wooden huts, Huo Yatong thinking about something as they walked back. Huo Yatong did not have any servants, so Xia Fei personally brewed the tea, and the two of them drank it under a large tree in the courtyard. Huo Yatong lightly rapped his finger on the stone table. While he appeared to be honest and practical, he was actually a very greedy person. He would never have agreed to help Xia Fei build a Celestial Zero Hammer unless there was something in it for him. However, solid gold flying cicada pupae were difficult to get, so he knew that Xia Fei would be unable to meet his request of 9. He had finally gotten his hands on one, but it was long and crooked. Huo Yatong deliberately sighed, a hard-pressed look on his face. The catalyzing effect of a single solid gold flying cicada pupa isn't enough. Xia Fei asked in surprise, Sir, I will not hide it from you. It is truly too difficult to find solid gold flying cicada pupae. Is there anything that can be used as a substitute? Huo Yatong had been waiting for precisely these words. Actually, I have thought of something that can work, but it's stored in the family of an old foe. If you have ability to help me get the Celestial Zero Hammer is a done deal. Xia Fei knew that this was Huo Yatong's additional request. In truth, there were already enough materials to build the Celestial Zero Hammer. Huo Yatong was just asking for a reward. Since Xia Fei could not get him more solid gold flying cicada pupae, Huo Yatong was requesting for him to do this job. Sir, why not let Xia Fei help you get this item? Xia Fei earnestly said. No, how could I? Huo Yatong looked delighted, but he repeatedly shook his head. This is a very dangerous matter. How could I let you put yourself in danger? Business was business, and Xia Fei was keenly aware of what sort of relationship he had with Huo Yatong. He would help Xia Fei with the Celestial Zero Hammer, and Xia Fei would help him take care of a problem that he could not take care himself. Both sides benefited, and it was all rather fair. After he changed his appearance, Xia Fei entered a spatial tunnel, taking the coordinates Huo Yatong had given him and arriving on a seashore. Massive waves. Countless ice floes floated on the surface of the water, which was bone-chillingly cold. You should have asked Huo Yatong where he's having you go. From the sound of it, that island isn't some bright and cheery place, Oro sternly said. Xia Fei shrugged. I already realized that it would be a place when Huo Yatong wasn't willing to give any details. I'm probably not taking something but stealing something, instead. Oro paused before saying, he's a master artificer, so he must have many powerful friends. Why wouldn't he have them do this job instead of you? Speed, Xia Fei answered with a chuckle. Huo Yatong has probably noted my speed, or else he wouldn't have asked about my cultivation level. The look of delight on his face when he heard that I could move at 240,000 meters per second was so obvious even a fool could see it. Oro nodded. It was a very reasonable conclusion. The speed of the skywings was without comparison. While the instant movement of the law of space could also help warriors rapidly advance, in cramped quarters, instantaneous movement was much slower than super speed. Those who could use the law of speed were all masters at swift and agile movement. Even in a valley filled with obstacles, Xia Fei would still be able to advance rapidly, something which the law of space practitioners could not accomplish. After all, in complicated terrain, teleporting oneself into a rock was fatal, the body being injured by the pressure from physical matter. High-speed warriors had no need to worry themselves over this. Thus, the law of space's movement could only display its advantage in open areas, while the law of speed was effective everywhere. Whoosh! Xia Fei stepped forward, venturing into the sea in the direction of the sun. At a certain level of speed, even sea water was no obstacle to high-speed warriors. Xia Fei seemed to be floating on the water's surface, the tips of his toes barely touching it before he was off again, ensuring that there was no chance for him to sink. Of course, advancing atop water was somewhat slower than on land. His speed per second was 100,000 at most. Xia Fei moved like a speedboat, leaving giant waves and splashes of white froth several hundred meters tall behind him, blotting out the sky. A few moments later, he saw little black dots appear in front of him. These were the islands that Huo Yatong had spoken of. Xia Fei suddenly jumped, diving into the sea like a water snake. His arms rapidly moved, bringing him closer to the continental shelf beneath the island. This island was very strange. Under the sea, a seemingly bottomless trench surrounded it. Pa 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 pa. The Monohorn Ogre's submarine survival system activated. The oxygen, swimming, and submarine probe systems all activated. He needed to move quickly. This was the key advice Huo Yatong had given Xia Fei. Excluding special circumstances, he should not stop. The more he stopped, the more danger he would be in. Xia Fei pushed his speed to the limit. He dove into the trench like a torpedo, searching the two sides of the trench. According to Huo Yatong, besides the entrance on the island above, there was a secret entrance in the marine trench, but Huo Yatong did not know where it went. Look! People in front of us! Oro shouted. Xia Fei had already noticed. Not far from him warriors in underwater armor kept watch. This could only mean that he was getting closer and closer to the underwater entrance. Those warriors had also discovered Xia Fei. Using the support systems of their armor, they rapidly converged on Xia Fei with harpoons in their hands. To his surprise, Xia Fei found that these warriors were lifeless, their bodies cold like corpses. Their bodies were even draped with seaweed, a clear sign that they had been underwater for a long, long time. Regardless, I'll just kill them first. Raising an eyebrow, Xia Fei charged at these people. The support systems of their armor were no match for Xia Fei's natural speed. Even underwater, Xia Fei could still move at 50,000 meters per second. He could leave everyone else choking in his dust. Rumble! The peacock blue began attacking from a long distance, its long blades of grass closing around a warrior and tearing him apart. There's no one inside. Xia Fei and Oro cried at the same time. It was just suits of armor swimming around in the water. They were empty inside. However, how could these suits of armor have minds of their own, going up to challenge enemies? Xia Fei did not know, and neither did Oro. Among all the martial arts in the universe, only speed was without flaw. Xia Fei remained committed to speed. Instead of fighting with these enemies, he swiftly found the secret entrance Huo Yutong had spoken of and rushed inside. Bang! Just as he entered, a giant stone dropped down, sealing the entrance, after which, the sea water was rapidly drained. Before Xia Fei had time to worry about the entrance being sealed, he had to deal with a new problem. Countless traps were triggered. Xia Fei was instantly surrounded by concealed weapons. Chapter 794, Destroying the Trap. The passage had been closed, and countless bizarrely shaped hidden weapons flew out from the walls. Xia Fei was wearing the top-class armor Monohorn Ogre, so these concealed weapons could not deal him any fatal damage, but they were terrifyingly infused with law force, the rending power of the law of matter. The law of matter could make matter disintegrate, and these weapons had been modified by exactly this kind of power. Crafty approach. Xia Fei did not stop, moving faster and faster. The crafty approach helped him avoid the assault of the numerous concealed weapons and continue forward. Xia Fei, these are probably the work of a high-rank artificer. Oro sternly said. Xia Fei said nothing. He had already realized that there was something strange about this island. Whether it was the suits of armor without owners on the outside or these hidden weapons infused with law force inside the passage, these all made people think about artificers, this job that involved infusing law force into armor and weapons. There was no doubt that Xia Fei had intruded in a meticulous trap set up by an artificer who possessed a very, very high cultivation. Using his own profound cultivation, he had made this island into a giant net. Though it was a formidable net, Xia Fei's high speed was invincible. The hidden weapons needed some time after activation to attack, and this was enough time for Xia Fei to escape with his high speed. Whoosh! 240,000 meters per second. Xia Fei advanced at maximum speed through the narrow passage. No obstacle could stop his progress, his hypersensitive nervous system helping him react as soon as possible. This swift reaction was a warrior's talent. He could rely entirely on instinct, not on his brain to think. Faster! Faster! Xia Fei's brows furrowed. The attacks behind him were truly terrifying. If he were not a high-speed warrior, he would already have been caught by all these hidden weapons and been unable to get out. What a vicious attack! What a mysterious island! Xia Fei commented to himself. Even with his super speed, he was unable to reach the end of this passage instantly. It must be understood that this was 240,000 meters per second. Xia Fei had traveled 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The length of this passage was alarming, and Xia Fei wondered if he was not charging to the other side of the planet. Even worse was that this passage had countless splits and convergence, as if this place was a maze that covered the entire planet, of which the sole purpose was to imprison high-speed warriors. I can't stop. Xia Fei once more urged himself. The moment his speed dropped, the traps and hidden weapons would engulf him. There was no fastest, only faster. Xia Fei expressed the very essence of speed. It was no wonder Huo Yutong had wanted Xia Fei to invade this island, it was because of his super speed. Any other warrior would have been exterminated long ago. The passage went on and on, with seemingly no end, as did the traps. Xia Fei had no idea where he even was. He just kept charging forward. Whoosh! The traps were not even the worst part. After taking a turn into a passage, Xia Fei found a vast assortment of enemies in front of him. They were less than 1 meter tall, covered in metallic fur, cold air exuded from their fanged mouths. A pack of metal wolves was blocking his path. Awoo! Upon noticing Xia Fei, these thousands of metal wolves lunged. A frenzied dance of demons. Peacock blue immediately shielded Xia Fei's front, rapidly revolving like a saw, the numerous energy flowers leaving behind after images in the air because of the fast revolutions. Rumble! Xia Fei charged into the metal wolves as he had a powered mystical armament around his arm. It's really an artificer. These metal wolves have been infused with law force. That's how they have their own consciousness and know how to attack. Oro gravely said. The situation was dire. These wolves were not here to kill Xia Fei but rather to slow him down. The moment Xia Fei's speed dropped, the innumerable hidden weapons and countless moving suits of armor would sweep over Xia Fei. Screw off! Xia Fei shouted. Rumble! The power of a high-speed impact was incredible. Peacock blue sent all these moving pieces of metal flying. Bang! One of the metal wolves was instantly blasted apart. Xia Fei glanced over and saw that there was nothing inside. This was just a suit of armor in the shape of a wolf. These fellows were similar to robots. They both had metal bodies, but robots could move because of the mechanical parts inside them and their AI systems, whereas these wolves moved because of law force. Rumble. Tens of thousands of wolves were instantly wiped out, turned into piles of useless scrap metal. If they wanted to use these things to slow Xia Fei down, they were barking up at the wrong tree. There was still no end to the passage, and Xia Fei was starting to get alarmed. He had no idea where these complicated and intersecting passages would ultimately lead him. As he made another turn, the wolves were replaced by giant warriors more than 5 meters tall. Their black armor was devoid of shine. It was clear that they had been here for many years. They had giant swords taller than Xia Fei. 4,000 of these warriors acted in unison, raising their swords and preparing to swing them down. Bang! Bang! The moment Xia Fei got close to them, the warriors swung their giant swords. The concrete floor blasted apart as if it had been bombed. Saber form. Slice through the waist. You have giant swords. I have a giant saber. Xia Fei roared, the dragon scale hectoslashers merged, form flying out. The dragon scale hectoslashers merged, form was a giant saber more than 2 meters long. Holding this saber behind him, Xia Fei moved through the giant warriors like a butterfly navigating through a field of flowers. Rumble. All the warriors he passed were instantly cut in two. The dragon scale hectoslasher cleaved them at the waist. Whoosh! Crash! The seemingly imposing warriors were all cut down, collapsing into disarray. Xia Fei continued to charge forward madly, killing all opposition in his path. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! The third wave of hindrances consisted of beaked mouse-sized life forms. No, these were not life forms. They were meticulous creations of some artificer, metal beetles used to kill enemies. Enormous bodies might be very scary, but small and tenacious metal insects could catch a person off guard. Dragon's Gate Triple Wave. Sea Crossing Gold Ripple. Hurricane Slash. At this time, the more than 100 techniques Oro had forced Xia Fei to learn finally proved themselves useful. All of the attacks Xia Fei unleashed were wide area attacks. They swept through the passage like an all-consuming storm. 100,000 metal beetles were blown away by the brutal hurricane. A moment later, the metal beetles were mashed together by formidable law power. Even their shape had changed, going from savage metal monsters to balls of metal scrap. Such powerful law force! This was because Xia Fei had mixed the law of primal chaos into his attacks. Pressure. A suffocating pressure. Xia Fei could not stop because this place was a trap. High speed was the only solution, and there was still no end in sight to these maze-like passages. Who had created these endless passages, designed all these traps, and put down all these obstacles, and what was hidden behind all these dangers? This isn't getting me anywhere. Xia Fei urgently said. What else is there? Your way out is sealed by that stone. We can only go forward. Clenching his teeth, Xia Fei madly shouted, what else is there? Ignore it all. Whoosh! Peacock Blue's 5 blades of grass extended outward, not aimed in front of Xia Fei but rather at his sides. Rumble! The giant blades of grass plunged into the walls, breaking open the concrete. The mechanisms hidden in the walls were dragged out. The walls had been exquisitely constructed. Behind the concrete layer was complex machinery, which served to unleash those hidden weapons infused with law force. Regardless of what this is, let's destroy everything first. Xia Fei hardened his resolve and charged into the walls. There were countless cracks and openings between the complex machinery, and Xia Fei agilely moved through these openings, destroying all the machinery on the way. The long, narrow, and endless passages were a trap used to deal with intruders. Xia Fei had no reason to do as someone else expected and keep moving forward. Since the passages were a big, elaborate trap, were the expected route, Xia Fei would not take the expected route. The creator had gone through great lengths to dig out the 2 sides of the passage and place these giant machines on the sides. This path, which was not a path, had now become Xia Fei's choice. Peacock Blue flailed out like a 5-legged octopus, destroying everything in its path. Since it's a trap, I'll just destroy it. Xia Fei mentally roared. Sure enough, the designer of this trap had never expected someone to bust through the machinery in the walls. He had not expected that there would be someone like Xia Fei, who did not follow the path laid before him and chose to destroy his life's work, instead. The machines were all connected to one another, and by destroying a part, Xia Fei also dealt damage to the other parts. Gradually, the attacks began to dwindle, and the trap started to go out of control. However, he was far from done. Rumble. Peacock Blue acted like a giant jack, pushing upward and making the entire passage collapse. What life's work! This passage blocked Xia Fei's advance, so it was his enemy. Of course, enemies had to die. It was difficult to imagine a person having the power to destroy an entire city. Xia Fei just did not act according to logic. The eyes of the designer of this complicated place would have their eyes popping out if they were here. The more complicated the design, the more sensitive it was to damage. Xia Fei's random destruction had paralyzed the entire system. Rumble. Perhaps sensing that the traps and hidden weapons could no longer hold back Xia Fei, the passage began to collapse swiftly as it tried to bring Xia Fei down with it. Not good. Startled, Xia Fei realized that more debris was starting to fall from above. A deafening roar like an earthquake was also approaching. This island was about to sink. Ocular cognition. Xia Fei's eyes erupted with sharp lights. He used ocular cognition to observe the structure of the passage. This way. Accelerating, Xia Fei charged into a passage he had not gone into before. This passage seemed abnormally tough and had suffered the least amount of damage from the shaking. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Without hesitation, Xia Fei charged into this toughest passage at 240,000 meters per second. Bang! A giant stone weighing 10,000 tons suddenly dropped down, sealing Xia Fei's path forward. This is a dragon stone. It's exceptionally tough and can absorb law power. Oro urgently cried. Dragon stones were law warriors' worst enemy, as they could absorb law power. Such a massive stone could resist a terrifying number of law attacks. Break for me! Xia Fei roared, the law of primal chaos erupting out of both of his arms. The law of primal chaos was no ordinary law force. This was a force that could reverse black and white. Rumble. With a massive rumble, the giant stone crumbled. As expected, the dragon stone could resist laws, but it could not resist the heaven-defying law of primal chaos. Look! There's light ahead! Oro called. Chapter 795, The Thousand Shapes Painting and the Jaded Forest Wrap. Look! There's light ahead! Oro, who was looking forward, urgently called. Sure enough, there was a bright light in front of them. The passageway was also becoming more spacious. The sounds of explosion behind him persisted, and due to Xia Fei's indiscriminate act of destruction, not just this long passageway, even the entire island was beginning to collapse. Whoosh! Xia Fei darted into the room at the end of the passageway. Boom! The heavy broken dragon stone collapsed deafeningly, and everywhere became quiet. It was apparent that this room was independent from the existence of the passageway. I believe that this is a burial chamber. Xia Fei stabilized his footing as the demon lord solemnly stated. Xia Fei was stunned. He turned around and carefully observed his surroundings. He spotted 8 corridors, leading to 8 different directions. The room was spacious beyond belief, and hundreds of crystal lamps hanging high in the ceiling bathed the room up in incandescent, white lights. Furthermore, 3 stone coffins could be found inside the room, all of which were made of yellow dragon jadeite. Each looked just like the others. Several sculptures were all around, creating a majestic view of dragons flying in the sky. A burial chamber for 3. Xia Fei was slightly surprised as he muttered to himself. Huo Yatong's instructions about the place had led him to a treasure room, but the former had simply not mentioned how long the passageway could go and that the so-called treasure room was actually a burial chamber. Only one is the master of this crypt, and the reason why there are 3 exactly identical coffins is to prevent grave robbers from absconding with the treasures. 2 of the coffins are fake, and only one is real. If you open the wrong coffin, you'll most likely suffer the same fate similar to what you encountered in that passageway, the old demon lord solemnly explained. In the lore realm, there are often people who will design such puzzles, given how popular the grave robbing profession has been since ancient times. Xia Fei nodded. He came around and circled the 3 stone coffins, closely examining them. I understand now. The traps outside are preventive measures, same as these 3 coffins. It's just that these 3 coffins are the last line of defense for this crypt, and if we decipher it, we can obtain the treasures buried here, Xia Fei said. I never thought Huo Yatong would get me to do something like grave robbing. With how things were, there was no point in complaining any longer. Xia Fei was prepared to crack these 3 coffins and obtain what Huo Yatong needed to get the latter started on his work for the Celestial Zero Hammer as soon as possible. It was just that the 3 coffins were identical, so it was difficult for Xia Fei to differentiate just which was the true one. From the secret passageway previously, which was fraught with dangers, the master of this crypt must be very exceptionally vicious, having created such a long passageway of death. If he opened the wrong coffin, the consequences would definitely be dire, so Xia Fei must proceed with utmost caution toward this end. Xia Fei was a speed-type warrior and not some grave robber. He was truly uncertain if he could determine just which of these coffins was the real one. Ocular cognition. His two eyes shone. He hoped that he could use the power of the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition in order to see the differences between the 3 stone coffins. What skill! These 3 stone coffins are exactly alike, and I really can't tell them apart, Xia Fei said. Not only were they perfect recreations of one another, even the material used for the stone coffin was the yellow dragon jadeite, a rock that was fairly dense, so much so that Xia Fei's ocular cognition could not penetrate through and see what was within each of them. Seconds passed, and Xia Fei still had no idea what to do. Suddenly, a series of tinkering sounds could be heard from outside a piece of the broken dragon stone, almost as if someone was trying to dig their way into the crypt. There were 8 different passageways leading into this chamber, and the one where these sounds of digging came was the direction diametrically opposite of where Xia Fei had come from. These people seemed to have come in from a different direction, but their ultimate destination was the same. Slightly stunned, Xia Fei carefully listened to this sound, which was very similar to an electric drill. This was a rhythmic thumping. Broken dragonstone had the effect of neutralizing law, so these people coming must be very clever to use automated tools. Sincerity could wear down even gold, and this method would of course be more awkward than Xia Fei's method of bombardment with his law of primal chaos, but it was also the only option for anyone who did not know the law of primal chaos. Could they be those metal guards that had been imbued with law force? Oro asked, hesitant. Xia Fei shook his head. Not possible. Why would the guards dare to barge into their master's crypt? Besides, with how cautious the master of the crypt was, if any of the guards wanted to enter, there would surely be another approach, rather than opting for such a stupid method. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei continued. We'll know who they are once they come in. Whoosh! Erasing every bit of his presence, he nimbly leaped and situated himself on the ceiling. The hooks on his armor extended, allowing Xia Fei to stick to the stone wall like a gecko. Hundreds of crystal lamps were shining so brightly that they were glaring. A person entering the chamber would not look up under any normal circumstances. Besides, Xia Fei had his breath control to help him hide while clinging onto the ceiling, so he had no problems at all. It must be mentioned that using automated tools to bore through broken dragonstone was very foolish. Xia Fei waited for over 20 minutes before that piece of broken dragonstone fragmented even more. Kaboom! 2 individuals in black swiftly entered the chamber. They hid in 2 different corners and carefully observed everything for a while, before getting up, looking visibly annoyed. For some reason, these 2 looked very weary. The fatter one even had a wound on his head, and a bandage was wrapped around this wound. Unfortunately, fresh blood was still flowing out unceasingly. From the facial structure of these 2 individuals, neither was human. Rather, they were another type of sapient life form that very closely resembled humans. So unlucky! The fat one looked around as he began to complain incessantly. Just who exactly did this? We had this planned for such a long time, yet the passageway into the crypt collapsed in the end. How sad that my poor sect sister failed to escape this calamity. Xia Fei was dumbfounded. He was the one who had caused the collapse these intruders were talking about, though Xia Fei had no idea that there was actually another team challenging that long passageway of death. The skinny individual pursed his lips as he gravely noted, enough feeling distressed over your younger sect sister. There are plenty of fish in the sea, as long as we accomplish this task of retrieving the 1000 shapes painting and the jaded forest wrap that master has given us, there won't be any problem wanting as many girls as you can think of. The 2 brothers spoke in hoarse voices, sounding like ducks. Their voices were grating to the ears, but Xia Fei was even more interested in the 1000 shapes painting and the jaded forest wrap that they mentioned. The latter was what Huo Yutong sought, but he did not mention a word about the former. With that conversation over, the 2 split up and acted separately, pulling out tools and equipment from their spatial rings that either of them would use for grave digging. These 2 worked in tandem over the 3 yellow dragon jadeite coffins, drilling out a nearly imperceptible hole before they stuck a microscopic camera inside to take a look. Oro smacked his lips as he said in surprise, "Look at how they conduct the grave robbery, they're far more professional than you do." Xia Fei chuckled as his lips formed a sneer. He then somewhat sinisterly remarked, "I'm indeed no grave robber, but I can kill these grave robbers." The inside of the crypt was very humid, and the fat robber in black had removed his chest armor, inadvertently revealing his throat as a result. Xia Fei saw a very obvious green tattoo on his neck, and it was an image of an alloy door ajar. Malevolent Squall Bandits. Oro saw the tattoo and panicked. No wonder they work so professionally. These are Malevolent Squall Bandits. That tattoo of the ajar door is the insignia of the Malevolent Squall Bandits. Xia Fei was quite surprised to learn this. He had encountered the Malevolent Squall Bandits in his search for the Law of Time, though these two grave robbers were not his goal, having merely been used by others as scapegoats. Truly, he had not expected to run into them again here on this mysterious island. This was quite possibly a chance for Xia Fei. The loss of the Law of Time had been a huge blow to the god race. Xia Fei felt deeply unresigned to the fact that he had no way of acquiring this powerful law, and in order to get his hands on it, he was not about to let even the slightest clue slip away. I got it. The stone coffin on the right is the one with the real master, the skinny robber solemnly announced after examining all three coffins. Crack. After a good period of busy work, these two robbers worked together to lift the coffin lid, only to find no corpse inside. Instead, there were only some scraps of clothes. The moment air rushed in, the clothing instantly disintegrated into ash in the wind. The two robbers first did a very strange prayer before they gingerly scooped out a jade box and a scroll enclosed in metal. The Malevolent Squall Bandits have always been the #1 grave robbers of the lore realm since ancient times. That prayer they just did was to show respect to the dead spirit. After all, even bandits have their own code, and as an old-fashioned grave robbing organization like them, they of course follow their rules very strictly. As for that jade box and that scroll, those should be the Thousand Shapes painting and the jaded forest wrap, Oro said. He could more or less be 100% certain by now that the two robbers dressed in black were Malevolent Squall Bandits. Xia Fei did not say a word and merely remained on the ceiling, quietly waiting. Haha. It's just as the master said. This crypt on Lizard Island is definitely the resting place of the super artificer, Thousand Mountains. We've gotten hold of the Thousand Shapes painting and the jaded forest wrap. The two robbers became animated. The fat one pouted. Speaking of him being a super artificer, Thousand Mountains was always discreet and vicious in his methods. There shouldn't be any tricks inside, right? No. While Thousand Mountains set up that passageway of death, the crypt was created by his descendants. They shouldn't have as many tricks as Thousand Mountains, replied the skinny robber with a firm gaze. That's good. Let's return and complete our assignment then. We left with a large party of 128, only to return with just us two. This trip has really been tough. Xia Fei smiled. 2 left after 128 died? To think his attempt at sifting the grass to catch a rabbit had killed off a bunch of rats along the way. Whoosh! Xia Fei dismounted off the ceiling and, like a lithe loach, arrived beside the skinny robber in a blink of an eye. The blood crystal flashed crimson as it stabbed right into the skinny robber's throat. At the same time, Peacock Blue grabbed hold of the fat robber and lifted him in the air, while Furball, who was right in front, gave that lone survivor a death stare. Roar! The already upgraded blood crystal needed only an instant to suck its target dry, and that 1.8-meter tall robber was quickly reduced into a desiccated corpse. Xia Fei stomped on the corpse, reducing it into dust. The fat robber watched this with his own 2 eyes, his face pale like a ghost. Xia Fei's speed and methods had shook him to the core, and seeing how the blood crystal had turned a living being into a desiccated corpse only further added to the shock. He really wanted to scream, but it was unfortunate that Peacock Blue was already constricting his neck so tightly that even the slightest movement could tear into his skin and flesh. After taking both the Thousand Shapes painting and the jaded forest wrap, Xia Fei raised his head and asked with a smile, "Are you guys Malevolent Squall Bandits?" Chapter 796, Malevolent Squall Bandits. Xia Fei raised his head and asked with a smile, "Are you guys Malevolent Squall Bandits?" Killing decisively without a hint of hesitation. Having witnessed Xia Fei murder his sect brother without uttering a word, this fat robber lost all his will to fight back. After all, killing was one thing, but killing so cleanly without any change in expression was another thing entirely. Xia Fei's emotionless and cruel approach had shaken him to the core. Yes, the robber answered with much difficulty. Xia Fei nodded and commanded Peacock Blue to loosen its grip, so that the robber would have an easier time answering his questions. What use do the Jade Forest Wrap and Thousand Shapes painting have? Just who exactly is the master of this crypt? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and continued his interrogation. The master of this crypt went by the name Thousand Mountains, once a super artificer, reaching level 8 cultivation, 100 years ago. Plus, he succeeded in joining the god race, managing to make quite a name for himself up there. He's considered a hard-to-come-by talented artificer. Too bad that Thousand Mountains was too insolent a person, vicious in how he behaved and did things. In the end, he acquired too many enemies and was assassinated barely at the age of 34. If not, he might have become a great grandmaster in the world of artificing, the fat robber explained in a trembling voice. Perhaps Xia Fei had scared him senseless, but his voice was very low and shaky, making it a little difficult for Xia Fei to make out what he said, so he had to try and grasp the meaning behind his words. Xia Fei was surprised. A super artificer at the mere age of 34? Thousand Mountains was truly a genius, and as for his sinister methods, Xia Fei was very much convinced of that. Had it not been for this extreme personality of the artificer, he would not have been someone who could come up with that long passageway of death before. It was a good thing that he had the law of speed under his belt, it allowed him to evade the many traps set up, managing to pass through unscathed. Xia Fei shook the jade forest wrap and the thousand shapes painting in his hand, indicating for the robber to continue talking. The fat robber gulped as he said, "From what I heard, Thousand Mountains was so powerful because of the thousand shapes painting that his ancestors had given him. The painting is a profound picture, and the comprehension of it will allow the user to reach the apex of the artificing profession. The Thousand Family's ancestor was a god of artificing, also known as a max-level artificer. The thousand shapes painting was what the old man left behind, but it's too bad that the painting was just too profound and complex, and most people simply couldn't grasp it. Even the members of the Thousand Family only had Thousand Mountains realizing the true meaning behind it all these years." Xia Fei gave a slight nod. It turned out that the thousand shapes painting was actually a technique inheritance of artificers, which was a wondrous treasure. The fact that Huo Yutong had no knowledge of this meant Xia Fei would naturally take it for himself. And what about the jade forest wrap? That's a protective covering, akin to war armor. There's no cultivation requirement from its user. Artificers usually don't have any combat strength to speak of, so this sort of high-quality armor that doesn't require any cultivation is very popular, though it's useless to a warrior. Xia Fei understood now that Huo Yutong was seeking armor one that had no requirements to be used. Huo Yutong would be leaving for the god race soon, and he must know just how ruthless and dangerous it would be up there. That was why he urgently needed to get his hands on this armor that Thousand Mountains had previously worn for his personal protection. It was just that he had never imagined that the most valuable item on Thousand Mountains was not his armor but the thousand shapes painting, instead. The lifetime inheritance of a heavenly master artificer. Jade Forest Wrap was an armor for artificers, which was not particularly useful to Xia Fei. After all, he was a warrior, and the Monohorn Ogre armor from the Fig Corporation provided far greater defense than the Jade Forest Wrap. "The question I'm gonna ask you right now is very important," Xia Fei said sternly. "Have the malevolent squall bandits made enemies and started feuding with someone recently? That person who snatched away the law of time could very well have animosity with the malevolent squall bandits, which was why he had left behind items bearing the marks of this grave-robbing organization, casting blame onto others. Getting to know the enemies of the malevolent squall bandits could very well aid Xia Fei in his search for the law of time." Enemy? The malevolent squall bandits operate a business that can't see the light of day. We practically have countless enemies, the fat robber sputtered anxiously. Digging out the family graves of others already meant that they had already offended plenty of people out in the Lore Realm. The entire Lore Realm was practically their enemies. Xia Fei persisted. "I'm talking about a specific enemy who's fairly strong and vicious in their methods. It's possible they are involved in some shady business themselves. We've truly made too many enemies out there. Besides, my comrades and I are just the grunts. It's our Grandmaster and Master who are the ones truly making the decisions in this." The robber in black was scratching his head in distress, his eyes erratic. Whoosh! Xia Fei abruptly left before the grave robber finished his sentence, leaving just Furball to keep an eye on him. In the next moment, a series of loud fighting sounds broke out somewhere far away in a passageway, which was preceded by a painful wail. Crash! Xia Fei returned and tossed a black figure to the ground, stomping down on this new person with one foot. This was an old man with milky eyes and pale skin, looking like the result of not seeing sunlight over an extended period of time. His entire right arm had been cut off by Xia Fei, which only added to the pasty paleness to his white old face. Color had long drained out from his face, as sweat droplets the size of beans dripped freely. Law Emperor cultivation. Not bad, Xia Fei said to himself as he looked at the armless individual dressed in black. Now that Xia Fei had reached level 5 Law Emperor, he was just a step away from becoming a great Law Emperor. Adding the power he had from his Law of Primal Chaos, as well as all the treasures in his arsenal, Xia Fei was no longer a match for people at his level, so taking down a Law Emperor hiding in the darkness was a piece of cake. I believe that this must be your master. Xia Fei asked. The fat robber was dumbfounded as he moaned, Master, why have your venerable self come all the way down here? You must save me. Whiz. Before he could even finish his words, Xia Fei plunged blood crystal right into his heart, instantly turning the fat robber into a dried-out husk. You're better off praying for God to save you instead of your master. The one dying by my hands is precisely your master. Xia Fei stomped out his cigarette butt as he pointed the blood crystal right to the old man's neck, while peacock blue had already crept its way up the armless old man's shoulder threateningly. Name. Faru, the armless old man hurriedly answered, well aware of just how powerful Xia Fei was. You're not a very good master, sending your disciples off yet still feeling uneasy about it, so you ended up following them in secret. That poor fatty was even hoping you'd save him right till the end, Xia Fei recounted with a somber expression. If I didn't do so, I'm afraid that you'd kill your disciple with your own hands, am I right? Old Faru's expression changed. The situation was indeed as Xia Fei described. Thousand Mountains was a very devious and vicious person, and Faru did not dare to risk his life himself. As such, he sent his disciples to do the work in his stead while he tailed them from afar. The moment they uncovered the thousand shapes painting and jade forest wrap, Faru would kill the survivors and obtain the treasures for himself. Dead men tell no tales. This was the best way to ensure that his disciples would be unable to leak a word. The Lower Realm had always been such a sinister place. Dangers lurked at every corner, Faru's actions here were actually very common. After arriving at the Lower Realm, Xia Fei could not help but feel that there were simply fewer good-natured people around. Faru gritted his teeth and did not say a word, so Xia Fei smiled. Same question as earlier, except you're the one answering it now. Faru frowned, thinking before answering, you must be speaking of the Mountain Back Lu clan. They mine and deal with all sorts of precious gems and precious stones. Because they depend on the mountain as their living, they are nicknamed the Mountain Back Lu. They bear deep-seated animosity with us malevolent squall bandits. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. The one I'm looking for isn't someone who sells rocks. Faru paused and said, people in our line of work need a front. In name, the Lu clan are merchants dealing in rocks and gems when, in actuality, they fence stolen goods. If they're given the chance, they'll have no qualms killing people in order to turn a profit. Xia Fei nodded. You malevolent squall bandits rob graves, while the Mountain Back Lu fences stolen goods. You two ought to be partners in crime, so why the enmity with each other? Humph. We and the Lu clan originally split profits 40 to 60, they take 40 and we take 60. Alas, these last few years, the people of the Lu clan have forcibly increased their take to 60, and it's just because they've gotten stronger. For us to only take 40% of the profits after all our hard work, how could we accept such an arrangement? As such, we joined up with several other major bandit syndicates and went independent, forming our own network, cutting off ties with the Lu clan once and for all. This directly severed their most important business, thus causing the feud between us. Both parties have had losses over this. Wouldn't that qualify as deep-seated animosity? Xia Fei softly muttered, severing their path of fortune is no different from killing their parents. This would indeed generate no simple feud. Xia Fei's eyes flashed as he asked again, since the relationship has soured to such a degree between you and the Lu clan, there ought to be plenty of precautions taken against each other. I do believe that both sides planted spies in each other's midst. Has the Lu clan employed any large-scale mobilization recently? A single person could not have murdered the tens of thousand followers in the old god cult, and it was even more impossible for the Lu clan to have made such a big move without stirring up even the slightest news. Getting a clearer picture would help Xia Fei make his judgment. Not at all. The Lu clan has been very strange recently, almost as if they suddenly died out. According to the reports from our spies, a few more unfamiliar faces are among their midst, coming and going in a hurry, nor do they chat with anyone else. Xing. After learning about the situation, Xia Fei instantly slayed Faru with a flick of his wrist. The number 4 member of the malevolent squall bandits, Law Emperor Faru, died. Do you believe his words? the old demon lord asked. Xia Fei shook his head. I would at most half trust the words said by anyone and everyone. As for Faru, I only believe a tenth of what he told us. Huo Yatong finally got a hold of the Jade Forest wrap that he had dreamed of. He kept trying it on, unable to put it down. Xia Fei was not in the least bit interested in this. After all, the Jade Forest wrap was something made for people who had no combat strength to speak of, so Xia Fei liked his war armor even more. Besides, he had already obtained the Thousand Shapes painting, the most important item from the crypt, something that even Huo Yatong had no clue about. Carefully storing the Jade Forest wrap away, the artificer gladly expressed his thanks towards Xia Fei repeatedly. Xia Fei casually replied, Master Huo, now that you have everything you need, when do you think you can be done with the Celestial Zero Hammer? What are you in a rush for? You'll be able to see it in 3 months' time, Huo Yatong said, not even raising his head to look at Xia Fei when he replied. Xia Fei smiled as he extended a single finger. I give you 1 month at most. Huo Yatong was first surprised but soon began chuckling. Don't think that just because you got me this treasured item, you'll be able to order me about. When I say it's 3 months, then it's 3 months. Xia Fei took a sip of tea, completely unfazed, as he rumbled in a deep voice, though the Thousand family doesn't have 1,000 mountains, they're still considered a major clan in the field of artificing. If they were to learn that you had obtained 1,000 mountains Jade Forest wrap, I wonder what they would do to you. This sentence he spoke held a tinge of insidiousness, causing Huo Yatong to blurt out indignantly, Are you threatening me? Xia Fei laughed. Sorry, but there's a function that the war armor possesses called video recording. I've accidentally recorded that scene of you gleefully getting hold of your precious Jade Forest wrap and also inadvertently saved it to a location that only I'm aware of. Xia Fei maintained his smile as he changed the subject. That's why I'm asking Master Huo to accidentally complete the Celestial Zero Hammer in a month's time as well. Huo Yatong was so flabbergasted that his mouth hung agape. He had indeed been overly excited just now that he failed to notice Xia Fei capturing everything. Xia Fei basically had a firm grip over him right now. That almost diabolical smile of his was causing Huo Yatong to break out in cold sweats. This was the first time Huo Yatong had been tricked by Xia Fei, and it would not be his last as well. Anyone who ever wanted to take advantage of Xia Fei usually found themselves in quite a terrible end. Xia Fei ignored the surprise Huo Yatong was showing as he got up and turned to leave. Everything has a price. Making me, Xia Fei, take a risk for you, has naturally a price, too. Chapter 797, A Protean Master. A spatial channel opened. Xia Fei looked back at Huo Yatong's residence, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The old demon lord's smile was a lot wider. In fact, he had been chortling hysterically for quite some time already. Huo Yatong thought that he had gotten a hold of the precious treasure Jade Forest wrap when what he got was a huge burden. Now that you have a handle on Huo Yatong, I doubt that he'll ever dare give you orders, and who knows? Maybe he'll be the one taking orders from you in the future. Oro laughed until tears formed in his eyes. Xia Fei shook his head. Who cares about orders? Huo Yatong is still a highly skilled artificer, so there will be no lack of us using each other from here on out. I simply found his attitude utterly distasteful. He may have gotten me to risk my life plundering Thousand Mountains crypt today, but there's no telling if he'll have some other special request tomorrow. A person has to grasp onto their own fate. I have no intention of leading a life being controlled by another, so I decided to rein him in by very readily accepting his request to retrieve that Jade Forest wrap. After all, it's my only chance of getting hold of him. The calculations that Xia Fei had done left Oro breathless. Normally, a young warrior would be limited in their means due to their lack of experience, but it was very clearly not the case for Xia Fei. Reality had proven that whoever Xia Fei had designs on would ultimately meet with a tragic end. Oro thought a little before saying, Still, Huo Yatong figuratively has your number as well, just like your relationship with Hua Hei and Hua Bai or the fact that you messed up Thousand Mountains crypt yourself. Xia Fei chuckled. Don't worry. The Skywing clan is known for their solidarity and their unreasonableness. As long as I don't force him into a corner, there's no way Huo Yatong will think about betraying me. Oro was stunned. He suddenly realized that after the initial maladjustment, Xia Fei had gradually accepted the fact that he was part of the Skywing clan and had used this identity to achieve his own goals. Without a doubt, Xia Fei had benefited greatly now that he had the name of Skywing behind him. Whoosh! A spatial door opened in an instant and closed just as quickly. Xia Fei was back to Wind Garden. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, Xia Fei sensed that something was off. Usually, there would only be Xia Wei, Xia Zonghai and himself in the Wind Garden, but today, Clan Patriarch Xia Baiun, Law Overlord Xia Tian, and Windrider Pavilion's Master Xia Lishi were present. There was also another old man whom he was unfamiliar with, all gathered under a large tree, in quiet conversation. The atmosphere felt very peculiar. When he spotted Xia Fei, Xia Lishi became so angry that he nearly went breathless. With his face livid, he coldly snorted. He heavily placed the teacup in his hand down on the table and furiously turned his head in another direction. Xia Fei shrugged and approached the group to greet them all. These were all elders of his clan, and he must show respect toward them. Observing everyone, Xia Fei noticed the very strange expression in their eyes. This made it seem like they were hiding something. Every prominent figure in their clan was present, almost as if they had previously discussed this. Not mentioning Xia Tian and Xia Baiun, both law overlords and backbones of the Skywing clan, there was even Xia Lishi, the one in charge of the most important cultivation grounds in the clan, the Windrider Pavilion. An elder whom Xia Fei did not recognize, his head of silver hair flowing in the breeze, was also there. An aura of great majesty exuded from him, so it was quite apparent that he was an important figure in the clan, too. Xia Fei could also tell from how carefully Xia Zonghai acted. He even forewent his favorite hobby of going to the law enforcement board to play chess just to stay here and accompany these people. He would even refill their tea from time to time. This was a clear indicator that the people gathered represented the upper echelons of the clan. Xia Baiun slightly nodded as he got up and spoke to Xia Fei, "You came just at the right time. There are some important matters that I wish to discuss with you. Come, follow me inside, and let's have a chat." Given how solemn the patriarch was being, Xia Fei could not help arching an eyebrow in wonder of just what had gone wrong today that these elders of the clan would be staring at him with such strange expressions. It was almost as if they were all preoccupied with something. Xia Fei followed Xia Baiun to his study, who proceeded to shut the door behind them and invite Xia Fei to sit across from him. In a grave tone, he began. "There's something I need you to decide for yourself. This isn't my idea but rather the grand ancestors above." Xia Fei was surprised. That individual in the god race, who was backing Skywing clan, was not someone to be underestimated. It turned out that these elders of the clan had gathered together today all at the behest of their grand ancestor. After a pause, Xia Baiun said, "Xia Fei, it's been quite some time since you returned to the Skywing clan, and we've only arranged for Xia Zonghai to impart you the law of speed. This isn't because our clan doesn't value you but because your situation is highly unique, and neither we nor the grand ancestor has been able to come to a decision. There's no need for you to be shocked, either. As someone with the potential to become a godwing, whom no one has seen in 100 years, the grand ancestor has been paying close attention to you this entire time. Be it for the Skywing clan or yourself, there must be a comprehensive plan put in place. Normally, we Skywings won't have much of a demand toward our clansmen. Everyone can just do whatever they want and go wherever they wish. However, you're too different. With great power comes great responsibility. You simply have too much potential, something that hasn't appeared in our clan for a very long time, that the grand ancestor mapped out a path for you. This rarely ever happens in the Skywing clan. In fact, I've never seen the grand ancestor personally make plans for a clan member's life before. This just shows the venerable one's attitude toward you and how much he values you." Xia Fei was greatly astonished. The grand ancestor of the Skywing clan had practically been a legendary figure to him. For someone in the god race to take a personal interest in Xia Fei's future in the lore realm, he simply could not imagine this level of preferential treatment. Even the old demon lord was just as greatly astounded. He pursed his lips and said nothing. He was, of course, more than aware of just how great Xia Fei's potential was. He had once tried many times to recruit Xia Fei to the Lionhearts, but as Xia Fei's identity got revealed and his strength increased, this possibility had already dropped to near zero. After all, despite the small size of the Skywing clan, its strength was widely known. Even the Lionhearts would not dare underestimate them. Moreover, there was no longer a reason for Xia Fei to give up his identity and join the demon race at this point. A plan has been formulated, but we'll leave it up to you to decide whether you wish to accept this or not. If you dislike the plan, tell us directly. There's no need to take into account the grand ancestor's thoughts over this. What he values the most is freedom and individuality, so he won't ever blame you for rejecting it." Xia Baiun reassured him. Xia Fei nodded. If you would please, Patriarch. Xia Baiyun stared at Xia Fei with a profound gaze as he solemnly stated, the plan is actually very simple. It's just 2 words, Protean Mastery. Protean Mastery. Xia Fei was taken aback. This term sounded very tempting, and Xia Fei's expression could not help but turn serious. Xia Baiyun continued. After observing you during this period, we discovered that you have many talents beyond just law powers. Your control of energy can be considered perfect, giving you the potential to become a great energy master. Though you haven't said a word about your knowledge in pharmacology, we are well aware of your study of it and how you've got quite a decent foundation in it. There's also your skills at forging. To possess the potential to be an energy master yet not learn artificing, that will be too much a waste. Besides, you don't lack the most important quality of an artificer, logical thinking. The Grand Ancestor said that he had had a very hard time making a decision, feeling that it would be a waste for you to give up on any of your talents. There are 2 possibilities if you learn everything, it's you fail completely or succeed stupendously. That's because the many things you'll devote your time to are so varied and involve plenty of time and concentration, so you may end up achieving nothing at all. But, Xia Baiyun changed his tone as he said, if you overcome the many difficulties, you may ultimately achieve a mastery that no one has previously attained. There's never been a Protean master in the circle, so you'll be the first in all of history. This was definitely an insane plan. Xia Fei and Oro were both stupefied. Even Ferbal could feel the heavy atmosphere in the study and quietly raised his head up. Xia Fei could ever have imagined that his Grand Ancestor would actually have such high hopes for him, actually wanting him to become the first Protean master in the Law realm. It must be mentioned that such an insane plan could only come out from the Skywings. No other clan would dare take such a huge risk. After all, learning and improving in every field meant that Xia Fei would have to work 100 times harder than anyone else. He would be facing unimaginable difficulty. Even if Xia Fei was a genius, an overdevelopment of his potential could very well end up turning him into a loser. That's too great a risk. Oro exclaimed. You dabbled in multidisciplinary training in the past, but there's always been a sequential aspect to it. Combat techniques are primary, while pharmacology and machinery studies are secondary. Your Grand Ancestor isn't expecting you to advance these side by side. He wants you to train in every aspect to the extreme. Xia Fei's heart beat fast. Though he had not once met the Grand Ancestor of the Skywing clan, he could already guess that he was a lunatic for even coming up with such an insane plan. He did not exert the dignity of seniority on Xia Fei, allowing the young man to choose his path. This made Xia Fei feel quite warmly of this person. Open, free, and insane. Every unique characteristic that the Skywings held were all vividly demonstrated in their Grand Ancestor. Xia Baiyun was still waiting for Xia Fei's response as he gravely stated, I know that it's very hard to make this choice. After all, the risk is too great, and you'll essentially be gambling with the rest of your life. There's no need for you to answer me right now. Take your time and mull over it if you wish to. Xia Fei smiled, the corners of his mouth curling as he softly replied, there's no need to mull tis over. I like this suggestion. A crazy decision was bound to give rise to a series of crazy actions. Xia Baiyun was very happy to hear Xia Fei say that he liked the Grand Ancestor's idea. The Grand Ancestor said that if you're crazy enough, you'll surely accept this idea. Looks like the Venerable Elder has been right on the money. Xia Baiyun's eyes glowed as he patted Xia Fei on the shoulder. He opened the study's door and called everyone over. Xia Baiyun stared fixedly at everyone as he announced loudly, the Grand Ancestor has decreed that, from today onward, the Level 1 Law Overlord Xia Tian of the Skywings shall henceforth be in charge of imparting the Law of Space and Law of Speed to Xia Fei, 2 days every week. Understood. The bespectacled Xia Tian, who usually meditated, was very reserved. He lightly nodded his head, indicating his acceptance of the Grand Ancestor's arrangement. As for energy and artificing, Level 4 Master Xialashi shall personally take over to impart knowledge of both energy mastery and artificing from today onward. This will also be done 2 days every week. Xia Baiyun would normally be afraid of seeing Xialashi, given how much money the former owed the latter, but this time it was an order from the Grand Ancestor, so Xia Baiyun had to seem confident when addressing the old man. Xialashi shrugged, helpless. I understand. I'll do as I'm instructed. Level 5 Apothecary Master Xia Changchun. From today onward, you'll be in charge of Xia Fei's study of the apothecary, 1 day every week. Xia Baiyun hurriedly continued. Xia Changchun was that elder with silver hair and a dignified aura. He appeared to be in a relatively good mood, nodding and not saying a word. Xia Baiyun swept his gaze over everyone present. This was a gathering of the strongest individuals of the Skywing clan. Xia Fei would surely see his cultivation soar under the tutelage of these three powerful clansmen. It was just that the road toward becoming the only Protean master in the Law realm, this path that Xia Fei had chosen to lead, was an extremely arduous one. Chapter 798, Planting the Tree of Life and Activating the Sea of Blood's Hidden Gold. Life would sometimes unfold in an interesting manner. He still had no clue on where the law of time was, but Xia Fei ended up with an extremely grueling and lifelong plan on his shoulders. A Protean master. What a far-away and honorable title. Visible excitement in his eyes, Xia Fei felt completely invigorated. Xia Baiyun nodded with great satisfaction. The charisma of the Grand Ancestor could not be underestimated, as even Xiaoshi, someone who had animosity toward Xia Fei, had no choice but to accept the request from the old man himself. Xia Fei, the law of space is the foundation for law of speed. What level have you gotten in the law of space? Xia Baiyun asked sternly. Level 5, Xia Fei casually answered. What? You're already a level 5 law emperor? No way. Weren't you just a level 1 law emperor a while ago? The crowd voiced their disbelief. The speed at which Xia Fei advanced through the levels of law emperor had been nothing short of astonishing. Everyone regarded him as if he were a monster. Level 5. A level 5 law emperor. Xia Fei, you're always full of surprises. Xia Baiyun blurted out in his amazement before laughing loudly. Even better. The gap from level 5 law emperor to a great law emperor is big. Let's do it this way, then. Your first goal shall be attaining great law emperor cultivation. Xia Tian will assist you in assailing this threshold. Xia Tian nodded repeatedly. The patriarch's right, the law of speed is subsidiary to the law of space. Cultivating your foundation properly will be of great help to your future. Besides, the threshold of Great Law Emperor is exceptionally difficult. Your progress will be inhibited if you don't make it past this, so it isn't too late for you to learn everything else after you make a breakthrough on that first. Becoming a Protean master was not something that could be achieved in one day. Xia Fei would first need to have a comprehensive plan and study process while working with everyone. Since Xia Fei was already at the cusp of reaching Great Law Emperor in terms of his law of space, it was better if he concentrated on crossing this critical threshold first before beginning his study of everything else. As such, Xia Fei made a trip back to the Pan-Human Alliance. It had been some time since he last saw Avril, and he was missing her quite badly. Once he began on the arduous journey to be a Protean master, he was certain that he would hardly have much time to visit her. Fortunately, Xia Fei had a spatial compass in his hand, allowing him to go to and fro as he liked. He did not pay heed to the cost of the traversal. Xia Fei not only met Avril in the Sunset Villa, he also paid a visit to her father and grandfather. The two of them had quite the scare when Avril disappeared the last time. As reality had proven, his love for Avril was not any less than these two, and though Xia Fei was never by her side, she had always been on his mind, and he had taken the extra steps necessary to take care of her. From the Great Mech Army, Quantum Holdings, and the Law Emperor Seth to the immemorial mystical weapon Phoenix Tail Stone, Xia Fei had ensured that there would be many openly and secretly taking care of Avril in every sense, so the moment any incident occurred, all these precautionary measures would immediately come into play to ensure her safety. Xia Fei wanted to bring Avril with him to stay in the Wind Garden, but he was afraid that Avril would feel lonely there. After all, the Law Realm was a foreign place to her, and there were far more dangers lurking about in that place than the Pan-Human Alliance. This was why Xia Fei did not force her to join him when he saw how reluctant she was to leave her father and grandfather's side. Phantom was still researching on how to combine machinery and soul better with the sentinel goddess Sophie. This problem they were taking appeared to be something very difficult for the duo to solve, and both were evidently very depressed by it. Xia Fei asked a copy of her pharmacology database. Since he was about to begin his path to being an apothecary, the information she could provide would surely be of great help to him. Sophie copied the data into a storage device and handed it to Xia Fei. She was single-mindedly devoted to her research with Phantom right now, so she did not really pay too much attention toward pharmacology. Even Phantom, with his fondness for medical refinement, was like a maniac concentrated solely on making progress on his project. Xia Fei understood Phantom very well. Having a physical body was very important to him, it was just too bad that Xia Fei had been busy these days to lend a hand to the two. Early in the morning, Xia Fei crawled out of bed and went out to the balcony to smoke. Avril came over to hug him as she softly asked, "Are you leaving?" Xia Fei nodded. "Yes. I have to go back, but I'll still visit you, the Alliance, and Earth frequently. This is my home, after all. Do you really have no wish to join me in the Lore Realm?" Avril shook her head, burying her head into Xia Fei's chest. "It's so far out there, and grandfather hasn't been feeling too well lately. Besides, I'm afraid that I'll just be a bother to you when I'm there." Avril had always been a very considerate soul, thinking for Xia Fei's benefit in every way. He was rendered speechless when he heard her statement, and all he could do was hug her even tighter in his embrace. Hidden Realm, the location of the Great Mech Army. Xia Fei found a corner for him to plant the Tree of Life. Planting the Tree of Life was not difficult. Xia Fei followed Oro's instructions to dig a hole, and then he placed the sapling within. He proceeded to place 12 grade 5 origin crystals around its roots to act as the Tree of Life's energy reserve. "All right. Now cover the roots of the Tree of Life with soil," Oro said. Xia Fei did as was told, and Oro nodded in satisfaction. "The second step will be to hasten its growth and development. This will require you to very meticulously direct the energy into it. Remember, this Tree of Life is just a sapling, so it will have trouble receiving too much energy. You need to be very careful nurturing it, not to pour in too much energy at once. At the same time, the Tree of Life can sense your energy and will establish a subtle connection with you once it becomes familiar with your aura. This will be greatly beneficial for the third step." Xia Fei took out a grade 5 origin crystal from his spatial ring and let the energy cycle through his body before sending it out through the white jade dragon ring. Xia Fei had an innate grasp when it came to energy control, and with how the white jade dragon would further temper the energy, Xia Fei was able to achieve great results at half the effort. A thin thread of energy was diverted into the Tree of Life. Xia Fei saw as the mystical tree grew taller right in front of his eyes and, in a short while, turned from a sapling into a luxuriant Bodhi tree, its canopy about 100 meters above ground. At least, a dozen or so men would be needed to circle the circumference of this tree's trunk. What a majestic Bodhi tree! Xia Fei lifted his head up to take in the sight of this huge tree. "Odd. This is the Tree of Life, it just looks like a Bodhi tree," Oro said. Xia Fei thought about it and asked, "What's the use of those 12 grade 5 origin crystals we buried in the ground?" Oro explained, "That's to protect the Tree of Life. Once attacked, those energy will help it block a few blows. The next step you need to do now is establish contact with the tree. Right now, it's already familiarized itself with your aura, so forming a contract with it at this moment isn't difficult. Just follow the method I told you every step of the way." "Got it." Xia Fei nodded. The Tree of Life was ultimately planted in an inconspicuous corner of the Hidden Realm. Based on its appearance, the tree did not look any different from any other big trees, but Xia Fei could sense that the tree had this subtle connection with him, allowing him to feel its gradual growth and breath of life. This was a very heavy sense of life. In just half an hour, that sapling had turned into something thriving with life. "Well, this is your second life. At a critical juncture, it can prevent you from dying by replacing you," the Demon Lord excitedly announced. "Still, a Tree of Life is fairly precious, so don't just use it unless you have to." The Mechs were Xia Fei's most loyal friends. He did not tell Sophie and the others what this tree was, merely telling them to protect this plot of land properly. Sophie, Warstar and Dimsky trusted Xia Fei very much, so none of them asked too many questions. Xia Fei had thought about this a lot before choosing this spot to plant the Tree of Life. At the end of the day, the Mechs in the Hidden Realm were very dependable, and also this was the location where the Titan super warship was being built. When it came to possessing the power to help him launch a counterattack, having the Titan would definitely be the best choice. After all, the description the Cobaltus had for the warship stated that it was capable of resisting the superior power of the Lore Realm. No one out there was like Xia Fei, living in the Lore Realm yet always being on guard against it, too. This was probably what it meant by repairing a house before it rained. In a place with dangers lurking at every corner, only the most cautious would be able to survive longer. Cultivation Chamber. The bespectacled law overlord Xia Tian waited for Xia Fei in full gear. Today was the first day he would be instructing the young man, which was why he had come really early, his attitude very solemn. "There's no rush. The Great Law Emperor threshold is very difficult, and we will need to do it step by step. We Skywings aren't exactly very dedicated to the law of space, but we have our own method of making the breakthrough as well. I will now tell you all I know, as well as my experience making this breakthrough back in the day." The bespectacled Xia Tian was completely different from the Xia Tian without his spectacles. The former was refined and erudite, like a scholar, while the latter was like a wild beast, intent on biting everyone he set his eyes on. Xia Fei nodded. That energy ball in his seventh brain region was at its peak and had plenty of energy stored inside. Even if that was not enough, he still had plenty of level 5 origin crystals that he could use, not to mention the energy distribution ring, the white jade swimming dragon. Xia Fei was not worried about the energy he required to cultivate, though he was very curious about the previously mentioned promotion method that was unique to the Skywings. Xia Fei had seen the Skywings method of cultivating the law of speed, and it was very insane. Thus, he had no idea just what kind of shocking method the Skywings would have for the law of space. He saw Xia Tian pull out an oddly shaped golden pot from his spatial ring and then proceed to place a blue origin crystal inside. Blue. That's a grade 6 origin crystal. Xia Fei blurted out, stunned. Xia Tian beamed. That's right. That is indeed a grade 6 origin crystal, the high-grade energy that the god race uses. As for this golden pot, it's called the Golden Blood Sea Cache. It's an amazing cultivation device that aids warriors in getting past the law of space's thresholds. Stop being so surprised. This is the strength that we Skywings possess. Xia Tian spoke very breezily. Xia Fei had heard the same words from Xia Zonghai's mouth. As the Lorelm's demon-sealing cursed blade, the essence of the Skywing clan was far more ample than what Xia Fei originally assumed. Are you ready? Xia Tian asked. Yes. Xia Fei nodded gravely. Web. Xia Tian waved his palm and used his law force to activate the Golden Blood Sea Cache. Suddenly, countless monstrous organisms appeared in the cultivation chamber, baring their teeth sinisterly. Their pairs of blood-red eyes stared right at Xia Fei, their nostrils flaring, looking like a powerful army. Xia Tian energetically yelled, "We, Skywings, rely on slaughter to promote. Try forming the law pattern as you slay the targets. It's very hard but very effective." Xia Fei was speechless. The difficulty of the various cultivation methods the Skywing clan utilized was truly high. The forming of law patterns for the law of speed at high speeds, and this time, it was actually the formation of the patterns while killing. Oh, my! The old demon lord gulped as his two eyes shone. Xia Fei, he's trying to evoke your inner demon. Chapter 799, Releasing the Inner Demon. Golden Blood Sea Cache was a combat simulation device that would create ferocious and evil enemies, as if an army of demons had been released. Xia Fei was supposed to slay these enemies and cultivate his law of space at the same time. Xia Fei, he's trying to evoke your inner demon, exclaimed the old demon lord after witnessing this scene. Xia Fei did not have time to understand what Oro's words meant as the tens of thousands of simulated enemies surged toward him. He saw black blurry figures below, each and every one oddly shaped. It was as if the gatekeepers of hell had been mobilized against him. Xia Fei roared as he dove right into their midst, trying to form his law pattern as he fought them. Tisk! What even is this? Xia Fei was shocked. These enemies not only looked like demons but also acted extremely devilishly. Xia Fei could be considered an unconventional person, and these demons were also the same. They would use their teeth to bite, forming into a mass as they used their comrades' corpses as cover. In any case, everything they did defied common sense or logic. They might look humanoid, but their style of battle was completely wild and beastly. Xia Fei was flustered, but no one out here trumped him when it came to craziness. Against these crazed demons, Xia Fei could only demonstrate even greater insanity and be even more ruthless. Xia Tian smiled from the sidelines. The scene seemed to be unfolding exactly like what he had imagined. Killing every 10 steps, the blood spilt formed into a river. Violent and merciless, this bloody massacre was ugly to behold. Only the staunchest warriors could persist in this sea of blood. These bodies would gradually pile up into a mountain, slowly rotting away until the sight turned into an unbearable hellscape. Slaying and cultivating against such a gruesomely shocking backdrop was extremely difficult, and Xia Fei needed to handle the attacks coming at him whenever and wherever, with broken limbs crunching following his every step. If a warrior did not have a stalwart mind, they would be affected by this bloody massacre and might even feel nauseated from the sight. After all, this hellish brutality was a powerful assault to one's mental state. Unexpectedly, such a terrifying scene did not faze Xia Fei's heart, and the corners of his mouth even retained that devious smirk. He's definitely someone who climbed out from a pile of corpses. Xia Fei has a demon in him, and it's an absolute evil. Xia Tian said spiritedly. Xia Fei slowly understood why the Skywings' method of cultivation had their warriors turn into crazed monsters in the midst of battle. Only by being paranoid could someone survive in this world, and Skywings were considered to be the most paranoid people and the craziest existences in the lore realm. The reason why Xia Tian was chosen to be his instructor was exactly this: though the bespectacled law overlord Xia Tian may not be the strongest warrior in the clan, he was the one with the most strongest inner demon. He even needed to practice meditation in order to restrain his violent tendencies. When the first day of training ended, the scene was so gruesome that people would have trouble laying their eyes on the place. It was terrifying to a degree that words failed to describe. Xia Fei emerged from that sea of blood and approached Xia Tian. He lit a cigarette as he stood in place, all bloodied, and took a deep drag. You've performed well on your first day of training. Do you understand why we're using this method to cultivate now? Xia Tian asked in a solemn tone. Xia Fei shrugged. Humans have inner demons in them, and I believe that you are trying to get me to unleash mine, thereby increasing my combat strength. Xia Tian nodded. You're only half correct. Indeed, humans are innately evil. A child who has just learned to walk can also kill an ant out of indifference, that's the manifestation of their inner demon. As mankind steadily develops, this inner demon gradually gets suppressed, making for more and more obedient people. Some end up losing their inner demons, and the side effect of this is the weakening of their combat strength. In times of danger, such people will lack the determination to fight with others to the death. We of the Skywing clan try to awaken the inner demons buried within our hearts and reinforce them so that we can comprehensively boost our warrior's impulse, but that's not all. Our end goal is actually to master freely unleashing our inner demons whenever we want during battle, so as to achieve the most powerful combat prowess. We will kill any and all the foes that we face. After unleashing your inner demon, you still need to learn how to retract it, becoming no different from any ordinary living being. Being able to unleash and retract your inner demon as you will is the requirement of the Skywing clan. After a pause, Xia Tian added, I was truly surprised when I saw your inner demon just now. Not only does it exist in you, it is also massive. From here onward, I want you to try and lure out this massive demon of yours so that you can, in the end, learn to control it. Inner demons are strong and dangerous. Once your inner demon gains control of your very consciousness, you'll end up losing yourself. Only by mastering it can you become even stronger while, at the same time, maintain the base humanity in you. This statement was very profound. Xia Fei seemed to understand what Xia Tian meant. The reason why the Skywings had always been coined as the lore realm's demon-sealing fiendish blade, fiendishly sealing demons, the logic behind it was that they were fighting demons with their demons fighting fire with fire. He needed to use his inner demon in order to overwhelm the demon in his enemies. Xia Fei had once tried unleashing his inner demon before, but that required a specific setting, like when his enemy had forced him into a corner. It was in such situations that Xia Fei was capable of turning into a reckless madman, and his combat power obviously increased exponentially. Xia Tian hoped that Xia Fei would ultimately be able to unleash his inner demon like a caged beast whenever he liked and subsequently learn how to control it completely. So this is the Skywing clan. Oro thought to himself. The first step to cultivation will actually be the release of their inner demon. What the old demon lord had said was 100% correct. Xia Fei began his cultivation with the unleashing of his inner demon, though he was clueless on when or how he should stop. Unleash his inner demon. Let his inner demon run free to his limits. Force it out. Let loose without holding anything back. The sound of Xia Fei's roar could be heard time and again in the cultivation chamber. His yells were getting more and more ferocious, more and more sinister. It was as if he were being kept in the deepest depths of hell. Not enough. Xia Tian shouted to stop Xia Fei in his training before taking off his spectacles. Xia Fei was stumped. He had seen Xia Tian without his spectacles before, and it was a sight he would never forget his whole life. That was because what he saw was simply too frightening. Demonic aura is strength, the descent of the god of terror. No mortal being can resist it. Xia Tian's expression became twisted as he continued to shout in an increasingly fierce voice. Xia Fei gulped, quietly taking in this scene. Xia Tian was not the strongest law overlord Xia Fei had seen, but his imposing aura was definitely the most impressive. When this powerful and demon-slaying aura got unleashed, even the entire universe would tremble. This is the true demonic aura. The true battle state of a Skywing. Xia Tian's two eyes were completely red as he shouted. There's an even more powerful demon inside you. You need to try and force it out. Completely unleash it. His voice traveled, such that even Xia Wei and Xia Zonghai, who were standing guard beyond the cultivation chamber, broke into cold sweats. Xia Zonghai sighed. Why was Xia Tian picked to instruct Xia Fei? Everyone knows that his inner demon is the strongest the clan has seen in years. I can still recall the incident that happened back then. This incident that Xia Zonghai was referring to happened approximately 20 years ago. Xia Tian did not have the cultivation he had today back then, but his inner demon was already enough to make every Skywing break out in cold sweat. Once, when he was training how to unleash his inner demon, Xia Tian completely lost himself and turned crazy, nearly killing his fellow clansmen. Fortunately, the patriarch had been mobilized and was able to prevent a tragedy from occurring. Xia Tian began meditating after that day, and it had been a 20-year stint since. Xia Fei was unaware that this training to unleash one's inner demon would be so dangerous, that a single misstep would be all it took for him to lose his sense of self and go mad. It could very well be irreversible, too. Xia Wei very calmly said, "Don't you worry. Our grand ancestor naturally has his own plans in place. That's why I'm here, right? It's to prevent something like that from happening again." Everyone knew that the strongest individual in the Skywing clan right now was not Xia Baiyun but the old man who spent his days tidying the Wind Garden, Super Law Overlord Gilai. As someone who was originally an outsider, Xia Wei had been given the utmost trust, and the loyalty he had to the Skywing clan was unshakable. Every time Xia Fei began his cultivation training, Wei would always silently come by and guard the entryway. "There's just something I don't understand," Xia Zonghai shook his head and said. "Just how far does the Grand Ancestor want Xia Fei to unleash his inner demon? The demonic aura Xia Fei has been giving off is getting stronger with each passing day. I'm really clueless on the end product he's expecting." Xia Wei nodded. "I've noticed that, too. I have no clue what degree he can reach, but I dare to say that Xia Fei's inner demon is stronger than Xia Tian's." "What?" Xia Zonghai froze, his two eyes bulging in his bewilderment. "You think that Xia Fei's inner demon is greater than Xia Tian's? How's that possible? Xia Tian is already the fiercest fiend the clan has ever birthed for the last 1,000 years. He's practically an unstoppable demon, yet you're saying that Xia Fei is possibly stronger than him." Xia Wei answered without missing a beat, "It's not a possibility but a certainty, instead. Skywing clan, the 5th day of training on how to unleash Xia Fei's inner demon." The sound coming from inside the cultivation chamber had already reached a pitch where people could feel their hair stand on end. Even the usually calm Xia Wei was getting restless. He ended up pacing back and forth before the entrance, rubbing his fists as he sighed repeatedly. As for Xia Zonghai, he no longer said another word after last night. His expression had already turned somewhat green. In his eyes, having Xia Tian, someone with the strongest inner demon instructing Xia Fei was already somewhat insane. Roar! It was as shocking as a sudden clap of thunder. It was an unheard of roar, which pierced the hearts of all who heard it. Hearing that roar, which would even stir demons, nearly caused Xia Wei and Xia Zonghai's heads to explode. This was not a sound a human could produce. In fact, it did not even sound like a demon, for there was no way a demon could achieve a roar at such a terrifying degree. Whoosh! Xia Wei and Xia Zonghai did not care about the rules and went running into the cultivation chamber. What they saw next was simply too shocking to be believable. They refused to believe that the savage face in front of them was Xia Fei's. That usually smiling and sometimes a little crafty yet also arrogant Xia Fei could actually look more fiendish than a fiend, more demon than the devil himself. Xia Zonghai staggered. Huge beads of sweat poured from his forehead, and he started to feel lightheaded. The inner demon being unleashed was nothing like killing intent but the most furious and frightening demonic aura, instead. There was no words that could describe how terrifying this aura was. It was almost as if Xia Fei could tear the universe apart with this very aura. With one hand tightly clutching onto Xia Tian, Xia Zonghai asked with wide eyes, "You succeeded in forcing the entirety of Xia Fei's inner demon out? Oh, my god! Is he even human?" Xia Tian looked very surprised as well. Xia Fei's inner demon was so powerful that even he felt uneasy. "I'm afraid that this isn't Xia Fei's all," the bespectacled law overlord Xia Tian said with a grim expression on his face. After which, Xia Tian, Xia Zonghai, and Xia Wei all looked at one another, their mouths hanging agape. Chapter 800, Great Law Emperor Xia Fei. With justice as God and evil as the devil, the combination of justice and evil was the fiend. The so-called power of the inner demon was akin to the center of justice and evil, the center of darkness and light, the point of meeting between heaven and earth. It was strange and unpredictable, something that consumed both light and dark. It was essentially a crazed spirit that showed contempt to all rules in the world. Take Xia Fei for example. It was inaccurate to call him a good person, as there were countless who had died by Xia Fei's hands, which were coated in blood. To call him evil would be inaccurate as well, seeing the meticulous concern and care he showed toward Avril as well as how deeply in love he was. Most people in the world would consider him to be a righteous protector whom other gentlemen would be ashamed of. Xia Fei had even said so himself. He only cared about those whom he wanted to care about, while the others were just decorations. There was also the madness he demonstrated during combat. Xia Fei had once bitten off the ear of Great Law Emperor Yu Hua while the two were locked in mortal combat, and this level of craziness when fighting to the death was not something many could achieve. Everything could be summed up as his inner demon, neither righteous nor evil. Unrestrained by rules, he acted by only following his heart. Without a doubt, Xia Fei had an inner demon, and what the bespectacled law overlord Xia Tian had done was get Xia Fei to unleash what had been hidden inside him, completely uninhibited. It was just that the result was beyond the realms of anyone's imagination. Too powerful. It's too powerful. The eyes of Xia Tian, Xia Zonghai and Xia Wei glowed, even as they repeatedly muttered this under their breath. Inside the training room, Xia Fei had already turned into the devil, exuding an aura of utter destruction. This aura was different from killing intent. It was neither a saint's aura nor a demon's. Instead, it was something else which was a mix of the two, with a bit of sinisterness, a dash of mockery, and a smattering of smugness. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smirk, almost as if he was mocking the impotency of the heavens and earth. He would grant ruin to everything. Indeed, the power of the inner demon was such that it would kill gods and demons that stood in its way, a power that destroyed everything in its path. Whoosh! Xia Fei's inner demon slowly rescinded, and that oppressive pressure in the training room dissipated along with its fading. Xia Zonghai and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Even the bespectacled Xia Tian furtively wiped the sweat off his brows. It was evident that when Xia Fei unleashed his powerful inner demon, even the wildest Skywing, Xia Tian, broke out in cold sweat. Reality had, once again, proven that Xia Fei was truly the most demonic among all the Skywing clansmen. Even the bespectacled law overlord Xia Tian could not hold a candle to him. Exhaling hard and long, Xia Fei approached Xia Zonghai and the others. Xia Wei patted him on the back a few times, not saying a word. Xia Tian nodded and gravely stated, "The training to unleash your inner demon ends here. Go and get some rest, we'll attempt a breakthrough to Great Law Emperor from tomorrow onward." Xia Fei frowned, puzzled. "But I feel like I have yet to unleash my inner demon completely. It's almost as if there's something hindering me from giving it my all. I believe that if I continue with the training, I should be able to tap even greater potential." Cough. Xia Zonghai's face went pale, nearly collapsing right there and then. Xia Fei's performance today had already been demonic enough. He might actually turn into a real devil if he continued letting go at this rate. Xia Tian consoled Xia Fei. "No rush. There's no way for you to achieve the best result of unleashing the inner demon fully in this training room alone. You must have constant real combat to hone and expose yourself to it fully. Right now, the end goal of your training is to raise your level and gain control of your inner demon. As for when you can achieve perfection in this release, you'll have to depend on luck aside from training." Xia Fei nodded, not saying a word for a moment. "I more or less understand what you mean. The Skywings are called the demon-sealing fiendish blade and the clan's token is called the demonic wing token because of the word demon constantly recurring in their names. In the past, I've pegged the Skywing clan as a pack of wolves, but now, I can see that they're actually a horde of demons." On the way back, the old demon lord started to talk. He had greatly been affected by the sight of Xia Fei unleashing his inner demon these last few days, witnessing the truest side of the Skywings over this period of time. Xia Fei chuckled. "I only know that the power that this inner demon has is really great, and once unleashed, what ought to be a very overwhelming existence will appear insignificant in my eyes, letting me feel as if there's nothing in the universe that I can't win against." Oro sighed. "I only know that this so-called inner demon is something so wild and unrestrained. Honestly, in all my long life, this is the first time I've seen a clan truly achieve the feat of unleashing their inner demons. After all, this power is very unique and has nothing to do with the god or demon race. It's essentially a power that is completely separate from demons and gods." For some reason, the training to unleash his inner demon had made Xia Fei feel very much at ease all over. Xia Fei did not rest when he returned to his room. Instead, he secretly closed the door and communicated with Oro, cultivating the law of primal chaos all by himself. As a strength that only he possessed, the importance of the law of primal chaos was not something Xia Fei needed to be impressed upon. He had already been stagnating at level 3 for a very long time, and after Xia Fei's constant cultivation, he could feel that he was that much closer to the next threshold. What made it even more inexplicable was that these few days of training toward unleashing his inner demon actually had an effect on the law of primal chaos. It was as if he was closing in on making a breakthrough. Inner demons sure are amazing, Xia Fei smiled as he mumbled to himself. The usually silent Wind Garden had actually been quite boisterous. There were about 39 experts at Law Emperor or above originally in the Skywing clan, with 2 publicly known and 1 hidden law overlords. Their strength in White Horse constellation could be considered first-rate even when compared to the entire law realm. They should be top-grade existences. It must be said that there were only 50,000 Skywing clansmen. Compared to the major clans which had clansmen in the millions or even tens of millions, such a yield rate was practically overpowered. 2 days ago, Xialashi had delivered the 40th Law Emperor of the Skywings. It was a young man who went by the name of Xia Ziobo. It must be said that despite Xialashi's love for wealth, he did indeed have his ways when it came to nurturing the young. The reason why Skywing clan could have its heyday was partially Xialashi's contributions. Xia Ziobo was not too far off Xia Fei in terms of age and was a youth with a pair of bushy eyebrows. His 2 eyes were disproportionately large and exuded this air of elegance. Anyone could even mistake him for a girl if they were not careful. Because of Xialashi's dedicated tutelage, Xia Ziobo had already achieved level 1 Law Emperor cultivation and had gained entry into Wind Garden, the qualifications necessary to come and go from the Skywing clan's main camp as he pleased. It could be said that the Skywings were being visited with joyous events back-to-back recently. As Xia Fei gradually displayed his superior talents and potential upon his return to the clan, the young clansmen had started to poke their heads out. Xia Zonghai and Xia Wei were naturally very elated about this development. However, what Xia Ziobo loved doing was still standing guard outside Xia Fei's training room, feeling that soul-stirring demonic aura the latter gave off. As a compulsory class that anyone in the clan needed to undergo, Xia Ziobo also learned how to unleash his inner demon, though juxtaposed with Xia Fei's inner demon, his was comparatively paltry. It was not just Xia Ziobo, Xia Niu, Xia Ziwan, and Xia Mang, those drifters who rarely ever made their way home, had also coincidentally arrived at Wind Garden. On the one hand, it was because they heard that there was a new Law Emperor in their clan and they ought to return to take a look as a senior, giving out pointers, or even bearing gifts if they happened to be rich. After all, the Skywings were uncharacteristically united compared to other clans. The pack of wolves that was the Skywing clan would all strike in unison, whether they were dealing with a single foe or even an army of enemies. It was precisely because of the Skywings' style of pack mentality emanating their inner demons without any restraints whatsoever that made it so that no one in the lore realm dared to provoke them. There was even the saying, "Mess with the god of death rather than the wolves of Skywing," that had spread far and wide among people. In addition, Xia Zonghai also spread news of how Xia Fei had already surpassed Xia Tian in terms of the demonic aura the latter could give off. Everyone was curious, eager to see for themselves just how savagely violent the inner demon hiding inside Xia Fei's, so much so that it was even considered greater than Xia Tian's inner demon, who was widely recognized as the greatest fiend in the clan in 1,000 years. Outside the training room, level 7 Great Law Emperor Xialanshan was already in awe before he even got near the entrance. "Oh, my god! Wei, is that demonic aura inside really coming from Xia Fei?" Xialanshan exclaimed, his yellow face paling. Xia Wei nodded with a smile, while Xia Ziobo hurriedly took this chance to greet Xialanshan. Xia Ziobo had always revered these elite figures who resided in the Wind Garden of the Skywing clan, so he was beside himself with excitement now that he could live and fight together, side by side, with these seniors. Xialanshan straightened up and gave Xia Ziobo a few words of praise before handing him a little gift. Later, the 3 stood outside the training room and carefully felt that powerful aura. "It's indeed very strong. Even stronger than Big Brother Xia Tian," Xialanshan firmly said. "Looks like Xia Zonghai's correct this time. Someone new has picked up the mantle as the #1 demon of our clan." Xia Wei laughed. "Actually, Xia Fei's inner demon has yet to be unleashed completely. Xia Tian intentionally left him a bit of leeway, since it's ultimately a double-edged sword, able to harm others and oneself if one isn't careful enough. Xia Tian is most probably unable to shake off his own mistake in the past, so he doesn't dare to go overboard with Xia Fei. Xia Tian had once lost control of himself because his inner demon had been too strong, hurting his own clansmen. That was why it was a bit of a shadow in his heart and his expectations of Xia Fei a lot stricter as a result. Xiaolanshan pursed his lips. This level of power still was not his full strength? Xiaolanshan had some convoluted feelings tossing and turning in him. After a pause, Xia Wei continued. However, I do think that Xia Tian is being overly cautious. Though Xia Fei has a very strong inner demon, he has also demonstrated very strong self-control, so he shouldn't cause too much trouble. Xiaolanshan did not refute Xia Wei's words, instead, he immediately asked, that's not right. This aura seems like Xia Fei is trying to make a breakthrough, and it's a major threshold, too. That's right. Xia Fei is currently assaulting the level 6 Law Emperor threshold, Xia Wei casually explained. What? Xiaolanshan's eyes widened, pointing to himself as he blurted out. Xia Fei has already gotten to the point where he's about to make a breakthrough to become a great Law Emperor. Doesn't that mean that it didn't take much time for him to catch up to me? In our clan, you're 8th in rank when it comes to cultivation, and if Xia Fei succeeds in making his breakthrough and becomes a great Law Emperor, he'll be ranked 18th in the clan, the same level as Xia Nu. Xiaolanshan became a lot less composed, and he began pacing back and forth outside the door, muttering to himself, it's only been a handful of days since Xia Fei returned to the clan, yet he's actually chased his way up to my level already. Impossible. No way. This is too great a disgrace. Coming to a halt, Xiaolanshan reached a hand out in front of Xia Wei and solemnly said, Wei, give me a training room, please. I plan to seclude myself for a while and try to make an attempt for level 8 Law Emperor. Xia Wei laughed happily. Xiaolanshan was by no means the first who had come back and asked to do some seclusion. It was as if Xia Fei's insane rise in levels had caused the entire Skywing clan to all feel an immense pressure, filling these usually lackadaisical Skywings with the drive to cultivate. Even Xia Zonghai had stopped going to the law enforcement board to play chess and was, instead, secretly hiding in a training room, working hard cultivating every day. All of a sudden, an explosive fluctuation of energy reverberated from inside the training room. This was the sign of someone making a successful breakthrough. Xia Wei and Xiaolanshan were both stunned, and they said in unison, promoted. Xia Fei is now a great Law Emperor.